6 a.m. Rank F, 0 fragments. I was back at the exact same pathetic starting line where I'd screwed up the first time. I stood there in a charcoal gray blazer that felt like a cardboard box, staring at the skill selection screen with my hair hanging over my left eye, trying to ignore the fact that I looked like a drowned rat. Everyone else was frantically scrolling through the combat arts, hunting for something that would make them look like a powerhouse. Me? I was staring at a trash appraisal skill. To anyone else, it was a glorified magnifying glass. To me, it was the only way to stop being a rounding error in a world that eats losers for breakfast. If I could just see the blueprints, I wouldn't have to guess why I was dying. The selection hall was basically a giant, white-tiled warehouse that smelled like industrial floor wax and desperation. 500 of us were crammed in there, shivering in these cheap wool blazers, staring at holographic panels that cast a ghostly blue light over everyone's terrified faces. It was a feeding frenzy. People were practically vibrating, praying for a strength spike or a vitality boost. In this city, if your build is garbage, you aren't a hunter, you're just a liability with a fancy title. I'd spent years as that liability, clawing for mana scraps until the world finally decided I was a waste of space and killed me. I looked down at my wrist. The screen on my matte black digital watch was still cracked, a nice little souvenir from the moment my life ended in a shower of glass and screaming. I didn't want a combat buff. I didn't want to be strong. I just wanted to know where the traps were. True sight appraisal. The Academy Handbook described it as a utility-grade skill, which is professional speak for completely useless in a fight. It tells you a monster's name and its rank. Great. I can tell the thing eating my face that it's a rank C ogre. Thrilling. But for someone who has already lived through the game over screen, it was the only logical choice. You've got to be kidding me, a voice drawled. I didn't even have to look. That tone of voice is a registered trademark of Kong Min-hyuk. He was the golden boy of the intake, platinum blonde hair, electric blue eyes, and the kind of broad-shouldered confidence that only comes from never having failed at anything in your entire life. He was wearing the same charcoal blazer as me, but he had gold rank markers pinned to his lapels that probably cost more than my entire family's apartment. He was a walking advertisement for Born to Win genetics. He leaned over my shoulder, saw my selection, and didn't just laugh. He practically had a respiratory failure. He started announcing my choice to the rest of the group, telling everyone that I'd finally found a skill that matched my rank. He called me a professional spectator. I just stood there, blinking, letting him do his little victory lap while I stared at the prompt. Skill selection, true sight appraisal core fragments, 0. The numbers were a joke. I was a failure in a cheap suit. But while Min-hyuk was busy treating me like a punchline, I was realizing that he was the only one in the room who was actually blind. He thought he was mocking a loser. He didn't realize he was talking to the only guy who had already read the ending of the book. The lead instructor finally stepped onto the podium, looking like he'd been carved out of a piece of granite. His voice boomed through the hall, signaling that the selection phase was over. The holographic panels started to dissolve, the blue light fading back into the sterile white of the room. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. The mockery stopped, replaced by a sharp, jagged tension. Everyone started straightening their blazers and checking their gear, the air getting thick with the scent of anxiety and cheap cologne. I didn't feel the nerves. It's easy to be calm when you've already experienced the worst possible outcome and survived it. I felt a sort of clinical detachment, like I was watching a movie I'd already seen 3 times. Min-hyuk gave me one last, pitying pat on the shoulder, the kind of pat you give a dog that's about to be put down. He told me to try and stay out of the way of the real hunters, with a smile that looked like a predator eyeing a piece of fruit it wasn't even hungry for. He walked away without looking back, his broad shoulders cutting a path through the other cadets. In his head, I had already been erased from the leaderboard. I looked toward the exit, where the first wave of candidates was being marched toward the testing gates. The pressure in the room started to ramp up, a heavy, suffocating sensation that made a few of the weaker students actually sway on their feet. It was the instructor's auras, a deliberate power trip designed to weed out anyone who was too scared to breathe. I didn't sway. I just pushed my hair back over my eye and stepped forward. The first gate was a shimmering blue veil that hummed with a low-frequency vibration that made my molars ache. The instructors were barking names, sorting us into squads. I was the last one in my group, the leftover piece of a puzzle that didn't fit anywhere. As I approached the threshold, I caught a glimpse of the Academy leaderboard, a massive, glowing blue screen listing the top 50 prospects. Min-hyuk was at the very top. I wasn't even on the list. I didn't need to be. Not yet. The room felt like it was pressing in on me, filled with the collective ego and expectation of 100 teenagers trying to prove they were special. They were treating this like a social climbing competition. I just treated it like data. Every sneer, every laugh, every dismissive glance was just another piece of information to process. I thought about the years I'd spent trying to fix my flaws through sheer, stupid effort, pushing my body until it literally broke, trying to force mana into shapes it hated. I was done fighting the system. Now, I just needed to see it for what it was. I took one last look at the panel before it vanished. I didn't need the recommended tags or the flashy marketing of high-spec buffs. I just needed the truth. The lead instructor's voice cut through the air, demanding final confirmation. The system hummed, finalizing the bonds. This was a permanent contract, written in mana. You couldn't undo this without a total system reset, which usually involves dying or something equally inconvenient. Min-hyuk actually stopped in his tracks and turned back to me. He'd heard the final chime, the sound of the selection window slamming shut. He looked at the empty space where my panel had been, and a look of genuine, horrified amusement crossed his face. He leaned in, his voice a low, cutting whisper that the people around us could definitely hear. He asked if I seriously thought a magnifying glass was going to save me from the things waiting behind those gates. He told me that in a world of swords and shields, I'd shown up with a pair of reading glasses. The laughter started as a few snickers, then it grew into a full-blown wave, filling the hall. People weren't just mocking me. They were celebrating the fact that they weren't me. It was a collective sigh of relief that they weren't the most pathetic person in the room. I didn't react. I just felt the mental lock click into place. Skill locked, true sight appraisal. The laughter reached a crescendo, led by Min-hyuk's sharp, barking joy. He was convinced I was officially the most pathetic cadet in the history of the academy. I just stepped toward the gate, wondering how long it would take for him to realize that the guy with the glasses can see exactly where the sword is going to hit. Gate 1. The Beginner's Crawl. A depressing stretch of fake forest and moldy rocks designed to filter out the useless cadets before the academy wastes any more funding on them. I stepped through the portal wearing a pressed blazer, looking less like a warrior and more like I was interviewing for a mid-level accounting job. Basically, I was a walking snack for anything with teeth. My squad was a complete joke, 5 of us grouped together because we were the most expendable assets in the room. Our gear was pathetic, a basic iron short sword, a water bottle, and 3 potions that probably expired 10 years ago. The goal was simple: clear the sector, kill 10 things, and get out without dying. The instructors were lounging on a floating platform, sounding bored out of their minds over the intercom. They told us to stick to the paths and avoid irregularities, which is just fancy talk for don't make me fill out a death report. I lagged behind, my boots sinking into gray mud. While the others were panicking, I was focusing on the only thing I actually had going for me. I didn't have a legendary bloodline or a cheat skill. I just had this annoying, bureaucratic glitch in my vision. It was like a quality control checklist for the universe. I could see product defects. That was it. No fireballs, just a list of things that were broken. Then the first one jumped out, a void wolf. Purple, translucent, and sporting 3 red eyes, 2 where they belonged, and 1 staring right out of its forehead. To the other cadets, it was a trivial threat, a glorified punching bag. They charged in, screaming and swinging their swords in huge, wasteful arcs. I didn't even draw my blade. I just stared. Target, void wolf, trivial. Status, stable. Critical fault, third eye socket, hairline fracture. True value, 0.1 core fragment. Suddenly, the wolf wasn't a monster. It was a map of mistakes. I could see the mana humming under its skin, and right behind that forehead eye, there was a snag. A tiny, hairline fracture. The instructor's high-end gear couldn't see it, but I could. It was a mutation that made the thing volatile and incredibly fragile. My teammates were struggling, hacking at the flanks while the purple fur just absorbed the impact. One of them almost lost a finger. They were fighting the monster they'd been taught about. I was looking at the one that actually existed. I walked past the frantic swinging. No warnings, no shouting. I just waited for the wolf to lunge and for the mana to peak in its skull. I poked the point of my sword into the fracture. No swing, no fancy footwork. Just a clinical puncture. The thing didn't even howl. It just popped. A muffled shatter, and the wolf collapsed into a pile of purple ash and 1 shimmering pebble. Critical hit confirmed. Reward, 26 credits. Item gained, 1 core fragment. Strength, 4 to 5. Vitality, 4 to 5. Perception, 4 to 5. I felt the shift instantly. Strength hit 5, and the vitality surge cleared my head. Small numbers, but they worked. My perception sharpened, and the world clicked into higher resolution. I snatched up the core fragment, a jagged piece of mana the size of a salt grain. Core fragments, 0 to 1. The other cadets froze. They looked at the ash, then at me, then back at the ash. They'd been wrestling the thing for 3 minutes, and I'd ended it in a second with a weirdly awkward stab. Lucky shot, one muttered, though he sounded like he didn't believe it. I didn't answer. I was already looking for the next defect. Up on the platform, the instructors had gone quiet. I could feel them staring. They knew the spawn rates. They knew void wolves. A single hit to the head shouldn't work unless the monster was already broken, and the system doesn't spawn broken monsters. I spent the next few minutes treating the forest like a clearance sale. I stepped over a teammate who was currently being chewed on to jab a void hound in a specific, off-center rib. It vanished. Then I found a scavenger with a hairline crack in its left femur and tapped it with my blade, watching it dissolve into credits. I wasn't fighting for glory. I was just collecting fragments. The math was adding up. By the center of the sector, I had 81 credits and 4 fragments. I was a glitch in their system, a variable they couldn't solve. I kept my face neutral and my blazer crisp, while everyone else was drenched in sweat and gasping for air. Then we hit the wall. The final mob wasn't a wolf. It was a mutated void stalker, spindly, multi-limbed, and radiating enough aggression to make the other cadets scramble backward in terror. Fall back, the lead instructor boomed. Mutation spike. Do not engage. The squad didn't need to be told twice. They retreated in a panicked heap, leaving a wide circle of empty space around the thing. The stalker screeched, vibrating my actual marrow, its claws digging into the stone. It was a jagged, unpredictable nightmare. The instructors were already calling for a reset. They were scrubbing the gate and marking the session a failure. In their eyes, this thing was way too strong for a bunch of rank FS. I saw a hairline fracture in its left ankle. I didn't fall back. I stepped right into the red zone. I could see the mana pulsing purple in its legs, but there was a blind spot, a tiny, brittle section of bone where the circulation failed. No flashy technique. I didn't even change my grip. I just waited for the stalker to shift its weight, waiting for the exact millisecond the pressure hit that fault line. I stepped in and drove the blade up. It was instant. The leg didn't just break. It exploded. The structural failure ripped upward, triggering a mana chain reaction that tore through its chest. It didn't even have time to scream before it folded in on itself, turning into a massive cloud of purple soot and a rain of fragments. Total silence. I stood there in the ash, my sword still humming. I didn't look at the monster. I looked up at the platform. The lead instructor was leaning over the railing, mouth open, looking like he'd just seen a ghost. I didn't stick around to watch the lead instructor have a stroke. I walked out, stripped my gear, and hit the showers. The hallway was a gauntlet of staring eyes. I'd actually done something, which in this academy is the fastest way to get bullied into a coma. The next morning, the dining hall felt like a different zip code. The gossip had shifted from magnifying glass jokes to lucky fluke theories. It was a marginally better label, but far more dangerous. People were looking at me with the kind of clinical curiosity usually reserved for a two-headed calf. I was halfway through a plate of synthetic protein that tasted like wet cardboard when the chatter died. The students parted in a synchronized wave of avoidance, and a D-rank senior stepped into my personal space. He was the kind of guy who looked like he'd been assembled from a kit of generic thug parts, though he wore a black training tunic 2 sizes too small that stretched across his chest like a sausage casing. He had a square jaw, a nose that had been reset by an amateur, and a layer of sweat coating his neck despite the industrial AC. He didn't lead with a greeting. He just slammed a gauntlet hand onto my table, nearly launching my water canteen into orbit. "The fluke," he rasped. His voice sounded like a garbage disposal full of gravel. I heard some rank F spend a whole day staring at a monster's ankle just to get one lucky hit. I hate luck. It's dishonest. I looked at the hand, then up at his face. This was a textbook power play. He was the big fish, I was the plankton, and he wanted to make sure I remembered the difference before I finished my breakfast. "I'm eating," I said. The table went dead. A few students nearby actually winced. You don't tell a D-rank to hold on while you finish your cardboard protein. The senior's face turned a lovely shade of mottled purple. He didn't yell. He just grabbed the lapel of my charcoal gray blazer and hauled me out of my seat. He didn't even need a full grip. He just yanked me toward the training courtyard with the effortless motion of a man picking up a laundry bag. "Since you love analyzing things so much," he sneered, dragging me along, "you can analyze the feeling of your ribs cracking. Consider this a corrective lesson." The courtyard was a massive circle of white sand, ringed by a crowd of students and a few instructors who looked like they were contemplating early retirement. He threw me into the center of the ring and squared his shoulders, sliding into a heavy combat stance. He didn't even bother drawing a weapon. "Standard duel rules," he barked, glancing at the instructor for confirmation. "No weapons. First one to hit the dirt loses. I'll give the freshman 10 seconds to pray." I stood there, hair falling over my left eye, and let the cheat run. Target: senior student, rank D. Status: aggressive, overconfident. Critical fault: center of gravity, lower lumbar instability. True value low. He was a tank, but a clumsy one. His raw strength was high, but his mana circulation was a train wreck. He was shoving too much power into his upper body, leaving a structural gap in his lower back, a hidden stress point where his balance was held together by nothing but stubbornness and a bad habit. I checked my resources. 5 fragments. The system prompt flickered in the corner of my eye, reminding me that I was broke. Lock-on requires 10 core fragments. I had the map, but I didn't have the currency to buy the hit. If I swung now, I might hit the spot, but the guy's sheer physical mass would probably just absorb the impact. I needed the 100% crit. I needed the lock. I stepped back, circling him slowly. I wasn't looking for an opening. I was looking for a payout. "What's the matter?" he mocked, the sand crunching under his boots as he stepped forward. Too scared to use your magnifying glass? I didn't answer. I scanned the perimeter. The courtyard was littered with the debris of previous fights, shattered dummies, and discarded mana crystals. I spotted one, a jagged, low-grade core shard embedded in the sand near the edge of the ring. It was a piece of trash too small for anyone to care about, but to me, it was a lifeline. I didn't run for it. That would be an invitation to get punched in the face. I waited for the lunge. He charged, throwing a massive, sweeping right hook designed to end the fight in one go. I didn't dodge away. Instead, I stepped into the arc, sliding my foot just inches toward the shard. As I passed it, I didn't stop to pick it up. I just brushed my palm against it, triggering the system's absorption. Fragment gained, +2 core fragments. Core fragments, 5 to 7. Still not enough. I needed 3 more. I shifted my weight, pivoting on my heel to avoid the hook by a fraction of an inch. The wind from his fist whistled past my ear like a freight train. I didn't retreat. I stepped closer, diving straight into the danger zone. I drove my shoulder into his chest, not to do damage, but to force a reaction. He grunted, his massive arms wrapping around me to execute a throw. In that split second of contact, I felt the vibration of his mana. He wasn't just strong. He was leaking. Every time he exerted himself, tiny pulses of mana bled out of his skin. I focused the appraisal on the air around us, hunting for the same wrongness I'd found in the forest. There. A stray flicker of purple energy, a residue from some botched mutation spike experiment from earlier that morning. It was a floating mote of unstable mana, no larger than a dust mite. I inhaled, pulling the mote into my own circulation. Fragment gained, +3 core fragments. Core fragments, 7 to 10. The timing was perfect. The senior had just completed his throw. He had me mid-air, his grip tightening, his face twisted in a smug grin of victory. He thought he had me. He thought the fight was over. I didn't fight the momentum. I used it, twisting my body in mid-air to face him. Lock-on activated. Cost, 10 core fragments. Target, center of gravity. Crit probability, 100%. The world didn't slow down. It just became a transaction. The crowd and the senior's idiot expression vanished, replaced by a single, glowing red dot exactly 3 inches above the senior's belt line. I spent my last 10 fragments to buy a guaranteed hit. I didn't use a fist. I used the edge of my palm, slamming every ounce of my 5 points of strength into that single, microscopic coordinate. Crack. It wasn't a loud noise. It was a sharp, dry snap. The senior's expression didn't change at first. Then, physics decided to catch up. The lock-on bypassed muscle and bone to trigger a total structural collapse of his balance. He didn't just fall. He launched. The force of the 100% crit sent a shockwave through his frame. He flew backward, his boots leaving the sand, his body rotating in a clumsy, horizontal arc. He hit the ground 10 feet away with a heavy thud, skipping once across the white sand before coming to a dead stop. Silence returned to the courtyard. I landed on my feet, my charcoal gray blazer barely out of place. I glanced at my wrist. Core fragments, 10 to 0. The senior lay in the sand, staring up at the sky. He wasn't unconscious, but he wasn't moving. He looked completely blindsided. He tried to speak, but all that came out was a pathetic, wheezing sound. I turned and looked at the holographic leaderboard floating above the plaza. For a second, the white text flickered. My name didn't appear yet, but the system was recalculating the weight of the event. A rank F had just one shot a rank D. The crowd finally reacted. The laughter was gone, replaced by a heavy, suffocating tension. I could see the instructors leaning forward, their faces no longer bored. I walked toward the exit, not glancing back at the man in the sand. I had 84 credits, 0 fragments. and a very large number of people who now wanted to kill me. As I reached the edge of the ring, the silence of the crowd felt heavier than any noise. I looked back one last time at the senior, who was still sprawled in the dirt, his body trembling as he tried to process the impossibility of his defeat. He slowly lifted his head, his eyes wide and bloodshot, his expression a shattered mask of disbelief and horror as he stared up at me, the trash who had just broken him. The duel didn't give me a crown. It gave me a migraine. For 3 days, I was the Academy's favorite ghost. Everyone whispered about me. Everyone stared at their tablets to avoid looking at me. I spent my time avoiding the cafeteria, which is basically a Hunger Games simulation for social climbers, and staring at my inventory. It was a joke. 1 iron shortsword. A water canteen that was mostly air. 2 mana potions. 0 fragments. 0 fragments means I'm blind. No guaranteed hits. No edge. I was just a civilian in a fancy blazer until I could find something to scavenge. Next morning, I skipped the training grounds. Training is for people who think hard work actually pays off. I went to the archives instead. The library is a warehouse. Huge piles of old paper. Crystals that smell like dust. Crystals that smell like failure. I wasn't there to read. I'm not that delusional. I went because the mana density in the sector is a total disaster. If you know where to look, the corners of the old stacks are full of leaks. Stagnant puddles of energy. Leftovers from centuries of scholars who couldn't keep their circuits straight. I spent 2 hours scouring the 3rd floor. No strolling. Just hunting for that specific, jagged flicker of waste. I finally found a cluster of 3 motes. They were clinging to the underside of a mahogany table like glowing mold. Fragment gained, +1 core fragment. Core fragments, 0 to 1. It was a slow, miserable grind. Scavenging is a garbage way to make a living, but it's the only way when you're starting at 0. As I pushed deeper into the stacks, I saw her. Lee Sora. She was leaning against a shelf of ancient combat manuals. She was shaking. She wore the standard charcoal gray uniform, but her skin looked like she'd been scrubbing floors in a salt mine for a week. Her auburn hair was a static electric nightmare. Strands dancing around her head. She looked like she'd just touched a plasma ball. Her emerald eyes were wide. Frantic. She was locked onto a small mana crystal in her hand. She wasn't studying. She was leaking. I saw it before she even noticed me. To a normal student, she was just a girl having a panic attack. To me, she was a glowing map of a train wreck. Target, Lee Sora. Status, mana congestion, critical blockage. True value, high unstable. I stepped closer. The cheat flared. For the first time, the appraisal didn't just show me where to hit a monster to kill it. It showed me the internal plumbing of a human. Sora's system was a disaster zone. She had a massive reservoir of power, but it was hitting a brick wall. Right at the base of her collarbone, the circuit narrowed into a blackened knot. The energy was slamming into that blockage and rebounding backward. That's why her shoulders were shaking like an earthquake. I told her she was clogging. She jumped. She nearly dropped her crystal. She looked at me with the kind of exhaustion that comes from years of losing. I didn't give her time to process it. I pointed a finger at the empty air where the knot sat in my vision. I laid it out, circuit blockage. Base of the throat. Slightly left. The flow was hitting a dead end and bouncing back. I told her she was trying to push a river through a drinking straw. Sora didn't laugh. She didn't look annoyed. She looked desperate. She told me 3 different instructors had called the blockage untreatable. Some birth defect in her mana veins. A permanent cap on her rank, regardless of her raw power. She'd spent 2 years trying to force the flow through. The result was these tremors every time she tried to cast. I told her the instructors were wrong. It wasn't a defect. It was a knot. She was just pushing the wrong way. I didn't touch her. I didn't need to. I used the appraisal to track the frequency of the vibration in her chest. My brain treated her like a lock I needed to pick. I told her to close her eyes. I told her to stop pushing the mana forward. I told her to pull it back, hard, and then flick it toward her right shoulder in a sharp, jagged motion. She whispered that this wasn't how the textbooks did it. I told her the textbooks were written by people who couldn't see the knot. I told her to just do it before I changed my mind. She hesitated. Then she obeyed. I watched the visualization. The massive wave of mana retreated from the blockage. It created a momentary vacuum. Then, following my direction, she snapped the energy sideways. It didn't just move. It exploded. The knot vanished in a single, violent pulse of light. The blockage that had defined her entire academic failure just ceased to exist. Condition resolved. Mana circuit optimization. Reward, 32 credits. Item gained, 1 core fragment. The surge of energy didn't just hit her. It splashed back onto me. The system processed the fix as a high-value utility action. The reward hit my system like a shot of adrenaline. Level, 5 to 6. Strength, 4 to 5. Vitality, 4 to 5. Perception, 4 to 5. I felt the shift in my marrow. My strength climbed. My vitality thickened. My perception spiked. The world didn't just get clearer. It felt like someone had cranked the contrast on a screen to maximum. I could see individual dust motes dancing in the archive light. Each one was a distinct, sharp point of data. Core fragments, 1 to 2. Sora gasped. Her knees buckled. She slid down the side of the bookshelf. She wasn't shaking anymore. For the first time in years, the air around her wasn't humming with static. It was singing. She whispered that she could feel it. The mana wasn't stopping. It was actually moving. She looked at her hands. Then she looked at me. She had a level of gratitude that felt heavy and uncomfortable. I don't do gratitude. It's a currency I never learned how to spend. Debts are cleaner. I just wanted the fragment and the level up. I warned her not to push too hard as I stepped back. I told her that if she forced it now, she'd just build herself a new knot. I turned to leave. The new weight of level 6 settled into my stride. I had 87 credits, 2 fragments, and a girl in the archives who now owed me a debt she couldn't possibly pay in cash. But as I reached the end of the aisle, I heard a sound like a building collapsing. I turned back. Sora wasn't just stabilizing. The mana that had been trapped for years wasn't just flowing. It was erupting. A violent, shimmering pillar of emerald light tore upward from her chest. It slammed into the archive ceiling. It cracked the tiles. The shockwave knocked a dozen books off the shelves. It sent a ripple of raw, unfiltered power through the room. It wasn't a controlled flow. It was a dam breaking, and she was the flood. The archive ceiling caved in. Sora stopped shaking. Then the academy decided that a medical emergency was actually just a filing error. Instructors swarmed in with shields and crystals, slamming me against a bookshelf so hard the manuals rattled. Sora was alive and stable, which was the only part that mattered, but the school seemed way more pissed about the broken floor. By noon, the office gave it a fancy name, unauthorized mana discharge. Basically, they called it a crime. I called it not being dead. The head instructor called me in after lunch. He looked like a man who'd spent his entire morning explaining to rich donors why some rank F loser kept breaking things in ways that actually worked. Min-hyuk was already there, looking like my presence was actively lowering the room's property value. He just stood by the table, tapping a gold ring against the glass and judging me with his entire face. The instructor didn't waste time. The next practical was moved up, a certified F-rank gate called the Hive. Goal: kill the Queen Core and bring back the proof. Because I'd shown utility during the archive disaster, I was the squad lead. Min-hyuk let out a sharp, short laugh. His ego was basically filing a formal protest. I ignored him and checked the tablet. Mud tunnels and resin walls. In my first life, the Hive was a joke. Cadets would clear the surface, miss the secret room, and walk away with a mediocre grade. This time, I actually needed the certification. The instructor slid the gear over, cheap iron swords and budget potions. Typical academy budget cuts. He mentioned that rank E required a full clear and that Min-hyuk would take over as combat lead if I messed up. Min-hyuk loved that part. I just signed the tablet. When the gate opened at the West Hall, half the freshman class was watching. Half were jealous that an F rank was getting a break, and the other half were looking at me like a stock they wanted to buy before the price jumped. Sora was in the back, pale but standing. She wasn't looking at me like a fan anymore. It was trust. Which meant I actually had to be useful on purpose now. Great. We stepped into the hive. It was narrow, damp, and smelled like a sulfur pit. Yellow-brown resin coated the walls, and the floor tried to eat my boots. Then came the chittering, like someone shaking a bucket of silverware. The first wave of insect workers rushed us. They were low-level trash, but enough of them could turn a school blazer into a rag. Min-hyuk jumped in first, his sword cutting a clean, bright arc through the lead bug. He was annoyingly fast. Even a brat has talent if he's rich enough. The rest of the squad relaxed. Huge mistake. I felt the pressure in the resin shift. The tunnel behind the bugs pulsed. These things weren't trying to kill us. They were just blocking the wrong path. I told the squad to stop burning stamina and let Min-hyuk hold the center. He snapped that he didn't take orders from a utility slot, and a worker immediately dropped from the ceiling, nearly slicing his shoulder open. I stepped in and jammed my blade into the shell seam at its neck. The thing dissolved into purple pixels. Min-hyuk stopped talking. Perfect. We pushed deeper. I ignored the obvious paths and tracked the fresh slime marks in the resin. The map pointed toward a main chamber, but my appraisal showed stress lines curving away toward a dead wall on the right. The main chamber was a trap. I told the squad to ignore it. Min-hyuk tried to argue. He just wanted to run forward and hit things, so I pointed to the goo by his boot. A thin line of secretion was being sucked sideways by a draft from a hidden space. He looked. His smirk twitched. The recording crystal above us rotated, broadcasting the whole thing to the instructors. Good. Let them watch the part where the trash skill saves them a cleaning fee. We hit the fake wall after another messy fight. The squad was sweating, blazers torn and hands shaking. Min-hyuk had a shallow cut on his arm and was pretending it didn't hurt. I noticed. Blood in a gate is basically an invitation for everything to eat you. To everyone else, the wall was solid resin. To me, it looked like a bad patch job. I didn't bother with lock-on. I just wedged the sword into a hardened knot at the bottom and leaned my weight into it. The wall folded in with a wet crack, letting out a wave of rotting air. The hidden room was a nightmare of egg sacs and frantic bugs. At the end sat the queen, a bloated ruin of chitin and milky eyes. A pulsing core was shoved under her throat. Min-hyuk whispered that the instructors said the queen's room was shallow. I told him the instructors were welcome to come down here and tell her that. The queen shrieked and the workers charged. I saw the disaster unfolding. The shields were too slow, Min-hyuk was charging blindly, and the casters were standing right next to the eggs. I screamed for the shields to plug the entrance and told the casters to get their asses away from the eggs before they hatched. I took the right wall, where the resin supports were thin. Target, Hive Queen. Status, guarding core chamber. True value, contract clear condition. The throat core was a fake, just a mana gland to bait attacks. The real core was buried under her stomach. Min-hyuk lunged for the throat. I yanked his sleeve back, just as a worker's hook sliced the air where his ribs had been. Then the fake gland spat acid, hissing inches from his boots. He looked at the acid, then at me. I pointed to the resin under the queen and told him to push her left. He didn't argue this time. Min-hyuk hit the queen with everything he had, forcing her to shift. I used the opening, sliding under a hooked limb and driving my blade into the resin pocket beneath her. I twisted until the hidden core snapped. The queen froze. The fake gland collapsed. The whole room dissolved into purple pixels. The hive cleared. Certification result, rank E breakthrough. Hunter rank, F to E. Level, 6 to 8. Strength, 5 to 7 vitality, 5 to 7 perception, 5 to 7. Reward, 35 credits, total, 90. Core fragment gained, 1, total, 4. The gate spat us back into the yard. The blue certification screen hovered over us. Rank E. The whispers started immediately, rich kids being jealous, experienced students getting worried, and the rest just calculating how to use me. Sora lowered her tablet slowly. The lead instructor stared at the panel like it had personally betrayed him. Min-hyuk didn't look at the crowd. He looked at the resin on my boots, the full potion on my belt, and the fact that I'd gotten a clean kill. He finally realized I wasn't just lucky. I was efficient. The academy didn't clap when my certification posted. They sent a bill. The next morning, a tuition warning hit my tablet. No fluff. No grace period. Just pay up or get out. It was a laundry list of administrative fees, equipment assessments, and unauthorized archive damage reviews. Basically, a professional way of telling me I was bankrupt. I checked my balance over breakfast. 87 credits, 2 core fragments, 1 iron shortsword with a nicked tip, 1 canteen, and 2 mana potions. My entire future fit in a locker that smelled like boot leather and industrial bleach. By lunch, the bursar's office flagged my account. Expulsion meant a blacklist. No guild license. No contracts. No cores. Just a very high probability of being eaten by a gate monster while unemployed. The paperwork used soft language, but the result was a one-way ticket to poverty. Naturally, I went shopping where the academy specifically told students not to shop. The legal market under the East Plaza was all bright signs and clerks with commission-hungry smiles. I ignored it. A legal academy blade cost more than my annual rent and came with a 30-minute lecture on responsible use. I needed something cheap, effective, and unlikely to trigger a disciplinary hearing before dinner. The black market entrance was tucked behind a steamed bun stall near the maintenance tram line. It required 3 alleys past the laundry vents, 1 staircase down, 2 turns through service tunnels, and a steel door painted the exact shade of "Don't Look at Me" gray. It was a practical route with low camera coverage and a smell that suggested the plumbing had given up in the 90s. It was the kind of place where you could buy illegal sharpening oil and a side of food poisoning in the same transaction. A guard with a flat nose and a split lip watched the door. He took one look at my academy blazer and decided I was either a moron or a payday. He asked what I wanted. I told him I had cores to appraise and gear to trade. He started laughing, which stopped abruptly when I showed him the small, cracked shard I'd scavenged from the hive's residue pile, the one the instructors let me keep because it looked like literal garbage. Useful. Inside, the market was a claustrophobic basement of folding tables and people pretending they weren't staring at each other's throats. The ceiling was low enough that the taller hunters had to duck under leaking pipes, and the fans just pushed the stale heat around in a circle. The whole place smelled like sweat, old metal, damp concrete, and desperation. I walked slowly, mostly because my boots kept sticking to the floor. Weapons sat under scratched glass, and cores were displayed in lead-lined trays. Potion bottles stood in rows with handwritten labels promising stamina and focus, though they probably just promised organ failure. One dealer tried to sell me a rare flame talisman that my true sight marked as a cracked hand warmer with some decorative red paint. Hard pass. The contact waited at the far table. He didn't have a name. Men like him only have names on police reports. He had pitted cheeks, nicotine-stained teeth, and knuckles that looked like they'd been used to hammer nails. His coat had too many pockets, and none of them were empty. He eyed my blazer, my boots, and then the shard in my hand. He told me academy kids usually came here to sell stolen potions, or buy fake courage. I told him fake courage had a terrible resale value. He gave me a smile that didn't reach his eyes and opened a velvet tray. Most of the cores inside were junk, dull, overused husks scraped hollow by greedy handlers. Official shops rejected them based on weight and resonance. The black market sold them to desperate people and called it opportunity. Then I saw the black core. It was ugly, thumb-sized, clouded, and uneven. The seller had marked it as defective training scrap. The price tag was 12 credits, which was cheaper than a week of cafeteria meals, a damning indictment of the cafeteria. True Sight appraisal flickered over it. Item, damaged monster core. Outer value, trash. True value, S-tier mana density. I kept my face flat. The dealer followed my gaze and snorted, calling it dead stock from a failed collection team. He offered to throw it in for free if I bought something real. The market's favorite mistake, judging the box because the contents looked poor. I didn't smile. I didn't even blink. I asked to see the blades. He produced 3, a warped iron cleaver, a narrow thrusting sword with a repaired tang, and a black steel blade wrapped in stained cloth. It was single-edged and jagged, with one blue rune set into the hilt. I didn't care if it was legendary or not. It looked like it could actually cut through a gatehound's hide without snapping in half, and the price was the only thing that mattered. My appraisal didn't flare. It just gave me a clean tag. Weapon acquired, the shattered saber. The saber felt heavier than the Academy's standard issue, but the balance was honest. The edge was damaged enough to make an instructor have a stroke, but sharp enough to make a monster file a formal grievance. The dealer noticed me noticing. He claimed the blade was cursed or inconvenient, noting that the rune made cheap scanners misread its grade. Too damaged for collectors, too strange for legal resale. 60 credits, no refunds, no questions. I set my hive shard on the table, then the black core beside it, pretending to fish for a bundle price. The dealer watched my hands. His type doesn't look at faces, faces lie, but hands panic. My hands were steady. I told him the damaged core was for practice calibration. I offered him the shard in exchange for the blade and the dead stock core, suggesting he charge the difference as a student discount if he wanted to feel generous. He laughed, softer this time. He thought he was winning. He weighed the shard on a brass scale and checked the resonance with a cheap crystal rod, pretending to be annoyed that the numbers were too high. He cheated me by a few credits just to feel superior. I let him. I needed him comfortable. He pushed the saber across the table. The moment my fingers closed around the grip, the system processed the exchange, the residue, and the core handling in one massive burst. Level, 8 to 10. Strength, 7 to 9, plus 2. Vitality, 7 to 9, plus 2. Perception, 7 to 9, plus 2. Reward, 38 credits. Credits, 125. Core fragments gained via True Sight appraisal, 2. Core fragments, 6. Black market contact acquired. The sudden jump to level 10 didn't make me rich or exempt from the Bursar's wrath, but it did stop my arm from shaking. The saber felt a fraction less stolen and a lot more lethal. Progress. I wrapped the blade in the stained cloth and slid the black core into my inner blazer pocket. It pressed cold against my ribs. The dealer's eyes followed the movement, then flicked back to the empty space on the table. His smile thinned. The cheap resonance rod on his table flickered once, delayed, then flashed a blue so brilliant that every nearby stall went silent. The dealer looked at me and finally realized I'd known the core's value before he'd even woken up that morning. I didn't stay to watch him process the loss. I turned and walked back toward the surface, feeling the weight of the saber against my hip. I still owed the Academy a small fortune, and I was technically one bad day away from being a homeless fugitive, but I had a weapon that actually worked and a level up that felt like a punch to the gut. As I climbed the service stairs, I passed a group of freshmen in pristine white uniforms, talking about their strategic training seminars and the quality of the dorm tea. They looked soft. They looked like they had never seen a black market dealer's nicotine-stained teeth. I tightened my grip on the cloth-wrapped hilt and stepped out into the light, wondering how long it would take for the bursar to realize I wasn't planning on paying in credits. The black market didn't chase me. They just remembered my face. By morning, the dealer's scanner had leaked my identity to the academy and gossiped their moves faster than mail because being a jerk is a full-time hobby. I rolled back into class with a loadout consisting of the shattered saber, a core in my blazer, and a bank account that wasn't empty. That was apparently my survival plan. The academy's solution was a safe gate. In academy speak, safe means the records are old. The monsters are weak. The instructor is a coward. It's a label for, will probably kill you. It was a remedial stability survey, a quick look over, before freshmen used it for target practice. Min-hyuk was leaning against the briefing table. He was a walking advertisement for rich and annoying, complete with gold rank pins and a face that had never experienced a single stressful thought in its life. He looked at the tablet, then at my wrapped sword. He wanted to ask about it. He didn't. It was a truce. A thin, fragile truce. The instructor paired us anyway. Officially, Min-hyuk was my combat insurance. Unofficially, the administration wanted a witness they actually trusted to make sure I wasn't cheating. Sora hovered by the door with archived notes. She'd volunteered to help me cross-check the gate records after her own training. It wasn't romance. It was just unpaid labor with eye contact. Still expensive. She tried to warn the instructor that the survey file was a mess. He brushed her off as archive corruption and told her to get back to her drills. Great. Now she spends her free time worrying about my paperwork. The gate mouth was a standard blue shimmer in the lower yard. No crowds. Safe work doesn't sell tickets. A few cadets watched from the sidelines, hoping I'd fail in a small, embarrassing way. One joked that I'd upgraded from a trash skill to a trash blade. I looked at his regulation sword, which was still spotless because he'd never actually used it. Pass. The second I stepped inside, the place looked wrong. It was a shallow mining pocket, old stone, timber frames, and academy stabilizer stakes. The air was warm, stale, and felt like chewing on a rag. Min-hyuk drew his sword. I unwrapped the saber. The black steel didn't shine. It just absorbed the light. Jagged edge, one blue rune, and a grip worn smooth by people who probably owed a lot of money. A trivial class stone grub popped out of the wall, a pale, segmented drill with teeth. Min-hyuk sliced it in half before it reached the middle of the hall. Purple pixels sprayed his boots, and he gave me a look that said, "See? This is how actual swords work." Very educational. The tablet told us to check 2 stabilizers, confirm there wasn't a nest, and leave. It was a job so simple the academy probably priced it below the cost of a sandwich. Then true sight appraisal hit the timber frames. Thin red lines appeared over the beams. The stabilizer stakes were pumping mana, but the flow was stuttering. Bad anchors. Old repairs. There was a massive amount of weight shifting above us in a pocket that had been cleared but never sealed. Structural analysis activated. Gate stability, failing. Collapse timer detected. Great. Now I could see exactly how many seconds I had before I became a pancake. I stopped dead. Min-hyuk took 2 more steps before he realized I'd quit. He looked back, annoyed, until the tunnel gave a low, wooden groan. Then he shut up. Useful. I scanned the area. The red collapse pattern was overlaid across the stone. The kill zone was sitting right where Min-hyuk was, wide, open, and exactly where a confident lead would stand. I told him to move back. He asked if I saw a monster. I told him I saw the bill for standing there. He didn't like the answer, but he moved his boots. A little. Then the grubs arrived in a wave. They burst from the walls, pale, twisting bodies. They aren't a threat one-on-one, but they're a nightmare in a tunnel that is currently preparing to bury you. Min-hyuk reacted first, all clean cuts and professional footwork. He was good enough to make bad decisions look like a choreographed dance. I worked beside him. The shattered saber bit into the first grub with a rough crack. Not elegant, but it worked. The jagged edge tore through the shell. Purple pixels hit my sleeve, and the blue rune flickered. The timer pulsed. I didn't tell him the countdown. If I gave Min-hyuk a number, he'd spend 10 minutes arguing with it. I grabbed the back of his blazer and yanked. He nearly elbowed me in the face, until a timber beam snapped exactly where his head had been, showering his hair in stone chips. His expression changed. Finally. We ran, and we ran it the ugly way. I didn't care about form. I just wanted to stop being in a place that was actively trying to delete us. This was the Academy's idea of beginner content. I kept the saber low and followed the red lines. The official route wanted us to go left. The building wanted us dead. I chose the right. A fallen support blocked the way. I jammed the shattered saber into a split in the wood, put my weight behind it, and twisted. The beam shifted. Min-hyuk shoved through first, because apparently having broad shoulders is the only practical thing about him. I followed, ripping my sleeve on a piece of stone. Behind us, the corridor collapsed with a massive crash. Naturally, that's when the reward hit. Level, 10 to 11. Strength, 9 to 10, plus 1. Vitality, 9 to 10, plus 1. Perception, 9 to 10, plus 1. Reward, 41 credits. Credits, 201. Core fragment gained, 1. Core fragments, 8. Level 11. A few stat bumps and some pocket change. The extra strength hit my legs while I was still sprinting. Terrible timing, but I'll take payment in any currency. My lungs were burning, and I had a mouthful of stone dust. Min-hyuk looked back once. This time, he wasn't checking if I was keeping up. He was checking the ceiling to see where I was looking. Progress. We hit the last bend. The blue light of the portal was visible through the dust. The monitoring crystal near the frame was flickering, half buried in a crack. The staff outside were probably seeing a fragmented mess, just enough for them to deny any responsibility. Behind us, the survey corridor folded in on itself. A wave of dust chased us out. The floor jumped so hard I slammed my knee into the wall. Min-hyuk caught my sleeve before I went down, and for once, he didn't make a speech about it. The red overlay pulsed one last time over the entrance arch. I looked up, and the ceiling cracked exactly where the system said it would. The ceiling cracked over the gate entrance, so I hurried through before it collapsed. Min-hyuk shoved through the blue shimmer first. I followed with dust in my mouth, and the mining pocket folded behind us hard enough to knock both of us across the practice yard. The academy staff ran over with stretchers. I stayed on my knees and checked that my legs still belonged to me. They did. Annoying, but useful. The lead instructor wanted a clean report. He got Min-hyuk coughing stone dust into his sleeve and me handing over a survey tablet with red stability marks burned across the file. That made the paperwork louder than my opinion, which was good, because my opinion was mostly that their safe gate needed a refund label. Next morning, the academy tried to keep us on campus for debriefing. Meanwhile, the city alarm started screaming from the south wall. A breach had opened into the slums. Not a training pocket, not a controlled drill. Real street, real families, real rent, due even if a monster ate the landlord. The alert map showed a mess of service roads and market alleys, the kind of place where you buy counterfeit potions and hope they don't dissolve your stomach lining. My kit was not impressive. The shattered saber on my hip. One canteen. Mana potions clinking in a side pouch. Cracked watch on my left wrist. Blazer torn at the sleeve. Boots still full of grit from the collapsed gate. That's it. That is my entire professional loadout for a citywide emergency. I was basically a glorified errand boy with a piece of broken metal. I went anyway. The breach trail was easy to follow once I left the academy road. Burn marks on concrete, purple residue in the gutter. A delivery cart split open, cabbages rolling through dirty water. People were running uphill with bags of rice and bundled blankets while the city guard shouted instructions nobody had time to respect. The slums sat below the licensed districts, packed tight against the old drainage channels. Corrugated roofs, patched windows, laundry lines, narrow stairs slick with cooking grease and rainwater. A place built by people who had learned that official help arrived after the damage report. A void wolf landed on a noodle stall. Large canine body. Translucent purple fur. 3 red eyes. Obsidian claws through sheet metal. The vendor screamed and threw broth at it, which was not in any academy manual, but honestly had better timing than some cadets. The wolf twisted toward him. A massive man hit it with a riot shield. Not blocked. Hit. The impact drove the monster sideways through a stack of plastic crates. The man behind the shield was broad and heavy, wearing an olive-drab tactical vest, a black combat shirt, and thick stubble. Silver buzz cut, dark brown eyes, deep brown weathered skin. His left cheek had an old burn scar, his nose had been broken badly, and one ear was severely mutilated. Captain Park. The Iron Wall had been a rumor in my first life. Veteran F rank. Too stubborn to retire. Too damaged to promote. Administrators kept him on the roster as a cheap body to shove in front of danger. He saw my blazer and barked for me to get civilians out. I did not argue rank with a man currently using a shield as urban planning equipment. I grabbed the vendor by the collar, dragged him behind a concrete stairwell, and kicked a crate into the alley mouth to slow the next rush of panicked feet. More void wolves came through the breach lane. The pack held maybe 3 days of supplies and a body bag's worth of gear. Park took the center. I took the sides. He fought desperately and took a lot of damage. Shield up, shoulder in, boots planted, every movement short because wasted motion costs oxygen. The wolves clawed at him, sparks snapping off the rim of his shield, and he just absorbed it with a grunt that sounded like bad plumbing. I worked around him with the saber. No pretty cuts. No lecture-friendly stance. The slum alley was too narrow, the ground too slick, and somebody had dropped fish guts near the curb because the universe enjoyed small management decisions. I used walls, carts, hanging wires, anything that forced the wolves to turn badly before they launched. True sight appraisal opened in flashes as they moved. I did not spend lock-on. I did not have the core fragments to waste, and the cooldown would leave me looking very educational on a death certificate. Instead, I used what the skill gave for free. Shoulder joint under the translucent fur. Rear leg slipping where claws scraped wet concrete. Third eye blinking slower after shield impact. The first wolf lunged over a fallen scooter. I stepped inside, let its claws rip through my already ruined sleeve, and drove the shattered saber under its jaw. The jagged edge caught, dragged, and tore. Purple pixels burst over my shirt. Park glanced at the dissolving monster, then at my sword. He did not compliment me. Good man. A second wolf went for a child trapped under a fruit cart. Park slammed his shield down, caught its claws on the rim, and shoved it back with raw strength that should not have belonged to a veteran stuck at F rank. His knee buckled for half a breath. Old injury. Bad one. He adjusted before most people would have noticed. I noticed. The child crawled free. I hooked the fruit cart with my foot and yanked it sideways to open the route. A woman pulled the child into a doorway and slammed it shut hard enough to crack the frame. Practical parenting. The breach pulsed at the end of the lane, a dirty tear between 2 apartment blocks. Not stable. Not large. Enough to keep bleeding monsters if nobody cut the flow. Park ordered the local guard to hold evacuation lines. They hesitated until he looked at them. Then they moved. Authority was nice when it came with shoulders. We pushed toward the breach. Step by step. Shield, saber, shove, cut. Park took hits meant for people who could not afford armor. I cut the wolves when they overcommit. The shattered saber's blue rune flickered every time the cracked edge bit through monster matter, not bright, just awake enough to remind me the blade had opinions. One wolf got around Park and hit me from the left. My ribs took the first impact. My back hit a shuttered shop front. Metal bent. Air left my lungs in one stupid sound. The wolf's center I fixed on my throat, and my hand was already too low. Park's shield came over my shoulder and smashed its skull into the wall. The monster dissolved across both of us. He told me to breathe later. Fair. The system chose the middle of a street fight to pay me again. A notification pinged in my vision, announcing I'd hit level 13. My strength, vitality, and perception all ticked up by 2 points each. I didn't get a ledger. I got a sudden, violent surge of pressure in my muscles that felt like my skin was 2 sizes too small. Along with the growth spurt, 44 credits slapped into my account, bringing me to 245, and True Sight Appraisal gained a core fragment, hitting a total of 9. The strength spike hit hard. My grip tightened around the saber until the worn leather creaked. My legs stopped wobbling. The next wolf came low, and this time I met it instead of giving ground. Saber down, shoulder turned. Edge through the front leg, then across the throat before it could recover. Purple pixels washed over my boots. Park stared for half a second too long. Then the last wolf came through the breach, already injured, limping, 3 red eyes rolling in different directions. Park should have let me take it. He did not. He stepped forward, shield raised, and for one ugly second his body forgot the order. His shoulder locked. His breathing hitched. His face went blank in a way I recognized from hospital wards and failed raids. Trauma with muscle memory. I cut the wolf before it reached him. The breach shrank after that, sealing with a wet snap that made every civilian nearby flinch. The street went quiet except for crying, dripping broth, and the city guard pretending they had controlled the situation. Park sat on an overturned crate and pressed 2 fingers under his ribs. Blood soaked through his black combat shirt beneath the vest. Not fatal yet. Expensive soon. True Sight Appraisal flickered over him before I could stop it. His mana circuits were wrong. His circuits weren't weak. They were scarred and rebuilt, forced through channels never meant to carry that much pressure and left to degrade when the process failed. F rank on paper, but the damage pattern was not natural training wear. Someone had pushed him higher once, then buried the invoice in his body. Park saw my face change. He laughed once, dry and mean, and asked if my trash skill had finally noticed the stitching. I said nothing, because sometimes silence gets better answers than manners. He wiped blood from his mouth and told me S ranks were crafted, not born. Park's line stayed in my head for one night. Then the academy handed me the contract paperwork. Turns out trauma doesn't stop the billing cycle. By morning, my blazer was a mess of bad stitching, my ribs screamed every time I inhaled, and the certification office was demanding proof that my recent results weren't just a clerical error. Fine. They slid 3 contract tablets across the desk before lunch. High difficulty cadet work. The kind of meat grinder jobs usually reserved for leaderboard pets. Donor children. Trust fund brats with lawyers on speed dial for when the gate ate them. I took all 3 because my bank account was screaming. The clerk looked at my F-rank file, then at the tablets, then at me. Patchy beard, red nose, sweat dark collar. He asked if I had misunderstood the assignment. I told him the handwriting was clear. Contract 1, resin storage sweep. Old hive residue, no live queen. Contract 2, a flooded maintenance pocket with shell-backed crawlers nesting under collapsed walkways. Contract 3, a kennel gate with void wolf strays. None of them were dramatic enough for a speech. All of them paid if you cleared them fast. The leaderboard crowd laughed when I entered the first gate. They stopped laughing when I came out before the inspection team had even finished arguing over which camera angles looked best for the recording. True Sight Appraisal didn't make me stronger for free. It just made wasted effort look expensive. In the resin sweep, I ignored the obvious tunnels and sliced straight through a storage membrane that had already begun separating from the wall. The insects came single file after that, angry, sticky, and stupid. The shattered saber tore through their joints while purple pixels splashed across old amber resin. A cadet outside claimed I'd just gotten lucky. Then he stepped in the resin I dragged back on my boot and fell flat on his face. The impact made the contract clerk spill tea all over his own tablet. Good. The second contract smelled like drain water and rusted brackets. Shell-backed crawlers clung to the undersides of broken walkway plates, waiting for anyone heavy enough to trigger the collapse. I wasn't heavy. I was just tired, armed, and very interested in keeping my boots dry. True sight marked the weak plates. I used them as bait. One kick, one crack, one crawler dropping into the water with its legs flailing. The others shifted toward the sound, and I cut them as they climbed. Efficient work. Ugly work. Academy-approved work, which meant some administrator had found a way to charge a service fee for it. Repair resin, canteen refills, and rented cleaning brushes all came with Academy markups. Every single payout mattered. By the third contract, the crowd had shifted. Less laughing, more whispering. Min-hyuk stood near the gate frame with his arms folded, gold pins clean, expression not. He didn't try to stop me. He just watched the tablet timers with a look of profound annoyance. The kennel gate opened into cracked concrete yards and low chain fencing. Void wolf strays paced between broken posts, translucent purple for twitching, 3 red eyes tracking heat. Not a full pack, just enough to punish sloppy footwork. I didn't bother with lock-on. The saber stayed low. The first wolf lunged over the fence and clipped its own shoulder on a bent support post. True sight gave me the angle. I stepped in, cut under the front leg, then across the throat before it even landed. Purple pixels scattered over the concrete. The second wolf circled wide. I let it. The kennel yard had old feeding troughs bolted to the floor, and the left trough had a loose bracket. I kicked it loose as the wolf moved, metal shrieking across the concrete. It stumbled for half a breath. Half a breath was all I needed. The third wolf tried the direct approach. Respectable. Dead. When the gate exit opened, the inspection team was still on the safe side of the frame, pretending their silence was a sign of professionalism. The contract tablets confirmed all 3 clears in sequence. No missed objectives. No unverified kills. No party assist. The system paid me in the middle of the practice yard. Level, 13 to 15. Strength, 12 to 14, plus 2. Vitality, 12 to 14, plus 2. Perception, 12 to 14, plus 2. Reward, 47 credits. Credits, 292. Core fragments gained via true sight appraisal, 2. Core fragments, 11. 2 levels. A decent bump to my base stats. I could actually feel the vitality knitting the last of the soreness in my chest, and the perception made the edges of the world snap into a sharper, colder focus. The credits were a drop in the bucket, but the core fragments were the real win. 11 total. Now we were getting somewhere. Then the certification terminal chimed. Hunter rank update. E to D. Leaderboard status. Top 10 contender. The certification tracked the average difficulty of the contracts I'd cleared. E to D. That, and a sudden, violent promotion to the top 10. The practice yard didn't explode. No music. No gold ring. Just a blue holographic leaderboard in the campus plaza flickering hard enough that half the cadets looked up at once. Names shifted. White text rearranged itself. My name appeared where it had never been allowed to exist. Doin Han. Rank D. Top 10 contender. Min-hyuk looked at the board, then at me. His mouth opened slightly, closed, then stayed closed. Personal growth. Very moving. The lead instructor arrived fast enough to prove the academy could move quickly when embarrassment had witnesses. He demanded the tablets. He checked the stamps. He checked the gate logs. He checked the timestamps without saying the numbers out loud, which was considerate because the crowd was already doing the math badly. One girl whispered that appraisal skills weren't supposed to clear contracts. A boy behind her suggested the gate monsters had been weakened. The clerk with the tea stain pointed out that the kennel gate had been full strength. Nobody thanked him for that. I wiped purple residue off the saber with a rented cloth I planned to return stained, because Academy service fees deserved consequences. My arms ached. My ribs felt stable. Perception made the whole yard too clear. Every glance, every twitch, every student recalculating how close they had stood to me while laughing. The leaderboard flickered again. Not because I moved higher, but because the Academy system was struggling to reconcile a trash utility skill, a D-rank jump, and 3 clean clears by a cadet most of them had filed under harmless. The crowd stepped back. Not much, but enough. I walked toward the classroom with the saber at my hip and 292 credits in my account. My boots left wet prints from the flooded gate. My blazer still smelled like resin, wolf residue, and cheap repair thread. I looked like someone had dragged a scholarship student through municipal plumbing and handed him a promotion. Accurate. Inside the training hall, the afternoon class was already seated. Same charcoal gray blazers. Same polished desks. Same students who had laughed when I chose the trash skill. The lead instructor's lecture panel hung blank at the front of the room, waiting for attendance. I opened the door. The entire class went silent. The class went silent, and the Academy decided that was a billable offense. Attendance updated, service fees spiked, and the instructor spent 20 minutes pretending my name on the board was a typo instead of just a huge public disaster. By evening, Sora found me behind the archives. She had ink on her fingers and looked like she'd spent the day copying gate surveys instead of actually reading the manual in her hand. She looked at my stitched sleeve, the shattered saber, and the contract stamps on my tablet. She didn't ask if I was tired. My face was doing the talking for me. She told me about a sealed pocket listed as inactive. A dead gate. No monsters, no loot, and 0 instructor patrols because inactive gates don't pay overtime. It was behind 3 locks, 2 seals, and a maintenance route that took 16 minutes to walk, unless you climbed a laundry vent behind the alchemy lab, which took 11. We took the vent. My gear was pathetic, 1 canteen, 2 mana potions, and a rag tied to the saber grip. I tossed my spare workbook to make room for cores because the Academy had already stolen enough of my education. Sora brought chalk, wire, a light rod, and a lockpick set she claimed was for academic access disputes. Right. We took the service tunnel because it was the only way to move without getting caught, even if it smelled like old fryer grease, and was so cramped Min Hyuk would have had to crawl. Sora trailed behind me, leaning against the walls every time her mana flickered. It wasn't collapsing anymore. It was just moody. Progress. At the first seal, True Sight showed the locking bracket was basically cheap tin and a lot of Academy ego. I jammed the saber in and twisted. It popped with a sound that made us both jump. No alarm. Great. Sora handled the second seal. She drew 3 chalk marks, took a breath, and pushed a thin pulse through the lock. A month ago, she would have had a seizure. Now she just bit her lip and glared at the door. The third seal was a keypad, so I used a stolen maintenance tablet. High-level infiltration, sponsored by the janitors. The dead gate was in a sub-basement under the west wing, just a clouded oval of black glass in a concrete frame. The warning labels were peeling. Inactive. Unstable. Report anomalies to staff. Nobody reports anomalies when there's no paycheck attached. Sora whispered that this was illegal. I told her it was unpaid research. She didn't laugh. Sensible woman. The gate sucked us in with a cold pull. Inside was a stripped training pocket, flat stone, resin ribs, and dead growths. It felt like a crappy apartment the landlord forgot to visit, trashy, but probably with something useful under the floorboards. Sora dropped markers every 10 steps while I tried to keep time on a watch with a cracked screen. We found the first core shard under a collapsed shelf. To anyone else, it was a piece of cloudy garbage. TrueSight disagreed. The skill unlocked a new branch, resource optimization. Effect, 2 times drop. 1 shard became 2. Actual fragments clinked onto the stone. Sora stared until her eyes went dry and asked what else my trash skill had been hiding. I told her enough to make the handbook look like a joke. She didn't scream or worship me. She just recalculated how far away she needed to stand from me once the academy started asking questions. We pushed deeper. First chamber, cracked shards. Second chamber, dead husks. In the third, Sora actually earned her keep, holding a resin door open with her mana while I slid under it, my bag scraping the floor. Beyond that was a dry basin of broken core dust. I ignored my ribs and started sorting. TrueSight marked the good pieces with thin lines. Sora passed me empty vials, and I filled them up. Carry weight became a math problem. 1 vial was fine. 5 made the bag heavy. 7 meant anything else we found had to be better than what I already had, because greed is only a good idea until you're too slow to run away. Then the gate started ticking. Not a roar, just resin settling in the walls. Sora looked panicked, but she held the line until I crawled back through, my bag now heavier than my common sense. Then the first husk moved. A half-dissolved worker insect, powered by a leftover grudge. Trivial class garbage, but sharp enough to cut. Sora stepped back too fast and smacked into the wall. I cut the first leg. TrueSight showed no clean core, just residue in the joints. Annoying. I drove the saber through the center and twisted until it burst into purple pixels. 2 more crawled out of the basin. I didn't waste lock-on. I kicked a pile of dust under the first one to make it slip, then split its head. The second one scratched my boot before Sora snapped a chalk line across its path, freezing it for 1 breath. 1 breath was all I needed. The saber came down. The system paid late, sticking to the usual bureaucracy of hidden gates. Level, 15 to 17. Strength, 14 to 16. Vitality, 14 to 16. Perception, 14 to 16. Reward, 50 credits. Total, 342. Core fragments, 11 to 12. A 2-level jump and a flat boost to my stats. Sora read the panel and went still. She knew enough now. The kind of enough that turns a classmate into an accomplice, because keeping a secret is worth more than honesty. I told her the academy would bury the record if we turned it in clean. She told me her family had buried way worse things than a school report. We made the pact beside 3 piles of monster dust. No vows, just a split of the samples and a fake trail leading toward a collapsed tunnel. Not romance. Just mutual blackmail. We headed for the exit, the bag heavy and my watch running out. The gate ticked again, louder this time. Structural analysis flickered and refused to give me a timer, which was just rude. At the threshold, TrueSight caught one last thing under a resin rib. A core fragment. Small, black-centered, and pulsing. The appraisal tag said it was dated after I died. I had a cycle-marked fragment in my pocket for 1 night, and by morning, the academy decided to solve my problem by sending a professional idiot to punch me in the face. Some residue on my sleeve triggered a disciplinary hearing, and a senior who'd enjoyed bullying me in my first life managed to secure a sanctioned match in the practice yard. Convenient. He was the kind of guy who spent more on his wardrobe than his training, a charcoal gray blazer left open to show off rank pins that were polished to a mirror finish. He had expensive gear and rented footwork, but he was mostly just loud. The notice called it a sanctioned correction match, which is academy speak for this cadet is climbing the ranks too fast and making the rich kids look bad. The punishment was legal. The intent was to see me bleed. I signed the waiver before the clerk, a man with a patchy beard and a tea stain on his sleeve, could even finish the liability clause. He asked if I understood that refusing only cost a conduct mark, while accepting meant full contact rules until surrender or incapacity. I did. A conduct mark costs privileges, but a public beating that fails costs the other guy everything. The practice yard filled fast. Being top 10 makes you a spectacle, even if nobody likes you. Cadets crowded the railings, some hoping for a lesson in humility, and others just wanting free violence before lunch. Min-hyuk stood at the front, platinum hair perfect and gold pins bright, looking like he was calculating my funeral costs. Sora stayed in the back, auburn hair tucked away, her emerald eyes fixed on my hands. She was smart. Faces lie, but hands tell you if someone is ready to get hit. The lead instructor stepped up with a voice flat enough to kill a mood. He laid out the rules: no lethal strikes, no outside help, and practice blades only if both parties agreed. The senior looked at the shattered saber at my hip and smiled. He declined weapons. Of course he did. Bruises photographed better than clean sword work, and he still thought I was the old version of myself, lean, tired, and breakable if you hit the ribs hard enough. That assumption had been very profitable for him once. I handed my saber to the rack attendant and rolled up my sleeve, exposing the cracked black watch. The senior laughed and told the crowd I'd brought a timer to see how long I'd stay conscious. A few people laughed. Not many. Progress. The instructor dropped his hand, and the senior came in fast. He could hit. His first jab snapped into my guard, jarring my elbows. The second went for the ribs, and the third tried to split my eyebrow. I blocked 2 and ate 1 because my angle was a half-step late. The impact thudded through my skull with the clean stupidity of a full-contact drill. My vision stayed level. That was new. Before the stat gains, a hit like that would have sent me to my knees. Now, my body just processed the impact and moved on. It was unpleasant, but survivable. He hit me hard enough to drop the old me, and the current me didn't even blink. The crowd made a sound, not cheering, but the noise of 500 people watching the wrong name print at the top of a record. The senior noticed. His smile tightened, and he started swinging for the fences. Body shot, shoulder, hook to the temple. I gave ground because giving ground is free, and letting him waste stamina is cheaper than spending my own. His knuckles thudded against my guard. His breath came hot and ragged. The yard smelled of dust, sweat, and that cheap antiseptic they spray on the mats when someone bleeds too much for the brand. He drove a knee into my thigh. That one actually hurt. My leg buckled an inch, then caught. The vitality boost doesn't make pain vanish. It just moves the pain from an emergency to an invoice. I could pay for it later. The senior cursed, telling the crowd I was hiding and the instructor I was stalling. He was trying to convince himself that one more clean hit would fix the narrative. I decided to let him have one. His right cross landed flush on my cheek. My head snapped, my teeth clicked, and I tasted blood. The crowd surged against the railings. For one ugly second, the senior looked relieved. The old script was back. The weak cadet gets hit, the crowd laughs, and the social order is restored. Then I looked back at him. His relief died first. The laughter followed. My cheek burned and my ribs ached, but none of that mattered compared to the data my eyes were stacking. His breathing had slipped. His right shoulder dragged after every heavy cross. His jaw stayed loose because he was used to opponents covering up instead of watching him. I spent the cost. Lock-on activated, jaw alignment instability. I burned the fragments to lock onto his jaw. Crit guaranteed. The senior saw my weight shift and mistook it for a stumble. He stepped in with another right cross, wide and hungry. I moved inside the arc. No flashy spins, no brochure nonsense, just my left foot outside his, shoulder tucked, and a short, rising fist. My knuckles hit his jaw. The sound was small, which made it worse. His head snapped sideways. His mouthguard flew out and bounced once on the mat, wet and pathetic. His knees folded, but not cleanly. He tried to stay up because pride is expensive and seniors hate refunds. He grabbed at empty air, his polished rank pins flashing as his blazer twisted around him. Then he fell. Flat. The yard went silent. The ventilation fans became the loudest thing in the building. The instructor didn't call the match immediately. He had to process the legal shape of the disaster. The senior wasn't dead, but his jaw hung wrong, his eyes were unfocused, and his body was trying to stand without approval from the head office. That counts as incapacity in any handbook not written by a donor's lawyer. The system panel flickered into view. Level, 17 to 18. Strength, 16 to 17, plus 1. Vitality, 16 to 17, plus 1. Perception, 16 to 17, plus 1. Reward, 53 credits. Credits, 360. Core fragments gained, 1. Core fragments, 12. The level jump felt like a sudden tightening of my skin. I didn't feel like a god. I just felt like I'd finally upgraded from a punching bag to the guy who breaks the bag. It was an inconvenient amount of math for a Tuesday, but 53 credits hit my account, bringing me to 360, and the appraisal added a fragment, bringing my total to 12. The crowd split exactly down the middle. The jealous ones looked sick. The practical ones looked interested. The frightened ones took a full step back from the railing, which was rude, considering I hadn't even moved toward them. Min Hyuk stared at the senior, then at my bruised cheek, his jaw tightening in a reluctant recalculation. Sora covered her mouth with one hand. Not shock, she was hiding a smile. The senior made a wet noise and tried to push himself up. His arm slipped, and his forehead hit the mat. A laugh popped out from the second row, then another, starting a chain reaction. Someone whispered that his mouthguard had traveled farther than his last punch. The rack attendant picked it up with 2 fingers, holding it away from himself like it owed him rent. Very dignified. The lead instructor finally raised his hand. Match over. The announcement was too late to save him. His body had lost, then his rank pins lost, and finally, the crowd finished the job. The same students who had laughed with him were now watching him drool onto the matting while an F-grade user stood over him, bruised but unhurried. His friends didn't rush in. That was the actual result. One looked toward the infirmary and looked away. Another pretended to check his tablet. A third started to help, saw the slack jaw, and straightened up as if he'd never moved at all. Social courage has a very short battery life. The instructor called for medics. 2 assistants arrived with a stretcher and a healing kit, working with professional, tight faces. The senior's jaw clicked under stabilization, and he made a sound that silenced the crowd again. I wiped the metallic taste of blood from my lip with my thumb. My cheek was swelling, and my thigh was going to be a mess of purple and blue. Vitality kept me upright, but it didn't keep me pretty. That was fine. Pretty doesn't pay. The leaderboard in the plaza flickered through the open doors. White text shifted on blue light. It wasn't a rank change, but a reputation pulse. The Academy's system measures public standing and witness counts because they can monetize humiliation by the semester. My name brightened for half a breath. Doin Han. Unknown. Peak campus attention. The senior heard the reaction before he understood it. He looked toward the plaza doors, slow, unfocused. He saw the board, saw my name standing where his had expected to erase it, and saw the medics lifting him while nobody important reached for his hand. His face changed. It wasn't pain. Pain had been there for minutes. This was the moment he realized the match hadn't just broken his jaw, it had emptied his whole life in front of everyone. As the medics wheeled him away, I noticed a few more students lingering, their eyes darting between me and the leaderboard. The unknown tag was a vacuum. They wanted to fill it with something, and right now, the only thing available was fear. I stepped off the mat, feeling the new strength humming in my grip. I didn't need a family name to be a problem. I just needed another fight. I walked toward the exit, passing the senior's dropped blazer. It looked smaller on the floor than it had on his shoulders. I didn't pick it up. I just kept walking, wondering if the next correction match would be expensive enough to actually challenge me. A senior was still being hauled out on a stretcher when the academy decided the best way to bond my team was to send us back into the tunnels to find him. I showed up at the East Annex the next morning with a gear list that looked like a joke. No high-end stims, no distress beacons, no luxury survival kits. Just a canteen, a single mana potion, the shattered saber, 2 rolls of gauze, and a bag with plenty of room for cores, assuming the bag didn't have to hold any actual sentiment. The bottom-tier squad arrived late. 3 of them, greasy hair, chewed-down nails, and soles worn thin at the heels. Their badges marked them as support track, which is the Academy's way of saying human flashlights who apologize for the talent's mistakes. I knew them the way you know the people you share a budget with. We'd shared the same stained cafeteria tables, swapped rolls of cheap repair tape, and split smuggled rice rolls behind the lecture hall every time the administration hiked the price of lunch. It wasn't friendship. It was a shared inventory of misery. The assignment was a high-reward zone tucked under the old transit wing, a sealed training pocket the Academy used when they wanted the dregs to feel hopeful without actually spending a cent on them. The official board bragged about salvage potential and utility credits. It conveniently forgot to mention the monster density, since that would have spiked the panic and increased the amount of paperwork the instructors had to file. The lead instructor handed me the route slate and told the squad I was the temporary field lead. He didn't smile. They didn't cheer. One of them asked if my last match meant I was officially cleared for command or if I was just harder to knock unconscious than the average student. Fair point. We entered through a service lift that smelled of industrial dust, metal shavings, and the kind of stale rain that gets trapped in concrete for a decade. The gate at the bottom was that standard, depressing academy blue, patched into a cracked subway platform with fraying safety ropes, chalk arrows, and a warning board that hadn't been updated since tuition went up. Sora wasn't on the roster. Min-hyuk wasn't on the roster. Good. Fewer witnesses, less pride tax to pay. The logistics turned ugly the second we hit the first hallway. The shield carrier had a practice buckler, 2 light rods, and a pack already sagging from the hoard of canned rations he'd packed for himself. The scout had chalk, wire, and a cheap signal charm hidden under his sleeve. The healer had 3 low-grade wrap seals and hands that shook every time the floor clicked under our boots. I made them redistribute the weight before we hit the first marker. Light rods went to the scout. Rations were dumped at the gate cache. Wrap seals stayed in the front pouch, not buried under a mountain of processed meat. They complained until the first trap snapped shut behind us and sheared the cache rope in half. Then they stopped talking. The high-reward zone was a carcass of a station buried in a training pocket. Tiled walls, rusted rails, and ticket machines fused into resin. Every surface had a thin purple film where mana had dried in ugly, iridescent layers. The official path went straight down the platform, so I took us through the maintenance booth instead. Official paths are where instructors put the things they want students to encounter. I preferred the things they'd forgotten. Behind the booth, TrueSight flagged 3 salvage nodes inside a cracked vending machine. Not cores, better. Dense utility metal still carrying a charge. The kind of trash the Academy forgets is expensive because procurement bought it in bulk with other people's money. I had the shield carrier pry the panel while I kept watch. He bent the crowbar twice and nearly took off his own thumb in the process. We got the node out on the 3rd try. The system paid nothing for the effort. Of course it didn't. We pushed deeper. First contact happened under the north stairwell. They weren't void wolves, and they weren't on any clean monster list. 3 transit husks crawled through the resin along the wall, spindly things built from old shell plating and leftover electrical surges. They were trivial class, but fast enough to make the scout let out a pathetic squeak into his sleeve. I didn't waste anything fancy. The first husk lunged low. I kicked a broken tile into its leg joint, pinned it against the stair base, and cut straight down through the shell. Purple pixels scattered over my boots. The healer threw a wrap seal too early, missed me by a full step, and spent 10 seconds sealing a structural support column. Very useful column. The second husk went for the scout. He froze, playing statue. I shoved him by the collar, took a scratch across my blazer sleeve, and drove the shattered saber through the husk's side plate. The third tried to climb over the ticket rail. The shield carrier finally earned his oxygen and slammed it flat with the buckler. I finished it before it could regain momentum. The squad stared at the drops, 2 core chips, 1 charged transit plate, and 1 cracked mana lens. It wasn't a fortune, but it was better than cafeteria wages by an insulting margin. The scout swallowed hard and asked if the system always paid this much when I was around. I told him to pick up the lens before I started charging him storage fees. That got a laugh. Thin, nervous, and practical. The kind of laugh people use when money appears on the floor and everyone remembers they have debts. We cleared 2 more chambers. I marked the routes with the slate, had them chalk return arrows at knee height, and kept the pace ugly but stable. No sprinting, no heroic leaps. Every turn was counted. Every salvage item was weighed. When the satchel reached the point where the strap started biting into my shoulder, we started leaving low-value scrap behind. The squad noticed. That mattered more than any speech. They watched me abandon sellable metal because it would slow the exit. They watched me drink water before thirst became a problem. They watched me check the cracked watch on my left wrist every few minutes and call brakes before anyone actually collapsed. By the third platform, they were following orders before I finished giving them. It's annoying how fast competence can be mistaken for trust. The reward chamber sat behind a ticket gate welded shut by resin. True Sight found the weak point. The hinge pin had rusted through under the mana film, so I drove the saber tip in, twisted, and had the shield carrier hit the rail on my count. The gate dropped with a flat metal bang that echoed through the entire station. Everything woke up. Husks peeled from the ceiling. 5, then 6, then more movement in the dark above the old track. The healer made a small noise and reached for the wrong pouch again. I grabbed his wrist, moved his hand to the wrap seals, and pushed him behind the ticket machine. The fight was a mess. The scout's wire caught one husk by the ankle and dragged it into another. The shield carrier took a claw across the forearm and screamed until he realized the arm was still attached. I cut joints, not bodies. Cheap targets, fast work. The shattered saber's cracked edge caught in the shell twice, and both times I had to kick the corpse off before another husk climbed over it. Then a larger one dropped onto the platform roof of an abandoned train car. Its plating was thicker, and its head twitched in uneven, erratic cycles. The squad backed up without being told. True Sight appraisal sharpened. Entity blueprint unlocked. Action cooldowns visible. Suddenly, the world was full of timers. The large husk's leap reset sat at 6 seconds. Its armor clamp reset sat at 4. Its charge pulse had already fired and wouldn't return before I crossed the rail. That was all the math I needed. I moved on the 5th second, not the 6th. The husk jumped early and landed short. Its clamp failed open. I stepped inside its guard, drove the saber under the throat plate, and lifted until the body folded backward over the rail. The shield carrier hit it from the side because panic had finally become timing. The shell split. Purple pixels burst across the track. This time, the system paid properly. Level, 18 to 20. Strength, 17 to 19, plus 2. Vitality, 17 to 19, plus 2. Perception, 17 to 19, plus 2. Reward, 56 credits. Credits, 416. Core fragments gained via True Sight appraisal, 2. Core fragments, 14. Great. Now everyone knew exactly how much I was worth robbing. The squad saw the panel. All of it. The healer stopped wrapping the shield carrier's arm. The scout's eyes locked onto my core fragment count. The shield carrier looked at the drops, then at me, then at the route slate in my hand. 3 hungry calculations, all of them bad at hiding themselves. Meanwhile, a signal charm under the scout's sleeve pulsed once. I looked at him. He looked away too late. Entity Blueprint put a clean timer over his wrist. Message cooldown. 9 seconds remaining. There it was. The rival guild offer must have come before the assignment. They hadn't stumbled into betrayal. They'd packed it right beside the chalk and wire. My location, my route, my reward panel, and the convenient fact that Sora and Min Hyuk were absent. All sold in one neat bundle by people who had smiled when I split rice rolls with them. The healer finished the wrap seal with stiff fingers and refused to meet my eyes. The shield carrier stepped back half a pace, pretending to check the exit. The scout raised his sleeve to send the second ping. The station went quiet around me, and I stood alone on the platform while my friends finished selling me out. The scout never sent the second ping because the city center sirens ate the whole assignment. 1 second, I was standing in a broken station with 3 support track cadets pretending their sleeves were not full of betrayal, and the next the academy gate alarms dragged every active cadet toward the surface. S-rank breach. Real city. No practice walls. No instructor padding. Great. The emergency lift spat us into the plaza with dust in our hair and salvage still clanking in my satchel. The sky over Neo Soul Hunter sector had split open above the commercial district, and every billboard in sight had switched from lunch ads to evacuation arrows. People ran with shopping bags, office tablets, half-paid food trays. A man in a suit tried to carry a printer out of a lobby while a monster shadow crushed the building behind him. Priorities. The academy deployed anyone with a pulse and a license tag. Min Hyuk found me near the transport line, platinum hair messy for once, gold pins crooked, electric blue eyes narrowed at the breech feed. Sora was beside him with her auburn hair tied back and both hands shaking around a support wand she had clearly not been issued. Captain Park stood farther ahead with the emergency crews, massive shoulders blocking half the street, silver buzzcut bright under the red warning lights. Nobody asked why I was coming. That was progress too. The city center breach was not one monster. It was a main body dragging smaller failures behind it, all purple shell and black glass growths, too large for the street grid and too fast for something that size. Calling it anything worse would make investors move money before evacuation buses finished loading. The elite vanguard arrived before the second barricade fell. They looked expensive. Polished armor, clean boots, fresh capes no sane person would wear near claws. Their commander had a waxed mustache, damp collar, narrow hands. He took one look at my charcoal gray blazer, my cracked watch, and my F-rank file still lagging in the public system, then told the staff to keep academy debris behind the medics. Min Hyuk stepped forward. I caught his sleeve. The commander kept talking, mostly about chain of command and certified clearance, while the monster slammed a bus into a glass office tower. The tower did not care about certification. It came down in sheets, and the commander had to hop backward over his own cape to avoid a rolling tire. One boot slid in suppressant foam. He windmilled, grabbed a barricade, and still landed sitting in the white spray with his mustache intact and his dignity filed missing. The nearest medic pretended not to laugh and failed. Useful morale event. The vanguard charged anyway. They hit hard. I will give them that. S-rank hunters did not need speeches to make concrete break. Blades flashed. Shields locked. Mana blasts punched holes through the smaller shells and turned 3 lanes of asphalt into hot rubble. The problem was timing. The main body kept baiting their strikes, shedding damaged plating, then snapping back during their recovery windows. Every expensive skill landed half a beat late. Entity blueprint overlaid the monster in pieces. Shoulder slam reset. Tail sweep reset. Jaw clamp reset. Core pulse charging under the throat plating. The kill point was not on the head, not the chest, not the obvious crystal ridge every elite kept trying to break, because shiny targets make idiots feel productive. It was under the left throat seam, exposed only after the jaw clamp missed and before the shoulder plates reset. Small window. Ugly angle. Bad street. I told the field marshal to route the vanguard left, pin the smaller mobs against the bank steps, and stop wasting burst skills on the chest. He asked who authorized me. Captain Park answered by shoving a broken parking meter into a crawling shell and telling him my advice had better survival value than his paperwork. That ended the meeting. I moved to the command barricade and started calling resets. Not beautifully, not heroically. Mostly while choking on concrete dust and stepping around spilled noodles from a crushed delivery cart. I sent shielders in when the tail sweep was down. I pulled them back before the shoulder slam. I had Min Hyuk bait the jaw clamp because his pride was large enough to register as targetable mass. He did not appreciate the phrasing, but he did it. The first pass failed. The vanguard blade hit too high and skidded off black plating. The monster answered with a pulse that flattened storefront shutters and threw two elites through a pharmacy wall. Medicine boxes burst everywhere. Someone's healing potion rolled to my boot, cracked, and leaked across the asphalt at a price I did not want to calculate. Sora stabilized one of the fallen elites before his mana circuit tore itself sideways. Her control held. Barely. She looked at me once, face pale, then went back to work because panic could wait until after tree-off. The commander staggered up from the foam with one side of his armor white and sticky. He demanded a direct assault. I ignored him and watched the cooldowns. Second pass. Min Hyuk cut across the main body's front, gold pins flashing under ash, and dragged the jaw clamp early. It snapped shut on empty air and tore a chunk out of the street instead. The shoulder plates began to shift. The throat seam opened. I pointed with the shattered saber and shouted the mark to the vanguard. 3 elites moved. Only 2 made it. The third ate a tail backswing and folded through a noodle shop sign hard enough to turn the menu board into confetti. Comic timing did not make it less expensive. It just made the noodles land on his helmet while the rest of us kept fighting. The first elite drove a spear into the seam. The second poured mana through it. The monster screamed, and the smaller shells attached to its back started dissolving into purple pixels. Good damage. Not enough. The core pulse kept charging. True Sight sharpened the throat seam again. Not a new weakness. A deeper one. The seam had widened, but the actual kill point sat behind a layer of moving cartilage and black glass that opened only when the monster inhaled before firing. Of course it breathed before shooting. Even monsters had bad habits. I called for a forced inhale. The vanguard stared at me. Captain Park understood first. He grabbed a ruptured fuel line hose, jammed it toward the monster's front, and had the crew's flood suppressant into the street. Min Hyuk sparked the vapor cloud with a clean mana burst. Not enough to explode. Enough to choke the monster's intake and make its body convulse. The throat opened. I spent the fragments and locked on. The shattered saber left my hand because the angle was wrong for running and perfect for throwing, which I hated on principle because weapons cost money. The black steel blade spun once, jagged edge catching red emergency light, then punched into the exposed seam beneath the throat. The vanguard hit the same point a breath later. The core cracked. The main body sagged into the avenue, not dead yet, but finally paying attention to gravity. Purple pixels bled from its mouth. The smaller shells collapsed around it in uneven chunks. The elite commander stopped shouting. The field marshal stopped asking for authorization. The whole barricade watched the monster's health readout drop through the public feed while my system panel appeared over the dust. Level, 20 to 22. Strength, 19 to 21, +2. Vitality, 19 to 21, plus 2. Perception, 19 to 21, plus 2. Reward, 59 credits. Credits, 475. Core fragments gained via true sight appraisal, 1. Core fragments, 15. Hunter rank, F to C. My level climbed from 20 to 22. Strength rose from 19 to 21. Vitality rose from 19 to 21. And perception rose from 19 to 21, plus 2 each. 59 credits entered my account, bringing the running total after the gain to 475. True sight appraisal added 1 core fragment, bringing the running total after the gain to 15. Provisional field certification overrode the Academy board and advanced my hunter rank from F to C. The commander saw the rank update and went still. Min-hyuk looked at the panel, then at the monster, then at me. Sora's grip tightened around her wand. Captain Park gave a short, raspy laugh. The monster lifted its head again. Not dead. The vanguard raised their weapons, but nobody moved until I called the next cooldown, and the elite vanguard understood at the same time I did. Without my eyes, they were blind. The monster died because the vanguard actually listened for once. Usually, the Academy strategy is to bleed out first and read the manual second. I screamed for them to hit the neck. The elites finally swung, and the thing blew up so hard it lagged every public feed for a half second. Purple pixels rained over the avenue. My blazer was shredded, my canteen was dry, and the shattered saber had to be pried out of a slab of black shell by 2 medics using a crowbar. By the time the cleanup crews arrived, the city was a mess of suppressant foam and shattered concrete. I didn't care about the atmosphere. I cared about the inventory. Equipment is the only part of a disaster that can be fixed with money. 1 iron shortsword gone. 1 mana potion smashed. 2 bandage rolls spent. 1 canteen dented, and a satchel strap nearly severed by shell plating. The shattered saber was still functional, though the edge was chipped in 2 places and the blue rune was flickering like a dying light bulb. Repair would cost more than a week's worth of dinners. Of course it would. The Academy sent a summons before breakfast. Not via the student board or an instructor, just a black card slid under my dorm door while I was scraping purple grit off my boots with a cafeteria knife. Heavy stock, silver print, no name. It was expensive enough to be an insult. The message, report to the director's private office after the first bell and bring all recovered materials from the breach. Recovered materials was a polite way of asking for the 1 black glass shard I hadn't handed to the cleanup crew. I packed the shard in a cloth wrap next to my cracked watch, 3 loose core chips, and the repair claim form that the Academy always ignores on the first submission. I took the practical route, dorm stairs, west corridor, and the faculty lift. I held my breath as I swiped my updated rank tag. If it rejected me, I'd be stuck in the south stairwell and service hallways, giving prefects 6 more chances to ask why my blazer looked like it had been chewed by a lawnmower. The lift accepted the tag. Small miracles are usually taxable. Director Vance's office sat above the central plaza behind reinforced glass. Below us, the floating Academy leaderboard continued to glow. My name had been shoved high enough that students were gathering in clumps, pretending not to stare. My public file was a disaster of contradictions. F-rank history, C-rank provisional update, utility grade skill, and a breach contribution still under review. It looked less like a record and more like accounting fraud. The secretary outside the office glanced at my torn sleeve and decided not to comment. Good survival instinct. The door opened automatically. Director Vance was standing by the window, hands folded. 60 years old, gaunt, with slick-back white hair and pale blue eyes. He looked like a piece of parchment in a navy blue double-breasted suit, his silver tie pinned flat, and his shoes polished enough to reflect the ruined plaza below. He didn't offer a seat. I didn't ask for one. It saved time. He told me the Academy had reviewed the footage. My directions had prevented civilian casualties and managed to embarrass several certified hunters who were now filing professional conduct complaints. Vance sounded almost pleased. Rich men love it when other rich men lose face, as long as the insurance covers the building. I placed the wrapped shard on his desk. He didn't touch it. True sight appraisal triggered. Great. Now I had to look at the room. I didn't see a professional workspace. I saw a hoard of expensive stuff that looked like it would be a nightmare to dust. The desk had hidden weight compartments for weapons. The window glass had 3 stress channels from old impact tests. The silver tie clip carried a faint mana seal. Vance himself was a blank space in the places that mattered. Not invisible, just curated. His public rank was too high for me to read, so the interface gave me polished surfaces and nothing behind them. A locked cabinet still tells you someone owns a cabinet. Vance asked how I'd identified the throat seam. I gave him the official answer, pattern recognition and field observation. He smiled without using his eyes and asked how a cadet with an F-grade utility skill had outperformed an elite Vanguard's tactical staff. I gave him the second official answer. The Vanguard had been too busy being hit by a building. Fair. He let the silence hang. I didn't fill it. Silence is free, and I wasn't donating any extra testimony. Then he lifted a hand, and a system panel snapped into existence above the desk. Private evaluation initiated. Candidate, Doyen Han. Skill grade F. Observed anomaly, pending. Pending. Not denied, not confirmed. Pending is where administrators put knives before they call them tools. Vance finally touched the shard. The moment his finger brushed the glass, the shard pulsed, and my true sight panel sharpened around the core chips in my satchel. The fragments vibrated in uneven beats, humming with leftover breach charge. A new prompt appeared, core synthesis available. Core synthesis allowed multiple compatible fragments to be compressed into a single stabilized output. That was the entirety of the system's help before Vance leaned back and watched my face. No explanation, no safety circle, no instructor warning. Just a man with too many seals in his furniture and a new branch of the system appearing exactly when he wanted it to. The test wasn't whether I could use it. The test was whether I would pretend I couldn't. I pulled the chips from my satchel and set them beside the shard. I was terrified, but the alternative was probably getting expelled or dissected, so I just hoped my hands wouldn't shake too much. The fragments clicked against the desktop, cheap, unheroic sounds. I activated the prompt. The chips dissolved into purple light, folding inward until the black glass shards swallowed them one by one. Heat pushed against my palm, not enough to burn, but enough to make the old scratch on my wrist sting under the watch strap. The desk seal under the wood woke up to measure the reaction before Vance moved a muscle. He had prepared for this. The output formed as a dense bead of compressed core matter, smaller than a fingernail and heavy enough to dent the cloth beneath it. The system paid out with the blunt satisfaction of a vending machine finally accepting a wrinkled bill. Level, 22 to 24. Strength, 21 to 23, plus 2. Vitality, 21 to 23, plus 2. Perception, 21 to 23, plus 2. Reward, 62 credits. Credits, 537. Core fragments gained via true sight appraisal, 1. Core fragments, 16. 2 levels, a jump in core stats, and a handful of credits. It was a massive spike for a single sitting, the kind of growth that usually triggers a red flag in any administrative office. Vance read every line. He didn't look surprised. That was the problem. Most people react to my panels with envy, anger, or the look of a student receiving an early tuition invoice. Vance just watched the numbers settle into a fixed schedule. He stepped around the desk, stopping close enough that I could see the pale blue of his eyes catch the system light. He asked if the synthesis hurt. I told him it was cheaper than the saber repair. His mouth twitched. The panel over his desk changed without me touching it. Observed anomaly, confirmed. My shoulders stayed loose. My hand stayed away from the shattered saber. Fighting the director isn't a plan. It's just a fast way to get my organs harvested while someone else files the paperwork. Vance dismissed the secretary through the door seal without turning around. The office lock clicked. Outside, the leaderboard kept shining through the glass, my name hanging in public where everyone could see the result and nobody could see the trap. Then Director Vance lowered his voice. "You're a glitch, aren't you?" I didn't give Vance an answer. Silence is the only thing that doesn't get you fired or arrested, and since my record currently looked like a disaster zone, I figured playing dumb was the cheapest option. He liked that, or at least he didn't stop me. Vance didn't push, which was actually worse. Guys who want answers just ask again. Guys who already have a plan just let you sweat and watch where you put your hands. He kicked me out with a "stay available for review," which is director speak for "I'm putting a tracker on your soul and hiring a lawyer to read your emails." I grabbed the shattered saber, shoved it back into its beat-up sheath, and walked out with the repair bill still crumpled in my pocket. The lift dumped me onto the admin bridge. Min-hyuk and Sora were waiting. Min-hyuk had tried to clean up after the breach and failed miserably, hair combed back way too hard, gold pinned straight, and a bruise on his cheek that he clearly thought was invisible. Sora looked like she'd given up on life. Hair tied low, wand strapped to her arm, and bags under her eyes deep enough to store luggage. Neither of them had eaten breakfast. Academy eggs are garbage, so if they skipped those, it meant they were actually worried about me. Annoying, but useful. Min-hyuk asked what Vance wanted. I told him the director had discovered that paperwork can actually bite you. Sora took the hint and stopped asking. We headed for the west stairs because the main hall was a zoo. My name was currently a campus sport, and the crowd of cadets staring at the public board was split between impressed and feeling cheated. The support track kids from the transit wing were avoiding eye contact fast enough to qualify for a track meet. Then the lights died. Not all of them, just the main ones. The emergency strips stayed on, turning the glass bridge into a budget nightclub for people about to have a very bad day. The doors slammed shut. A bunch of cadets stepped out of the stairwell in black tactical gear that definitely was an academy issue. Silver pins with red gems. Sovereign Guild Juniors. The leader had shaved eyebrows and a crooked nose. The girl next to him looked like she'd spent her morning punching a brick wall. Another guy had a neck tattoo sticking out of his collar because the guild apparently recruits based on who looks most like a delinquent. Great. Matching uniforms. My favorite. The leader told Min-hyuk he was wasting his bloodline by hanging out with a utility trash user. He told Sora her family must be desperate if she was following a failed appraisal build. Then he looked at me and said the Sovereign Guild wanted proof of what I'd done during the breach. Proof, not revenge. They were just collecting data. Min-hyuk stiffened. Sora's wand clicked. I looked at the glass floor, the shutters, and the black uniforms blocking the exits. No cameras, no open space, and no way out. A decent ambush, but way too expensive for the result they were going to get. I pulled the shattered saber. The blade looked like a piece of scrap metal, jagged edge, flickering blue rune, generally depressing. Looking at the repair bill in my pocket, I decided that if the guild wanted to test the sword for free, that was almost thoughtful of them. Almost. They attacked fast. Not elite, fast, but junior, fast, which means they had way too much confidence and zero concern for who was paying for the broken glass. True sight kicked in, marking targets across the bridge. I didn't explain the math. I just started calling shots. Min-hyuk went left and slammed into the shaved eyebrow kid before his armor could even cycle. The impact spiderwebbed the glass. Sora snapped a mana line into the girl with the swollen knuckles, short-circuiting her spell into a neat black burn mark on the floor. Expensive, but effective. The juniors tried to adjust. They were better than the usual school bullies. 2 dove for Min-hyuk's blind spot, while another rushed Sora with a static-coated blade. I stepped in the middle and let the saber drop. I didn't do any heroic swings. This sword doesn't do heroic. It does ugly angles and hitting things where they break. I sliced through a wrist guard where the strap was loose, flipped the grip, and drove the cracked edge right into a knee brace. The kid hit the floor face first and slid until his silver pin scraped the glass. That's another one for the repair bill. Sora steadied herself and followed my next call. She didn't blast him. She just clipped his mana channel at the elbow, making his reinforcement stutter. Min-hyuk took the opening and punched the guy into the sealed door. The door didn't budge. The junior, however, did. The bridge became a chaotic mess of shouting, sliding shoes, and ripping fabric. Min-hyuk provided the muscle, Sora provided the glitches, and I handled the stuff they couldn't see: a snapping strap, a sliding heel, a blowing circuit. I fed them marks and kept the saber working the gaps. The Sovereign Juniors tried to isolate me. Bold move. Bad timing. 3 of them rushed at once. The nearest one swung a baton at my head. I ducked, caught his sleeve with the guard, and yanked him right into Min-hyuk's path. Min-hyuk didn't even slow down, just plowed through him like a human wrecking ball. Sora caught the 3rd one with a binding thread around the ankle. She looked surprised that it actually worked, then tightened it and dropped him hard enough to make his chin click. We're getting there. The system started counting the clear before the bodies even stopped twitching. Usually, this is a manual process, but the mass clear trigger kicked in because the hostile signatures dropped below the threshold. Basically, I just got accidentally promoted by a computer. The Sovereign Juniors realized it too late. Their secret ambush had just become a certified combat event with a public upload pending. The crooked-nosed kid tried to crawl toward a jammer disc, but I kicked it away and ripped the pouch off his belt. A bunch of low-grade core chips spilled out, the kind of stuff black market dealers sell while laughing at the buyer. Sora looked at the chips. Min-hyuk looked at the kids. I looked at the exits. The last guy on the bridge raised his hands. Min-hyuk wanted to keep punching him, but I told him to stop. Not because I'm nice, but because a terrified witness is way more useful than a coma patient. The lights flickered back on. Cameras rebooted. The public board outside refreshed in a blinding flash of blue and white. Level 24 to 26. Strength 23 to 25 plus 2. Vitality 23 to 25 plus 2. Perception 23 to 25 plus 2. Reward 65 credits. Total 602. Core fragments gained 2. Total 18. Hunter rank F to B. Shattered saber mastery confirmed. I jumped 2 levels, bumped my stats, pocketed some credits, and, most importantly, the system officially bumped my rank from F to B. The bridge went silent. Below us, the plaza erupted. Students started screaming. Staff terminals were lighting up like Christmas trees. Somewhere in the finance office, some bean counter probably realized my payout category just changed and decided they hated me on principle. Perfect. Min-hyuk stared at the rank B line with his mouth open. Sora's hand was shaking, but her mana was steady. The Sovereign Juniors looked at the board, then at their uniforms, and finally realized that losing an illegal fight on a public record is a great way to kill a career. The doors unlocked. Then the stairwells opened. Another wave of black uniforms stepped out, silver pins shining. Fresh faces, fresh weapons. The Sovereign Guild didn't just send a squad. They sent layers. The clear bonus only applied to the first group. Min-hyuk cursed. Sora lifted her wand. I tightened my grip on the saber, felt the rune hum, and looked at that beautiful rank B line still burning on the screen. They surrounded us, and I actually smiled. The second Sovereign layer didn't get the fight they wanted. The cameras were live, the bridge was recording, and I was standing in the middle of a pile of unconscious bodies that looked like a very expensive mistake. I kept the shattered saber low. Min-hyuk tried to remember how to breathe through his nose, and Sora was gripping her wand like she wanted to snap it in half. The lead instructor arrived from the plaza side with security in tow. Perfect timing. Late enough to miss the blood, early enough to write the report. The Sovereign Juniors tried to argue jurisdiction. The instructor looked at the cracked glass, the bodies, the rebooted feed, and the public rank B line still hanging over the plaza. He told them to stand down. Most did. The stubborn ones got stun rods. Very educational. By afternoon, I was on a bench outside the association processing office with my final academy transcripts in a sealed folder. My gear was a joke. Shattered saber on my left hip, an empty canteen, a transcript folder under my arm, and broken potion glass wrapped in cloth so it wouldn't shred my bag. My blazer still smelled of suppressant foam and sweat. Real professional. Next morning, the association physical started before I'd even eaten. I needed a professional license. It was the magic piece of paper that meant the academy stopped owning my soul, and I could actually take contracts for money. Basically, it was the line between student and worker. Student meant the academy could underpay me and call it training. Worker meant guilds could underpay me and call it opportunity. The examiner smelled like a coffee spill and looked like she'd been awake since the previous decade. She checked my transcript, checked my rank B update, then checked the bridge footage again. Apparently, a utility-grade cadet jumping categories makes adults suspicious. Fair. She ran the physical without ceremony. Grip test, endurance mat, reflex panel, mana stability scan. The machines hummed and clicked while I stood there in socks on cold tile, trying not to bleed through the bandage on my ribs. Min-hyuk waited outside and pretended he wasn't worried. Sora actually was worried, so she didn't waste energy pretending. The grip bar cracked at the handle seam. The examiner stared at it. I told her the repair claim could join mine. She didn't laugh, but she wrote something down. The transcript review took longer than the physical. Association clerks hate contradictions, and my file was a disaster. F rank origin, utility skill, sudden rank B certification, mass clear proof, breach contribution, sovereign guild incident under review. A clerk behind reinforced glass slid the papers back and told me a final verification run was required. Her mouth was tight. Her stamp hand was tighter. People who stamp things for a living hate unusual cases because unusual cases lead to meetings. I sat there and waited. Waiting wasn't dramatic. It was just bad chairs, stale air, and watching the vending machine eat a student's credit chip without giving him his noodles. The association lobby had old posters about civic duty, clean floors, and security guards who looked at hunter weapons the way landlords look at unpaid rent. Then the verification panel updated. Final academy, transcript submitted. Association physical, passed. Professional license, rank B, approved. The clerk's expression shifted by 0.5 millimeter. For her, that was a standing ovation. A second panel opened. Level, 26 to 28. Strength, 25 to 27, plus 2. Vitality, 25 to 27, plus 2. Perception, 25 to 27, plus 2. Reward, 68 credits. Credits, 670. Core fragments gained via True Sight Appraisal, 1. Core fragments, 19. Status, Licensed Hunter. I jumped 2 levels and got a flat boost to my physicals. 68 credits hit the account, and True Sight Appraisal snagged another fragment. That reward hit harder than the bridge payout. Not because of the money. 68 credits would vanish into repairs, food, and whatever fee the Academy invented for breathing near broken glass. The real win was the license. The system had stopped treating me as Academy property and started treating me as someone who could walk into high-tier gates with a contract. The clerk slid a black license card through the slot. It had my name, rank B approval, and a clean association seal. No academy crest. No instructor's signature. No permission note from Vance's office. Better. Min-hyuk saw it when I stepped into the hall. His electric blue eyes dropped to the card, then to my face, then back to the card. He tried to joke about me finally being employable, but it sounded stiff. His family probably expected him to be the first one through this door, and instead he was standing next to the former dead-last failure with a record that made recruiters sweat. Sora smiled quietly. Her mana stayed even. That mattered more than the smile. We took the south exit because the front steps were crawling with guild scouts, camera crews, and opportunists in expensive coats. Practical route. South exit, service curb, tram stop, then back through the market road where nobody cared about hunter politics unless it raised the price of food. My satchel strap finally tore halfway down the stairs. Of course, the transcript folder nearly hit the floor. Sora caught it before the seal bent. Min-hyuk caught the saber sheath and complained that my equipment budget looked criminal. I told him criminal budgets were usually larger. Outside, the city was already adjusting. Public feeds had my license update running under the breach footage. Street vendors watched it between orders. A noodle seller charged a man extra because he was too busy staring at my rank B line to notice the price board. Good business model. The association building behind us kept spitting out notifications and compliance flags into every licensed terminal in range. My cracked watch buzzed. I expected an academy summons. Maybe a sovereign threat. Maybe another repair denial written in language designed to make violence feel reasonable. Instead, the contract interface opened. The sender field was clean. No silver star. No red gem. No sovereign guild tag. The first professional contract offer on my new license had arrived from a guild that wasn't the sovereign guild. The contract looked clean for exactly 7 seconds. Then I read the insurance clause, the casualty waiver, and the part where the corporate guild called F-rank hunters support assets because disposable sounded bad on paperwork. The pay was still real, so I took it. By noon, I was standing outside a registered corporate gate with my black license card in one pocket and the shattered saber on my hip. Min-hyuk wanted to come. Sora wanted to review the contract twice. I told both of them no. Dragging them into my first professional raid for someone else's profit would make me management, and I had standards buried somewhere under the repair bills. The corporate guild leader met me at the staging line. He looked like a pampered accountant playing dress-up in a field coat with way too many straps and zero actual wear. Around him, hired hunters checked weapons and adjusted cheap armor, pretending the Orange Company logo on their sleeves meant family. It meant payroll. The F ranks were lined up closest to the gate mouth. 6 of them. Loaner shields, second-hand boots, iron spears with dents along the shafts. One boy kept swallowing every few seconds. One woman had wrapped her wrist wrong. Another hunter's helmet strap was cracked halfway through, which told me their equipment officer had either missed it or charged him for the privilege. The guild leader smiled at them and called them the Vanguard. Great. The actual damage dealers stood behind them. Clean armor, better weapons, private potion belts. 2 C-rank contractors leaned near the supply crate and talked about dinner reservations. A healer checked her nails. Nobody looked at the F ranks unless they were blocking a path. I signed the final raid ledger. Corporate raid contract accepted. Role, external rank B consultant. Hazard class, licensed professional engagement. The gate opened into a quarry pocket with red dirt, broken stone ramps, and stale heat pressing against the lungs. It was not a school simulation. The ground did not care about training marks. The walls sweated mineral dust. Every step put grit into my boots and my teeth. The guild leader raised one hand and sent the F ranks forward. He said they were drawing aggro. He said the heavier hitters needed clean angles. He said it in the same tone cafeteria staff used when asking students to bust trays. The first monster came out from behind a stone column. A ridge-backed quarry crawler. Trivial threat on paper, the size of a delivery cart in practice. Flat head, hooked legs, mouth full of grinding plates. Ugly, cheap, durable. The association probably liked them because they made new hunters understand dental bills. The front F-rank shield caught the charge and folded backward. Not broke. Folded. His boots skidded through red dust, his shoulder slammed into the hunter behind him, and the whole front line kinked wrong. The corporate damage dealers finally moved. Too late by half a breath. I used appraisal on the party instead of the monster. Party synergy analysis displayed broken formation links, overlapping attack lanes, wasted support timing, and every hunter whose role was being used against the team. One explanation. Plenty of bad news. Blue-white marks snapped between bodies. The F-ranks were not a vanguard. They were a meat wedge jammed into the wrong angle. The C-rank contractors had clean damage, but their positions crossed the healer's line. The healer's casting rhythm landed after impact, not before. The guild leader stood at the safest rear point while issuing commands that made everyone else pay for his distance. I stepped in and cut the crawler's left hook joint before it could drag the shield boy under its body. No lock-on. No dramatic spending. Just a bad joint, a chipped saber, and one clean hit. The crawler collapsed sideways. The crowd reaction came fast because professionals pretend to be calm until someone does math in public. The F-ranks stared at me in disbelief. The C-ranks looked irritated because saving bait makes the bait expect more later. The guild leader's smile held, but his jaw shifted once. Noted. The system gave me nothing for that kill. Fine. Consultant work was always full of unpaid labor. The raid pushed deeper. The quarry path narrowed into stacked redstone shelves. Heat sat under the armor. Sweat ran down my back under the blazer, which was not designed for corporate field labor because academy uniforms were built by people who thought discomfort was character development. The guild leader kept ordering the F-ranks ahead. One got clipped by falling shale. Another burned a potion after taking a tail strike meant for the C-rank behind him. The healer patched him with the enthusiasm of someone reimbursing a receipt she planned to dispute. I kept mapping the party. The analysis showed the same ugly shape every time. Front line too weak. Rear line too proud. Support late. Leader untouched. If this had been a warehouse shift, he had put the temps under the forklift and called it workflow. The next engagement proved it. 3 quarry crawlers burst from side tunnels. The guild leader ordered the F-ranks to brace. They braced because poor people follow bad orders when the alternative is breach of contract. The crawlers hit them at different angles, and the formation peeled apart. I moved left. The shattered saber caught a leg seam, sparked, and bit. The cracked blue rune at the hilt flickered against my palm. I redirected the first crawler into the second, shoulder-checked the shield boy out of the crush path, and kicked loose gravel under the third creature's front plates. It slipped just enough for the C-rank contractor to land his strike. He looked annoyed that my setup had made him effective. Some people hated interest-free loans. The F-ranks started watching me instead of the guild leader. Small glances at first, then full looks before moving. A public vote, done in dirty armor and bad breathing. The corporate hunters noticed. The guild leader noticed harder. At the first rest point, he pulled me aside beside a supply crate stacked with potion tins. He told me my role was consultation, not command interference. I told him his consultation was terrible. He blinked once. Soft hands tightened around his command tablet. He tried to remind me that his guild owned the contract. I reminded him my license was association issued and the raid feed was recording performance metrics. That ended the lecture, because companies love authority until another authority brings forms. The F-rank woman with the bad wrist stood close enough to hear. Her mouth twitched. Not a smile exactly. More of a person finding one coin in an old coat. Forget the fairy tales about noble bonds and blood oaths. My actual stakes were Sora's spare stabilizing wrap around my ribs, Minhyuk's extra potion in my satchel, and 6 F ranks realizing I might get them through the day without them being used as company furniture. That counted. The deeper chamber opened into a circular pit surrounded by broken ledges. The guild leader's eyes lit up when his scanner confirmed the target pack inside. More monsters meant more payout. More payout meant he could explain the casualties with graphs. The crawlers waited below, half buried in red dirt. Too still. My appraisal rolled across the chamber and caught the team again. Broken links. Bad angles. Support delay. Then a new layer snapped over the guild leader's command pattern. He was about to repeat the same bait order. The F ranks moved because he pointed. I grabbed the shield boy's collar before he crossed the slope. The guild leader barked at me to release his vanguard. The C ranks shifted behind him, hands on weapons, more offended by delayed profit than injured workers. Then the system paid out for the accumulated raid contribution. Level 28 to 30. Strength 27 to 29 plus 2. Vitality 27 to 29 plus 2. Perception 27 to 29 plus 2. Reward 71 credits. Credits 741. Core fragments gained via True Sight appraisal 1. Core fragments 20. Nice. A double level up and enough credits to actually pay for a decent meal. The chamber went quiet for the wrong reason. The buried crawlers were not waiting. They were positioned. Their bodies formed a crescent under the dirt, angled toward the slope where the F ranks would have been trapped first, then the C ranks, then the healer, then everyone pretending this was a normal raid. I looked at the guild leader's formation marks, the delayed healer line, the crossed attack lanes, and the safe rear position that was only safe until the side tunnels opened. The guild leader's whole strategy had one critical fault, and the ambush was already closing around it. I was hired as a consultant, which is corporate speak for the guy we blame when things go wrong. My current problem was that the guild leader's schedule didn't account for 6 monsters bursting through the red dirt at once. I shoved the shield boy out of the way, sliced a crawler's joint, and watched the guild leader realize that being in this safe back row was a lie. It was a mess. The F ranks finally started running, luckily in the direction away from the cliff, while the C ranks stopped complaining the moment a side tunnel opened behind them. I didn't use any fragments. The room was too crowded to be precise, and lock-on is for when the bill actually matters. This was just chores: cut a leg, kick some dirt in a mouth, drag a woman with a bad wrist behind a rock before a tail turned her into a ribcage salad. The healer screamed about line of sight, so I dragged the patient 3 steps left to give her some. Still unpaid. The raid feed was catching everything on the pit wall. The guild leader tried to fix the formation markers, but his tablet kept flashing yellow because his team had stopped listening to him. 6 F ranks taking 3 steps backward had done more strategic work than he'd managed all morning. Then the quarry pocket flickered. Not the monsters, but the gate. The redstone shelves shook, and the far wall split into a narrow black seam. Normal pocket gates stay put, and licensed raids use map anchors so that dead hunters don't become a paperwork nightmare. This seam wasn't on the map. My appraisal caught a flickering mana signature leaking out, pale, broken, and pulsing. True Sight branch, spectral tracking. Function: follow residual mana signatures through unstable space. Limit: broken trail expires if source fully dissipates. Basically, I can see where things were after they're gone. It's great for loot, annoying to use, and looks way more expensive than it actually is. The guild leader told everyone to ignore it. He thought the target pack was more important than a glitch. The F ranks looked at me instead. Bad habit for him, great habit for staying alive. Then the corporate map just gave up. The right half of the display vanished, replaced by a gray block and a polite error message. Polite messages in gates are written by people who have never had to sprint while bleeding. Map anchor, unresponsive. Local zone, unregistered. Exit route, partial. The guild leader went pale. Soft hands, dry lips, zero plan. I had a half-empty canteen, one emergency potion from Minhyuk, and Sora's stabilizing wrapped damp against my ribs. My shattered saber was chipped, but the blue rune was lit. I had absolutely no plan except pretending this was normal, but I could move, fight, and drag one person, provided they were small and okay with hating me. The shield boy was too heavy. The crawlers dove back into the dirt, which is what animals do when the ground knows something they don't. The humans did the human version, they argued. I told the F ranks to hold the shelf, told the healer to stop waiting for permission and start casting, and told the C ranks that if they wanted dinner reservations, they should stand where the monsters wouldn't eat the waiter. The guild leader threatened me with contract penalties. I pointed at the missing map and asked which office he planned to file them from. He shut up. I went into the seam alone. Sending F ranks into an unregistered dead zone is probably how this guild hits its quarterly numbers. The passage squeezed my shoulders and scraped my blazer. The heat vanished, replaced by the cold, dry pressure of a place the system had forgotten. Dead zones aren't active gates. They have no rewards, no monster lists, and bad physics. Just leftover space and whatever the last failure left behind. The trail pulsed ahead in thin blue ticks. I followed it because the official plan was now a decorative rectangle. I kept my shoulder to the wall and my saber low, counting steps so my breathing wouldn't become a metronome. I listened for the raid behind me, not because I trusted them, but because screaming is useful data. The dead zone opened into a storage hollow. No monsters, just broken academy crates, old ration tins, and a training dummy with a burned-out chest. Whoever lost this place had been here long enough to unpack, but not long enough to leave. I found the source under a collapsed crate, a fist-sized shard of black mineral. It was so dense the floor was spider-cracked beneath it. Appraisal tagged it as a rare stabilizing component, not a monster core. No kill credit, just high-grade material in a room the map refused to admit existed. Naturally, the best loot is always where insurance doesn't apply. I wrapped it in torn cloth. It was heavy enough to pull my satchel strap into my shoulder, killing my carry weight instantly. The moment I lifted it, the system paid out. Rare material recovered. Dead zone stabilizer shard. Level 30 to 32. Strength, vitality, perception 29 to 31 plus 2. Reward 74 credits. Core fragments gained via true sight appraisal 2. A jump to level 32 and a handful of stats. More importantly, my account hit 815 credits. That was food, repairs, and maybe 1 week where my gear didn't look personally insulted by my career. The hollow shook. Dust dropped in dry sheets, and the passage began to narrow. The dead zone didn't want visitors, and I didn't want to be here. I shoved the shard deep into my bag and turned back, but the blue trail had changed. It wasn't pointing to the shard anymore. It was crawling up the wall and into a cracked mana lamp. The lamp clicked on. A fractured recording panel opened in the air, stamped with an old hunter ID that should have belonged to a corpse. The man in the video had a torn uniform, a swollen eye, and dried blood at his collar. He said my name before the audio broke. The recording cut off right after my name. Rude, but it saved time. I hauled the dead zone shard, the fractured lamp file, and the corporate raid feed to the association before the guild leader could rewrite the whole disaster as an equipment malfunction and 6 regrettable training accidents. By morning, his guild wanted me dead. By noon, the association wanted me useful. I'll take useful. Useful people get contract clauses. The hearing room was designed to make you feel small. Gray glass, polished floors, and water pitchers that looked like they'd never been touched by a human. 3 association officers watched the raid feed, while the guild leader sat across from me in a suit that cost more than his F-rank's entire armor sets. He had a receding hairline, a sweating neck, and a bitten thumbnail. He kept his soft hands folded on the table, probably because the video showed those hands doing absolutely nothing. The F-rank shield boy was alive because I'd yanked him off the slope. The bad wrist woman was alive because I'd moved her before the crawler hit. The healer was alive because I'd actually put her somewhere she could do her job. The guild leader called that disruption. The association called it documented field command. I just sat there and let them argue until the system finished chewing through him. Professional review, corporate raid feed accepted. Contribution status, independent command credit verified. Influence record, association attention increased. The influence record wasn't fame. It was internal weight. It was the kind of bureaucratic leverage that decided who had to answer my calls and who got to bury a complaint. Clean, boring, expensive. One officer asked if I'd exceeded my role as a consultant. I told him the role became irrelevant the second the map anchor failed and the assigned commander lost control of the team. The officer checked the transcript. The guild leader tried to object. The feed replayed him ordering F-ranks into a buried crescent ambush. The room went dead silent. Beautiful. Not emotionally, administratively. The officer slid a new contract packet toward me. Hazard pay, rescue credit, material recovery, and an independent refusal clause for any guild assignment with undocumented casualty routing. That last part was the prize. It meant a guild couldn't shove me into a meat grinder and then sue me for not clapping on the way down. The guild leader muttered that this would damage working relationships. I told him his relationships had claws and no helmet straps. An officer coughed into his fist. Near the back wall, the bad wrist woman looked down at her lap before anyone could accuse her face of treason. The settlement hit by late afternoon. Level 32 to 34. Strength 31 to 33 plus 2. Vitality 31 to 33 plus 2. Perception 31 to 33 plus 2. Reward 77 credits. Credits 892. Core fragments gained via true sight appraisal 1. Core fragments 23. 2 levels and a bunch of stat bumps. Not a god tier leap, but enough to keep me from getting crushed. The 77 credits brought me to 892, and True Sight squeezed out one more core fragment for a total of 23. 892 credits. That covered blade repairs, potions, food, and one more month of not letting the Academy's laundry service hold my shirts hostage over unpaid fees. I was still rank B, but the label changed to peak rank B. Not enough for the association to put me on a parade float, but too much for guilds to treat me like a disposable consultant with good posture. That made me inconvenient. And inconvenient people get invited to galas. The invitation came in a white envelope via courier. Apparently, the professional hunter world still likes wasting money on paper when they want to look confident. It was a contract negotiation gala under association protection. Licensed guilds, corporate buyers, senior hunters, and enough perfume to be classified as a chemical weapon. Min Hyuk read the invite over my shoulder and told me to try not to look dead inside for once. Sora checked the guest list and found 3 Sovereign Juniors acting as external observers. Captain Park read the same list, grunted, and reminded me that rich rooms have more knives than alleys. Practical advice. I wore a charcoal gray blazer because my wardrobe had the variety of a prison menu. The shattered saber stayed piece-bonded at my hip, black steel covered, jagged edge hidden. The cracked blue rune at the hilt peeked out when I moved, making 2 junior guild scouts whisper into their glasses. Good. Let them wonder. The gala was in a hotel attached to the licensing district. Marble floors, warm lights, mirrored walls, and trays of food too small to actually be food. Hunters clustered by bank account, old guilds by the windows, corporates by the contract booths, independents by the exits, because they still had survival instincts. The sovereign juniors were by the central stair, all black tactical uniforms, silver 8-pointed stars with red gems on their chests, clean boots, straight backs, and faces that had been trained to feel nothing. Their leader wasn't on the registry, which meant he was either too important or too smug to wear a badge. One of them tried to cut me off before I reached the association table. He told me sovereign oversight was customary for rank B wild cards entering high-value negotiations. He said wild card politely, which made it worse. I asked if customary meant required. He paused. I showed him my new refusal clause. Paperwork hits harder than a sword. His face stayed flat, but his ears turned bright red. The waiter next to him tried to pretend he didn't see the failure and accidentally spilled dipping sauce all over the Sovereign Junior's boot. Perfect comic timing from catering. The whole hall noticed. The guild reps pivoted instantly. People who had ignored me at the door were suddenly drifting close. A mining guild offered a survey contract with standard rates. I pointed to my dead zone recovery clause and asked why their unregistered space penalty was missing. A transport guild offered escort work. I asked why their healer coverage ended at the threshold breach. A private security group tried to sell me exposure as compensation. I looked at their brochure. Exposure doesn't fix boots. By the second lap of the room, the offers actually got decent. Not because they respected me. Respect is expensive and rarely budgeted, but because they'd seen a sovereign fail to put a leash on me in public, and they'd seen the association accept my paperwork without flinching. That's how you change the price. Director Vance was watching from the balcony. Thin, slicked-back white hair, pale blue eyes, navy double-breasted suit. He didn't come down. He didn't have to. He just watched the room like a man reviewing his inventory. I kept my eyes on the contract tablets. No games with him tonight. No speeches. I had 892 credits, 23 core fragments, a peak rank B tag, and a room full of people trying to decide if I was a gold mine or a liability. That was plenty of work. The association officer from the hearing found me at the end of the buffet, where I was eating rice cakes, because free calories are still calories. He handed me a sealed black folder with the licensing crest. He looked like a man delivering news he hated. The folder didn't have a contract. Just one line. Official summons, association headquarters. Purpose, questioning. They dragged me under HQ for questioning. No lawyer, no food, just a guided tour of the association's basement. The fancy districts are for the tourists. The useful rooms are where they put the people they want to forget. Basically, a dungeon with better lighting. My satchel was a joke, one potion, a broken lamp file, a canteen, and a stabilizer shard wrapped in cloth. I'd learned the hard way that touching black minerals barehanded makes your skin migrate to places it doesn't belong. Not an experience I'm looking to repeat. The guy in charge was a badge, a middle manager who treats a summons like a holy event. He didn't bother introducing himself. He assumed I'd memorized the onboarding packet. I hadn't. He marched me through 2 security gates and 3 badge checks, then an elevator ride that lasted long enough to make my sinuses bleed. He called it routine. Routine usually has windows. This had concrete. We hit a storage corridor behind the old gate archive. It was a graveyard of failed raids, sealed containers of dead anchors, burned locator rods, and busted academy gear. The association calls it evidence storage. I call it a room full of invoices for dead men. I kept my shattered saber piece bonded and clipped. The blue rune was dim, but the jagged black edge was ready in the sheath. I was running lean, no spare armor, no second blade, and exactly 23 core fragments. I could afford to spend once and still pay the rent on my own stupidity. The badge asked about the recording. I gave him the basics. Dead zone. Black mineral. A dead hunter, shouting my name before the audio cut. I didn't offer theories. Theories are expensive in rooms with recorders. When he asked why a file would know me, I told him the recording was older than my license, so either the association had a filing error or Time had started sending complaints. He didn't laugh. Very professional. Very sterile. Very boring. Then True Sight twitched. Not at the badge, but at the back wall behind some safe-for-disposal gate anchors. No monster listing, no reward table, no hum. Just something cold and far too neat to be wreckage. The system popped a notification, cycle node detection. Great. I just got the manual for a hidden gate exactly when the wall decided to answer. A thin black circle bled through the concrete. Black glass filled the center, ringed by pulsing violet veins. Inside the glass, something humanoid hung in the depths, blurred by pressure. It looked like a mistake made of expensive glass. The badge saw my face shift and reached for his sidearm. He was too late. The lights flickered. Every container on the rack rattled. A disposal tag tore loose and skated across the floor like a dead leaf. My appraisal panel refused to name the thing, which is the system's way of saying, I don't know what this is, but it's probably going to eat you. The badge ordered me to step back. I did. 1 pace. Just enough to ensure he wouldn't panic into my shoulder and take me down with him. The black glass split. No heat, no wind, no monster breath. Just a cold, patient vacuum. The badge called for backup. Static answered. Then a clipped security code. Then the corridor locks clicked shut. Of course they did. Because why would a horror movie start with the doors staying open? I scanned the room. Elevator sealed. Emergency stairs probably dead. Evidence racks provided terrible footing. I had one armed man who wasn't gate trained, 1 potion, and a peace-bonded sword that would only unlock if the threat was active. I had 30 seconds of paperwork in a room where seconds had teeth. I kicked a rack brace, wedging it so the badge had a slab of steel to hide behind instead of his pride. He tried to protest. I told him to keep recording if he wanted to be useful. People love being useful when the only other option is being furniture. The split widened. This wasn't a pocket dimension. No tunnels, no loot. It was a suspended chamber of pale human shapes hanging in vertical rows, tethered by violet threads. They weren't bodies, they were residues. Outlines. Faces half-formed, mouths slack, hands open. A harvest. The system confirmed it. Unauthorized process, harvest. No monsters, no kill credit, and no enemy to stab until the world made sense again. Just people reduced to storage, arranged with industrial precision. A filing cabinet for souls. My stomach stayed level, but the read was grim. With no hostile signatures, the association alarms would see this as a structural glitch, not an attack. With a suppressed reward table, any hunter who cleared the room would leave with nothing but missing time. If I swung blindly, I'd likely shatter the threads and kill whatever was left of the shapes. So I didn't swing. Annoying restraint. I just stood there while the badge breathed heavily into his microphone. The violet threads pulsed. One residue outline shrank, folding inward until it became a grain of pale light. The black glass drank it. A counter flashed in my appraisal panel and vanished before the badge's camera could focus. The system paid me for witnessing a soul harvest. I literally got paid to watch a crime happen. Level 34 to 36. Stats: Strength +2, Vitality +2, Perception +2. Reward: 80 credits, 1 core fragment. I jumped 2 levels and padded my primary stats just for standing still. 972 credits total now. A massive payout for being a spectator to an atrocity. The badge whispered something behind the rack, his recorder shaking hard enough to blur the feed. I ignored him. I was too busy looking at the next specimen. Another suspended outline was rotating in the chamber, dragged by the thread at its spine. Black hair. Lean build. A torn field jacket from a failed E-rank collapse. A cracked matte watch on the left wrist. The soul residue inside the glass had my face from the first life. I stared at it. It stared back, or would have if it had eyes. I wondered if the system would pay me again if it watched me get sucked into the glass, or if that would be considered a service fee. The badge finally found his voice and screamed for the security team to override the locks. I just leaned against the evidence rack, checked my credit balance, and wondered how much the association would pay to keep this specific room a secret. Probably more than 80 credits. The soul residue with my face did not get to finish being my problem before the association made a worse one. The corridor locks opened, 6 guards rushed in, the unnamed officer dropped his recorder, and Director Vance sent one message through the wall speaker. Bring Han to Evaluation Room 3. Of course, Evaluation Room 3 was not a room. It was a dueling floor under a licensing office, with drain grooves in the tiles and medical staff waiting behind reinforced glass. Vance liked expensive honesty. The hunter waiting there had shaved eyebrows, split lips, needle scars at the neck, charcoal black combat suit, bare hands, no guild emblem, no name on the registry. True Sight clicked once. True Sight branch, crafted hunter traits. Function, identifies artificial stat optimization and forced balance patterns in human bodies. His body read wrong immediately. Not strong in a natural way. Tuned. Strength, vitality, perception, reaction timing, tendon output, mana pressure, all trimmed until no number stuck out too far. A person should have ugly inefficiencies, bad knees, overloaded shoulders, a dominant side. This man had been sanded down by someone with money and poor hobbies. Vance stood behind the glass, thin gaunt build, slicked back white hair, pale blue eyes, navy blue suit, silver tie. He did not explain the match. He only gave the med team permission to intervene after loss of consciousness. Generous. The buzzer sounded. The crafted hunter moved first and copied my opening step before I finished making it. Same angle, same shoulder drop, same cheap academy footwork I used because it saved stamina. He had not learned me. He had been loaded with a version of me, cleaned up and priced higher. Annoying. I drew the shattered saber. The peace bond snapped with a dull click, and the single blue rune at the hilt pulsed once. He came in barehanded anyway. I cut for the forearm, shallow and practical. He shifted half a palm wider than a normal dodge and took the cut across reinforced sleeve instead of skin. No panic. No wasted breath. I hated him already. The first minute was rent math. Every exchange had a price. A missed/cost shoulder heat. A blocked palm strike cost rib pressure. A retreat cost floor position. He kept matching the cheapest possible answer, which meant whoever built him had not built a warrior. They had built a budget spreadsheet with fists. I angled left and made him chase. He did. I tested his lower balance with a fake knee, then turned the saber flat and hit his hip. He absorbed it without stumbling. Vitality too even. Strength too even. Perception too even. Mirror match. Bad version. He caught my wrist on the next pass. His grip closed around the cracked watch strap, and for half a second I saw the first life residue in the black glass again. The same wrist, the same cheap mistake of being in the wrong room without enough leverage. I headbutted him. Not elegant. His nose broke. Mine probably filed a complaint. Blood hit the tile between us, bright and immediate, and the med staff behind the glass shifted forward. Vance did not. The crafted hunter wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and smiled without warmth. I checked my panel through the pane. Opponent pattern mirrored engagement. Estimated physical spread equalized. Detected artificial stat optimization. There it was. Equalized. Not stronger enough to crush me. Not weaker enough to farm. A manufactured stalemate designed to see what I did when my usual gap finding stopped paying rent. Fine. I spent the next 3 exchanges being boring. Low cuts. Short steps. No lock-on. No clean trick. I made him defend his ankles, elbows, wrists, and throat in ugly order until his copied rhythm started arriving half a beat early. He expected efficiency. I gave him chores. He punched me in the ribs for it. The hit lifted me off balance and drove the breath out of my chest. Vitality 35 kept the bones from folding. Barely. I slid 3 steps, boots scraping hard enough to leave black marks on the tile, and the saber tip dropped for 1 ugly second. The crafted hunter came forward to finish. I threw the empty water canteen from my satchel into his face. The association med team stared. The canteen bounced off his forehead with a hollow metal clank and spilled the last mouthful of water down his combat suit. 3 guards behind the glass looked away because laughing during a private evaluation probably affected pension eligibility. Comic relief cost 1 canteen. Worth it. His next attack came too straight. I met it with the saber guard, let his force shove my arm back, then turned the cracked edge across his shoulder seam. The black steel bit through fabric and open skin. Not deep. Enough. He bled red. Good. Crafted did not mean fake. The match dragged past clean technique and into unpaid labor. My left thigh took a kick. His right ear split against the saber pommel. I lost skin across 2 knuckles. He lost 2 fingernails trying to grab the blade. The floor grooves started doing their actual job, which said a lot about the rooms Vance considered normal. Then the system paid. Level 36 to 38. Strength 35 to 37 plus 2. Vitality 35 to 37 plus 2. Perception 35 to 37 plus 2. Reward 83 credits. Credits 1055. Core fragments gained via true sight appraisal 2. Core fragments 26. My level climbed from 36 to 38. Strength rose from 35 to 37. Vitality rose from 35 to 37. And perception rose from 35 to 37, plus 2 each. 83 credits entered my account, bringing the running total after the gain to 1055. True sight appraisal added 2 core fragments, bringing the running total after the gain to 26. 1055 credits. Enough to replace the canteen, repair the blazer, and buy painkillers that did not taste fraudulent. The crafted hunter felt the shift. His posture changed by almost nothing, but true sight caught the recalculation. He had been made to mirror my old balance. Now I had moved. Strength 37. Vitality 37. Perception 37. Still balanced, but higher. For the first time, he hesitated. I stepped in and cut. He stepped in too. The saber edge stopped against his forearm guard. His fist stopped against my sternum. We stood there locked, both bleeding, both too stubborn to give the medical staff the satisfaction. My boot slid 1 inch. His heel did the same. Stalemate. Vance touched the glass with 2 fingers. The crafted hunter's head tilted, and his pupils changed. The crafted hunter's eyes turned the same artificial violet as the prime gate. The crafted hunter's violet eyes stayed in my head until the slum alarm replaced them. Vance ended the evaluation without a speech, which was almost rude after making everyone bleed on schedule. I left with 1 cracked rib, no canteen, half a potion, 26 core fragments, and a blazer that looked ready for a donation bin. Next morning, the breach sirens hit the lower district before breakfast finished. I had eaten 1 rice pack, 2 boiled eggs, and the cheapest protein gel the association vending machine sold. Satiety, acceptable. Morale, not itemized. The route to the slums took 14 minutes by emergency tram, then 6 blocks on foot because the tracks past Station 9 were already bent upward. My kit was ugly but workable. Shattered saber, 1 repaired potion, no spare water, field bandages, black market whetstone, cracked watch still ticking badly. Carry weight leaned left because the saber sheath kept snagging on my torn blazer. Professional license got me through the first barricade. My face got me stopped at the second. A camera drone hovered over the crowd, broadcasting everything to public feeds while association officers argued over who had command. The slum road was packed with civilians in work coats, school uniforms, delivery jackets, all shoved behind a temporary plastic barrier that had the defensive value of wet cardboard. Behind them, 3 apartment blocks had split open around a purple breach scar. Captain Park was already there. Massive heavyweight build, silver buzz cut, thick stubble, olive drab vest over black combat shirt. He had one shoulder wrapped in dirty gauze and a steel baton in his hand because apparently retirement, injury, and common sense had all lost a vote. He saw me and barked for me to take the west lane. No reunion. No lecture. Good man. Void wolves poured out of the breach in uneven packs, translucent purple fur, 3 red eyes, obsidian claws scraping sparks off concrete. Trivial threat on paper, but paper did not have to stand between them and a daycare with blown-out windows. The first one jumped the barrier and landed on a parked delivery scooter, crushing the box rack flat. Public feed drones dipped lower. Great. Witnesses. I drew the shattered saber and cut the wolf through the shoulder joint before it cleared the scooter. Purple pixels scattered over the pavement. The crowd screamed anyway because civilians did not grade technique. They graded teeth. Park took the center line and made himself the wall. He shoved 2 civilians behind him, knocked a wolf sideways with his baton, then took a claw across the vest hard enough to spin him into a fruit stall. Apples rolled everywhere. Someone's dinner budget died for city safety. I checked the breech mouth. No boss signature. No reward table worth mentioning. Too many exit lanes. 3 packs inside. 2 already loose. 1 circling through the drainage alley toward the evacuation route. If that 3rd pack reached the rear crowd, the casualty count would climb before the officers finished their command argument. I told the nearest officer to move the civilians through the laundromat basement. He asked who authorized me. I pointed at the wolves eating his barricade. That solved the paperwork. The West Lane was a narrow service road between old brick shops, laundry steam, broken neon, trash bags split under boots. I cut the first wolf low, kicked the second into a shutter, and spent no fragments because I needed the reserve more than I needed a pretty kill. My ribs complained every time I turned. I gave them no committee seat. Park's voice cracked through the calm, rough and too close to static. He reported civilians trapped under Block C, stairwell collapsed, 6 confirmed breathing, more inside. 6 confirmed breathing meant 6 invoices the city had not paid yet. I pushed through the service road and hit the courtyard behind Block C. Smoke hung low from an electrical fire. A mother with blood down her temple held 2 children under a collapsed awning while a void wolf paced 10 feet away, head twitching between them and the breach. I threw the whetstone at its 3rd eye. Bad throw. Still hit. The wolf flinched, which was all I needed. Saber in, cracked edge across the neck, core spark cut out, body gone into purple pixels. The smaller child started crying harder. Fair. I also disliked my customer service. More wolves landed from the 2nd floor breach scar. Too many. I had strength 37, vitality 37, perception 37. That was good for a licensed hunter with a bad background and worse enemies. It was not good for holding a courtyard, a stairwell, and an evacuation route while bleeding through a white shirt. The system finally noticed the math. Emergency condition met. Overclocking, temporary stat boost. Overclocking was a temporary stat boost. Heat slammed through my limbs hard enough to make my hands lock around the saber grip. The cracked watch vibrated against my wrist. My breathing shortened. The numbers did not appear as a clean upgrade, just pressure, speed, and the immediate sense that the bill would arrive later. Fine. Later had better credit terms. I moved before the wolves finished dropping. First cut took a foreleg. Second opened a throat. Third was not a cut at all, just the saber pommel driven into the third eye until bone gave. The body dissolved over my boots. Purple grit stuck to wet blood and made the leather look ruined. The mother stared at me. I told her basement now. She ran. The children ran with her. Park crossed the courtyard carrying an old man over one shoulder and dragging a delivery driver by the collar. His vest was torn open. Blood soaked the black shirt underneath. He dropped both civilians behind the laundromat door and waved me toward the breach scar. Then the upper wall failed. Concrete came down in slabs, not enough to bury the block, enough to turn the courtyard into a bad lottery. Park shoved 3 civilians under the awning frame with his whole body. A slab hit his back and drove him to one knee. I heard bone break. He did not fall. Of course he did not. I tried to cut toward him, but 2 wolves hit me from the side. One claw opened my thigh. The other snapped at my face and took a strip from my blazer instead. I drove my elbow into its jaw, cut blind across the chest, then spent fragments because pride was no longer in the budget. Lock-on took the nearest fault. Saber followed. The wolf folded into pixels. 10 fragments gone. 16 left. Annoying, necessary. The final pack surged from the breech mouth at once, drawn by screaming, heat, blood, movement, all the usual cheap attractions. Park stood between them and the laundromat door. He raised the baton with one arm. The other hung wrong. I ran. Overclock made the distance shorter and the cost worse. My vision sharpened until every loose nail, spilled apple, and blood drop on the pavement registered. I cut the first wolf off Park's left side. He smashed the second in the skull. The third got past both of us and hit the laundromat door. Inside, civilians screamed. Park moved faster than a wounded man had any right to move. He threw himself into the wolf and pinned it against the door with his shoulder. Its claws punched through his vest. One went in under the ribs. He grabbed its head with both hands. I cut through the neck. The wolf dissolved. Park stayed upright for 1 second after the body vanished, which was rude to physics and very on brand. Then he slid down the door, leaving a red streak on cheap painted metal. The breach behind us flickered and collapsed inward with a sound that made every drone feed stutter. The system paid. Level 38 to 40. Strength 37 to 39 plus 2. Vitality 37 to 39 plus 2. Perception 37 to 39 plus 2. Reward 86 credits. Credits 1,141. Core fragments gained via true sight appraisal 1. Core fragments 27. My level climbed from 38 to 40. Strength rose from 37 to 39. Vitality rose from 37 to 39, and perception rose from 37 to 39, plus 2 each. 86 credits entered my account, bringing the running total after the gain to 1141. True Sight Appraisal added 1 core fragment, bringing the running total after the gain to 27. 1,141 credits. Enough to pay for gear, not enough to buy back the man bleeding against a laundromat door. Another panel forced itself open over the public feed. Emergency contribution verified. Hunter rank review. F to E to D to C to B to A. Status. Rank a provisional. The registry walked my hunter rank through F, E, D, C, B, and finally A. Rank a provisional. Public, recorded, and arriving at the worst possible time. Park laughed once. It came out wet. I dropped beside him and pressed both hands against the wound. The blood kept coming through my fingers. True Sight gave me bad lines. Worse pressure, no clean repair route. My half potion would not fix this. Bandages would not fix this. Cheating would not fix this. He knew. He grabbed my wrist, right over the cracked watch, and pulled me close enough that the drones could not steal the words cleanly. His eyes tracked the dead breach scar, then the empty sky above the slum blocks. The architect is feeding every hidden node into one prime gate. Park's hand went slack before the medics arrived. Drones were circling, and civilians were huddled by the laundromat. The breach had closed, but the street was still a circus. I didn't care about the optics. I just kept pressure on the wound. Useless. The medic shoved me aside. Another checked Park's pulse and gave the association officer a look that basically said, "He's dead. You do the talking." Captain Park was gone. The iron wall had finally hit his expiration date. My gloves were red to the wrist. A drone dipped too close, so I threw an empty potion vial at it. Still can't aim. It backed off anyway. Across the street, the crowd was split. Some were crying, some were recording, and a few were staring at me because the public screens had just flagged me as a rank A provisional. Great. Now I'm famous and unemployed. Min-hyuk and Sora arrived through the barricades. Min-hyuk looked like he'd been through a blender, hair a mess, blazer half burned. Sora was shaking, staring at the body. She asked if there was any way to stabilize him. I shook my head. That was the medical report. Min-hyuk told the officers to stop filming the corpse. They argued for a second, then Sora leaked a thin line of blue mana across the pavement. Every drone jumped 10 feet higher. Useful, but expensive. Sora's mana control is a financial disaster. Pushing that hard means I have to pay her in cores and training hours just to keep her from snapping. Min-hyuk isn't any cheaper. Between the pride and the gear repairs, keeping a team alive costs more than just working solo. Still cheaper than a funeral. A second alarm hit Block D. Not a wolf pack. The officer's tablet went crazy. Something bigger had slipped into the maintenance canal under the slums and was heading for the evacuation tunnel. Of course it was. The officer started assembling a team, 6 hunters, 2 shielders, 1 support. Estimated arrival, for minutes. For minutes is a luxury I can't afford. I grabbed the shattered saber off the pavement, wiped the grip on my ruined blazer, and checked my wrist. 27 core fragments. No lock on. I'm screwed. Sora stepped in front of me. She didn't grab my arm, progress, but told me my overclock debt was still peaking and my pulse was a mess. Min-hyuk backed her up, which was annoying, but he looked at Park's body and decided not to make it an order. I told them to keep the tunnel open. Sora frowned. Min-hyuk swore, and then they both left. We were way past the point of having a group therapy session in a street full of glass. The canal entrance was behind a noodle shop with torn shutters. The sign still advertised 9-credit lunch bowls. I love how the city puts a discount menu next to a massacre. I went down alone. The stairwell smelled like sewage and burnt wiring. My thigh wound reopened on step 3, and my ribs protested on step 4. I dragged the saber against the wall, leaving a black streak. Below, the water was ankle deep and the pipes were too low for a proper swing. The boss had picked a route designed to make hunters fight like idiots. Perfect. I was already fighting like an idiot. TrueSight highlighted the tunnel, residue, heat, and claw marks. One heavy body, dragging a leg, moving fast. I followed. First corpse, a void wolf, half dissolved into pixels. The boss had eaten its own for a power boost. Rude, but efficient. Then I found a maintenance worker's helmet floating in the water. No body. No time. The C-rank boss rounded the bend. It was a translucent purple nightmare with 3 eyes stacked wrong and claws that scraped both walls. It tore a pipe loose with a scream of metal. A C-rank in a civilian canal. The association will call it residual contamination. The families will call it a death sentence. It roared, and the pressure hit my chest before the sound did. Not magic, just raw, bad breath force that rattled my teeth. I charged. Everything with a mouth that big expects you to run. I slid under the first swipe and nicked its foreleg. The angle was trash, so it didn't do much. The boss responded by slamming me into the wall. Vitality 39 kept me conscious. Barely. My arm was numb, my shoulder was shot, and my breathing sounded like a broken accordion. The boss lunged again. I ducked and drove my knee into the wound. No technique, just desperation. It stumbled, spraying cold water everywhere. My watch vibrated. Not a warning, but a pulse. Mana flooded my right arm. Since I didn't have lock on, it wasn't a clean strike. It was just a raw, compressed burst of power forced through my limb. It felt less like a skill and more like my arm was trying to explode. Heat tightened from wrist to elbow. The blade didn't glow. It just got heavy, like a tool that's about to snap. The boss charged. I should have dodged. I didn't. Park had stood in front of that laundromat with a broken arm to save strangers. He paid the full price. I've got a cracked rib, a dead shoulder, and a discount bin sword. Fine. Bill me later. I planted my boots and swung. The saber hit the boss across the chest. No lock on, no system assistance, no polite prompts. Just strength 39 and a lot of anger shoved through a chipped edge. The impact blew out the tunnel lights. For 1 second, the only thing visible was the blue-white system panel. Rank A breakthrough verified. Status, Rank A. Level, 40 to 42. Strength, 39 to 41, plus 2. Vitality, 39 to 41, plus 2. Perception, 39 to 41, plus 2. Reward, 89 credits. Credits, 1,230. Core fragments gained via True Sight Appraisal, 1. Core fragments, 28. Rank A, level 42. A few stat points and 89 credits. 1,230 total. Still broke. The emergency feed caught up, and every screen in the slums switched to my name, while the world watched a C-rank boss get split into pixels by one messy hit. By morning, that canal clip had been re-uploaded so many times that my face was practically the mascot for a noodle ad on the association lobby vending machine. My profile said Rank A. Great. My shoulders still clicked every time I breathed, and apparently, the honor of public recognition doesn't come with a prescription for painkillers. I skipped breakfast and packed for a burglary instead. Shattered saber under a work coat. 2 mana potions, 1 cracked canteen, black gloves, a spare academy badge, a contractor's pass, and 1230 credits that were useless until the shops actually opened. My left side was still screaming from that old rib injury, so I shoved the saber sheath higher up my torso and accepted that I looked like a complete idiot. Sora met me under the tram station. She was a total disaster, blazer buttoned too tight, bloodshot eyes, and enough unstable mana leaking from her hands to make the security cameras glitch out just by looking at them. Min-hyuk stayed 2 blocks away with the getaway route. He spent the whole time complaining over the comms that I was using a golden boy as a glorified parking attendant. I told him expensive assets belong outside the blast radius. The Sovereign Guild branch office was basically a giant monument to people who charge for bottled water. 2 guards with shaved jaws and earpieces were guarding the front. We ignored them. Sora killed the first camera loop from the alley panel. Not for good, 30 seconds on the exterior, 90 on the elevator. Her mana control was getting better, which in this case meant the lights only flickered twice and 1 random vending machine gave a stranger a free refund. Good enough. We broke in through waste processing. It smelled like a mix of industrial bleach and soggy corporate lunches. Every 5 steps, a sensor node blinked blue. Sora spread her mana in a thin sheet to fold over the sensors. The alarm stayed quiet. My pulse stayed annoying. The vault was 3 levels down, hiding behind a sign that said, Records Compliance. The door was a nightmare of palm readers, retinal cameras, and a mana pressure plate. 3 IDs. A blood sample. I'm pretty sure it also required a signed confession of every embarrassing thing I did in middle school. Luckily, I had Sora. She crouched by the plate, jamming the feed by forcing her mana into the return line. Her jaw tightened, and sweat started beading at her temple. I counted breaths. 3. The plate went blind. I slid the stolen pass against the reader. Yellow, green, then yellow again. Even the stolen access had trust issues. The door finally creaked open 6 inches. Inside, the vault was slate gray and freezing. TrueSight highlighted the lockers, guild contracts, debt schedules, casualty forecasts. All useful, but not what I was here for. I moved cabinet by cabinet while Sora held the door blind. The cooldowns were brutal. 12 seconds on the exterior. Under a minute on the elevator. The whole plan depended entirely on Sora not coughing, fainting, or remembering she was 18 and robbing a guild that literally owns private prisons. The hidden ledger was tucked behind a false power conduit, a black data slate sealed into the wall with a dead man cipher. TrueSight picked up the seam, the wrong weight, and that violet-black residue, the same sickness as the Harvest Gate. The same signature Park had named with his last breath. 60 seconds, Sora whispered. Stealth appraisal, let me inspect the records without triggering the wards. TrueSight branch, stealth appraisal. Target, concealed ledger. Owner tag, the architect. Security state, dormant. Extraction risk, moderate. Owner, the architect. Great. This just upgraded the job from burglary to federal evidence. I worked the strip loose with a utility knife. My shoulder protested loudly. The camera twitched, then froze as Sora shoved more mana into the feed. I grabbed the slate. Possession updated. Item acquired, the architect's ledger. Rank A or not. Stealing from Sovereign felt less like a hero move and more like shoplifting a very expensive receipt. A lock clicked. 2 sets of footsteps passed the door. Fighting guards in a basement turns evidence into a corpse audit, so we froze. Sora held the jam until her nose started bleeding. I tucked the ledger in my coat and slipped out just as the palm reader flashed red. Sora dumped one last surge through the panel and the red died. We bolted through the waste corridor. Sora was unsteady and my shoulder was sending me an itemized list of complaints. 1 camera reactivated. I yanked her into a blind corner and the lens swept past empty tile. Barely. Min-hyuk had the van waiting. He saw Sora's nosebleed and the bulge in my coat and decided not to ask questions. Growth. 6 blocks later, the system decided that grand larceny counted as field work. Level 42 to 44. Strength 41 to 43 plus 2. Vitality 41 to 43 plus 2. Perception 41 to 43 plus 2. Reward 92 credits. Credits 1,322. Core fragments gained via TrueSight appraisal 2. Core fragments 30. 2 levels and a handful of stats. Not a powerhouse gain, but 30 fragments was finally enough to feel rich for about 3 bad decisions. Sora leaned against the van and breathed through a cloth. I opened the ledger on my knees, brightness low. The first page was coordinates, locations, timestamps, transfer weights, and harvest yields. Neosol was there. The slum node was there. The dead gate residue was there. Park hadn't been guessing when he died. I scrolled down. The ledger wasn't just listing our sector. It was listing harvest coordinates in other nations, too. We had the ledger. Someone had our channel. That meant breakfast was canceled. We were stuck in an association evidence room, which is basically a freezer with blue glass and coffee that tastes like battery acid. The architect's ledger was sitting in a black case between us. Sora was clutching the jammer, and Min-hyuk was standing by the door, looking so smug with those polished gold pins that I actually wanted to hit him. The relay officer in charge of our comms was a walking disaster. Swollen eyelids, coffee stains on his collar, and a habit of calling me Hunter Han, with that kind of fake respect that usually means he wants to see you trip down a flight of stairs. He told us the channel was clean. I checked the panel. He was lying. TrueSight turns comms into cyan lines. There were 3 official signatures, and one weird fourth hook piggybacking on the emergency band. Every time the officer tapped his tablet, the hook pulsed. We weren't just being watched. We were being eavesdropped on by someone with a badge. Sora saw my wrist angle and froze. Min-hyuk saw Sora seeing me. This is why geniuses are expensive, and why they're occasionally useful when you're about to get stabbed. I told them we were moving the ledger through Central Plaza for an emergency handoff. I repeated the route, the time, and a fake transfer code, speaking slowly enough for a corrupt idiot to keep up. The officer nodded too fast. His tablet pinged under his sleeve. Perfect. 10 minutes later, we hit Central Plaza with a decoy case and an escort that looked official from a distance, but underpaid up close. The Academy leaderboard was floating above us in blue light, and public screens were looping my canal clip on silent. The city loves a survivor right up until that survivor makes the paperwork a nightmare. A few hunters recognized us. Some looked annoyed that Min-hyuk was standing beside me instead of above me. One Sovereign Guild junior by the fountain, charcoal gear, expensive boots, and a jawline that had never seen a day of actual field work, made a face at the case. He told his friends I was dragging real hunters into my trash skill theater. Min-hyuk just smiled at him. It was way more threatening than arguing. The relay officer followed 20 steps behind, hugging his tablet. Sora kept the jammer quiet. I wanted the leak to stay live. Dead wires don't testify. We hit the marker at 7:31 a.m. The trap was a cheap trick that only works because arrogant people are easy. The decoy case held a blank slate, 2 broken mana cores, and a tracker Sora had swiped off a Sovereign Vault door. If someone grabbed it, it would look like Sovereign was moving fake evidence against itself. It was ugly, but it worked. The officer's tablet pinged again. A black service van pulled up without clearance. 4 Sovereign juniors stepped out with badges that looked like they'd been printed at home. Then came the enforcer, tall, broad, crooked nose, wearing a crimson and gold crest under a gray coat. He didn't look at the guards. He looked at the case. Noted. The crowd shifted. Phones went up. The enforcer announced the case was stolen guild property and demanded it under emergency recovery rights. The association guards hesitated. That hesitation cost them their dignity, but not their lives, so they were still winning. I set the case on the ground. The junior by the fountain laughed and called me cooperative. I opened TrueSight. TrueSight branch, loyalty analysis, limited. Target group, active shared channel. Result, 1 hostile relay. Loyalty analysis doesn't give you a life story. It just tells you if someone wants to kill you. It was enough. The relay officer's line turned red. 1 clean receipt. I didn't look at him yet. If you look too early, guilty people start acting innocent. I wanted him working at full stupidity. The enforcer lunged for the case with a hidden sleeve blade. Public combat, broad daylight, and the guy chose a knife. Sovereign training involves a lot of confidence and 0 math. I kicked the case backward. Sora snapped the jammer on. The blade hit the tracker seal, which burst into blue-white sparks and broadcast the fake Sovereign signature across every public feed in range. The enforcer's face shifted from aggression to, "Oh, I'm getting fired." Min-hyuk stepped in and drove his shoulder into the first junior. Gold pins, expensive haircut, 0 mercy. The kid hit the fountain wall and dropped his badge in the water. The crowd made that sound people make when violence becomes entertainment. The enforcer recovered and slashed low at my thigh. I gave him half a step, let the saber clear its sheath, and caught his wrist with the flat of the chipped edge. Bone cracked. He dropped the blade. No lock-on. No flashy moves. I just noticed the channel while he was busy being a thug, and then I worried about how much this was going to mess up my morning. The relay officer tried to back away. Sora widened the jammer's range, and his tablet went black. He tapped it twice, then stopped when he realized his panic had an audience. The enforcer tried to grab the case with his good hand. I put my boot on the latch and pressed. The case opened, Sora had rigged it to fail under pressure, and the blank slate projected the contents over the plaza. Empty. 2 broken cores. And a tracker screaming a sovereign signature. The public screens caught all of it. The junior by the fountain opened his mouth, found no useful words, and closed it again. Good. Silence was the first sensible thing he'd contributed. The relay officer tried to slip away. Min-hyuk blocked the lane with his shoulders. The officer tried to claim he was securing the perimeter, and Min-hyuk let the drones record the lie. I picked up the blade and tossed it onto the case. Level 44 to 46. Strength 43 to 45 plus 2. Vitality 43 to 45 plus 2. Perception 43 to 45 plus 2. Reward 95 credits. Credits 1,417. Core fragments gained via True Sight Appraisal 1. Core fragments 31. A 2-level jump and a stat boost. 31 fragments. Still not enough to actually feel safe. The association guards finally remembered they had jobs and moved in. The Sovereign Juniors started shouting about illegal entrapment, which is rich for guys with fake badges and sleeve knives. Sora kept the jammer running until the officer's tablet started smoking. He stared at the dead device, then at me. I held up my cracked watch. The timer read 7:21 a.m., marked with the first unauthorized ping. He'd just realized I'd seen the betrayal coming 10 minutes before it happened. No powers, no system, and a gear set that looked like a garage sale. I had 1,417 credits, enough for a decent dinner, but barely enough to pay the entry fee for a hunter. I had 43 minutes before the sovereign lawyers arrived to ruin my life. The logistics were a disaster. Sora had the real ledger, the fake one was in an evidence locker, and Min-hyuk was currently losing an argument with a clerk at the association. We didn't wait for breakfast. We moved immediately because coordinates don't care if you're tired. I packed the essentials: shattered saber, 2 overpriced mana potions, a blood clot patch, a cracked canteen, spare gloves, 3 compression bands, a cheap respirator, and 31 core fragments. The saber poked my ribs. Typical Neo-Soul medicine, tiny vials, huge price tags. The spot was a transit depot under the East Industrial Line. No contract, no reward, no paperwork. Just a service tunnel with cracked blue glass and a gate leaking freezing air. Sora held the jammer. Min-hyuk took the high ground. They hated the plan. I hated it more, but 1 person is a ghost. 3 people is a parade. The gate opened into a black resin corridor that sloped downward. Terrible architecture. 50 meters in, I found the other hunters. 3 A ranks. Dead. Their armor was steaming, and their gear was untouched. They didn't even get to fight. They just stopped existing. Calamity tier. Association code for even the pros die instantly. Great. Just my luck. The corridor breathed. My respirator filter turned gray immediately. Using True Sight, I mapped the path, heat pockets, vacuum pulses, mana static, and resin thorns. A normal party would use a formation, which in here just means everyone dies at the same time. Left boot, dry ridge. Right boot, cracked resin. Hold breath. Move. I swiped a potion from a corpse with a premium belt pack, but left the wallet. Stealing from a dead man in a calamity gate felt rude. Plus, the leather was too heavy to carry. My comm clicked. Sora saw distortion. Min-hyuk saw nothing. I told them I was still alive, which was the only update that mattered. Then came the pressure, not a sound, but a vibration behind my teeth. With my perception at 45, I caught the pattern: 3 short waves, 1 long. The floor split. A strip of resin vented white heat. The A rank next to me had almost made it. Only his left boot remained on my side of the tunnel. The rest of him was now a warning label. I waited for the plates to close, crossed on the 3rd pulse, and burned a core fragment on stat growth. Being cheap is fine until the room starts charging interest. The fragment dissolved. Muscles tightened. Vision sharpened. The vapor lanes went from a blur to a visible mistake. I hit the gate chamber, and the system finally paid out. Level 46 to 48. Strength 45 to 47, plus 2. Vitality 45 to 47, plus 2. Perception 45 to 47, plus 2. Reward 98 credits. Credits 1,515. Core fragments gained via True Sight Appraisal 1. Core fragments 32. Level 48. Sounds great, but I was still breathing rented air through a discount filter. The chamber was huge, choked with wet black resin and pulsing violet veins that looked like an anatomy textbook from hell. In the center was a crystalline core in a column of tissue. Not a nice blue, a sick, bleeding violet black. Cycle node. I didn't touch it. Something dropped from the ceiling and broke the floor. Bigger than a void wolf. Long limbs, spinal plating, and 3 red eyes. Obsidian claws. Purple fur. Its ribs breathed the wrong way. True Sight showed no easy kill mark. Rude. The monster moved. I dove sideways as a claw ripped the resin off the column. I hit the floor hard, and my canteen snapped off and rolled into a vent. There went my water. The monster lunged. I blocked with the shattered saber and got pushed back 6 feet. Strength 47 kept my arms on. Vitality 47 kept my wrists intact. Barely. I cut low. The saber hit the leg, but purple pixels leaked out and snapped back in. Regeneration. Of course. This gate wasn't expensive enough to be easy. The Guardian's third eye pulsed. The floor turned soft. I jumped back just as resin spikes shot up. One grazed my calf. Blood in my boot. Bad for grip, worse for morale. Sora's voice crackled through the static. I reported 1 Guardian, 1 node, bad air, and no exit plan. Minhyuk cursed and tried to move in. I told him to stay out. He ignored the tone, but he understood the math. The Guardian circled, blocking the node every time I moved. It wasn't hunting. It was guarding. I had to make it choose between the core and its life. I threw the stolen potion bottle at the node. The Guardian crushed it midair. Wasteful, but it worked. I spent fragments and found a fracture at its shoulder, just a cyan bracket around the weak spot. I ran at the node. The Guardian committed. Claws came down. I slid under, felt a claw rip my blazer, and slammed the saber into the shoulder. Clean hit. Bone cracked. Armor split. Purple pixels sprayed out and didn't go back in. The Guardian staggered. Good. Not dead. Bad. Its ribs opened wider. Violet threads pulled from the walls. The vents ignited. Heat hit my face shield, and my respirator blinked red. The filter was gone. Blood in my boot, low potions, unstable exit, and 1 Calamity Guardian. The monster looked at me with 3 red eyes. A system panel opened over its head. Guardian protocol active. Primary function, protect cycle node. The boss wasn't a monster. It was an employee. The Guardian didn't even get to finish me. The chamber decided to file me instead. Bad move for me, but a great one for the paperwork. I was processed like a piece of junk mail. Those 3 red eyes stayed locked on my face while the cycle node pulsed, and the resin floor just opened up. A clean amber seal popped out of nowhere, something that had absolutely no business being inside a calamity gate. 1 second I'm bleeding into my socks with a cheap respirator failing on my mouth, and the next, the gate just spat me out. Rude service. I hit polished charcoal stone on 1 knee and nearly took a visitor's chair down with me. The chair shrieked across the floor, murdering whatever dignity the room had left. For a private sanctum designed to make grown hunters shake, the rugs were ridiculously slippery. The room belonged to Director Vance. Not the public office with the fake nice receptionists and the academy plaques. This was the inner sanctum, perched high above the central plaza. One wall was reinforced glass overlooking the floating blue leaderboard far below. The rest was mahogany and cold white lights that made your skin look like you hadn't been paid in 3 years. The double doors behind me were banded with an amber seal ring. No handle on my side. Efficient. Vance was sitting behind the desk in a navy suit. Thin build, slicked back white hair, pale eyes, hands folded over a document case. 2 sovereign attendants stood by the shelves. Dark uniforms, crimson and gold crests. One had waxy cheeks and bitten nails, sweating through his collar. The other had a narrow chin and hair combed so hard it looked like a helmet, with shoes polished past the point of common sense. Nobody asked if I needed a medic. That answered a lot of questions. My calf was burning, and my shoulder throbbed where the gate floor had introduced itself to my ribs. I kept the shattered saber in my hand, chipped edge down. I didn't raise it. Raising a weapon too early is an emotional move, and I was going for a specific vibe, tired, underfunded, and inconvenient. Luckily, that required 0 acting. A pale cyan system panel flickered open beside my left wrist. Psychological pressure check. External authority imposed. Level 48 to 50. Strength 78 to 80, plus 2. Vitality 78 to 80, plus 2. Perception 78 to 80, plus 2. Reward 101 credits. Credits 3,459. Core fragments gained via true sight appraisal 2. Core fragments 54. Level 50. I'd basically just been bullied by a room, and the system decided to pay me for the trauma. The stats were a nice bump, strength, vitality, and perception all hitting 80 with a little extra on top, but the 101 credits felt like a slap in the face. 3459 total isn't wealth. It's, I can afford repairs, potions, and maybe a few replacement filters without selling my blood to a clinic with guild discounts. I've made more money embarrassing a senior in a training hall, and that guy at least had the courtesy to stay unconscious. Vance noticed the panel. He didn't react. Men who design murder systems spend a lot of time practicing their poker face in the mirror. He told the attendants to stay quiet. They tried, but they were bad at it. The waxy one swallowed so hard, I actually heard his throat click. The overcombed one tried to stand straighter and stepped right on a rug tassel, pulling his own shoe halfway off. He fixed it with a clumsy heel shove while pretending he was still a menacing professional. Good. The director opened the document case. Inside was a contract on black fiber paper, stamped with the sovereign crest in deep crimson and gold. This wasn't academy paperwork or some association certification. This was a private charter. Heavy clauses. A blood signature line. A payment schedule with numbers so fat they could make a desperate hunter forget the word permanent. Vance started the pitch. He didn't call it surrendering. People with offices above the clouds don't use honest words. They use professional ones. He called it alignment. He called it placement inside the next operating order. He spent a few minutes complaining about how the licensing market wasted talent and burned low ranks for statistics, letting guilds fight over scraps while the gates got meaner every season. Then he placed one pale finger on the contract and gave me the actual offer. Here was the scam. Give up my autonomy to Vance's new order, and in return, I'd get protection and funding. Basically, he was offering to buy my leash and call it a guaranteed seat in the new ranks. It was the kind of deal only a desperate man or a complete idiot would sign. There it was. Clean. Expensive. Rotten. I didn't even think about it. Some decisions need a pro-con list. This one just required basic literacy. Vance kept talking anyway, because powerful men love it when a trap explains itself. He listed the salaries, the equipment access, priority access to sealed gates, medical coverage, debt cancellation, and immunity from a handful of association investigations he'd obviously set up in advance. Every benefit had a hook. Every hook had a second, smaller hook hidden behind a wall of legal jargon. I knew contracts. Before all this, I had died poor and underranked, but I hadn't died stupid. A clause that says protection from external liability usually means you are now property of the internal authority. A clause about strategic deployment rights means someone else picks the room where you bleed out. A clause about lifetime confidentiality means your corpse stays under an NDA. My calf dripped a fat glob of blood onto his navy runner carpet. The waxy attendant flinched. I shifted my boot half an inch and smeared the stain into the fabric. Petty? Yes. Useful? Absolutely. Vance finally stopped listing the perks and watched my face. He was looking for hunger. He wanted that little twitch people get when a number hits their weak spot. This offer probably worked on hunters with mountain-high hospital bills, dead families, or guild debts. It bought exhaustion and then renamed it Purpose. Then he mentioned Captain Park. He said the captain had been brave. The room went dead silent. My grip tightened once on the saber and then loosened. Vitality 80 kept my hand from shaking. Perception 80 kept the office mapped in my head. The door seal, the two idiots by the wall, the rune in the desk drawer, the stress channels in the glass wall, the lock on the artifact cabinet, and the flat black charm stitched into Vance's right sleeve. No immediate way to kill him instantly, but plenty of ways to die. I asked him if the condolence package was included in the salary table. The waxy attendant made a small coughing sound and immediately looked like he wanted to vanish. Vance didn't blink. He had just learned that the dead mentor button produced sarcasm instead of compliance. Awkward for his file. He slid the contract forward. The paper stopped at the far end of the desk, perfectly centered. The blood signature line was waiting below my name, Doyen Han. Rank A on the public records, anomaly in the private records, future asset in Vance's handwriting. The contract even had my estimated market value appended in a sealed side column. I flicked TrueSight on for half a second. Not to check the offer. I already knew it was garbage. I checked the ink. The crest contained compressed mana, heat-sensitive, and keyed to a refusal trigger with a remote archive copy. Cute. The document wasn't actually paper. It was a leash with fancy stationery manners. Vance told me not to mistake pride for leverage. I almost respected the line. Almost. It was exactly the kind of thing a man says when he's never had to price-check discount canteen rice at midnight. I set the shattered saber on the desk. Both attendants tensed up. The battered blade looked hideous against the mahogany. Worn grip, low balance point, chipped edge, with dried gate resin caked along the fuller. Vance's contract sat beneath it with all its crimson ceremony and expensive ink. The saber had cost me a black market gamble and several sleepless nights. The contract probably cost more than my entire dorm block. I liked my purchase better. Vance's pale eyes narrowed. He told me the world coming next had no room for unaffiliated hunters. I put my left hand on the contract and felt the mana in the crest wake up. It tried to climb my skin, feeding off the blood from my calf. The psychological pressure pressed down again, colder, heavier, the room basically asking my body to remember who owned the building. My panel flickered. My core fragment count stayed at 54. That was enough for several very bad choices. I didn't spend a single one. The offer didn't deserve the resources. I laughed right in Vance's face, and as I did, I slammed the shattered saber down onto the contract, letting the first burst of white fire eat through the sovereign seal. I burned the contract. Vance didn't even blink. That was my first hint that things were going south, because usually, people with private sanctums get very loud when you set their legal paperwork on fire. He just watched the ash drift across the table like blue snow while I stood there with a boot filling with blood and a respirator hanging uselessly around my neck. The room was too perfect. No smoke, no smell of charcoal, no scorch marks on the polished steel. My sleeve was a rag and my calf was open to the air, but the architecture had decided to ignore the mess. It was a very polite way of telling me I was no longer in a physical space. Noted. Sora's comm signal hit static. Minhyuk's channel blinked once and died. Then a door appeared on the far wall where there definitely hadn't been a door 10 seconds ago. It looked clean, simple, and inviting, which automatically made it the most dangerous thing in the room. Vance smiled and told me I'd made an emotional choice. I checked his shoes. No reflection. The floor was reflecting the table, the blue ash, my ruined blazer, and the notched edge of the shattered saber, but it wasn't reflecting him. Perfect illusion gate. The system label popped up late and completely useless. I've dealt with cheap illusion traps before, fake hallways, decoy monsters, the usual budget theater. This wasn't a stage play. Their plan? Feed me my own trauma, point me toward a fake exit, and charge me pain until I drop dead of exhaustion. Efficient. Expensive. Exactly the kind of overpriced torture Vance would buy to avoid actually talking to people. I backed away from the table and did a quick inventory, mostly because panic doesn't pay medical bills. Saber? Check. Mana potions in the inner pocket? Check. Blood clot patch on the belt? Check. Canteen? Gone. I had fragments available, but not enough to waste on a dramatic mistake that would get me killed. I looked back and saw the exit had been replaced by smooth, slate-gray concrete. The gate was effectively charging me rent for standing still. The fake Vance started talking again, claiming the Sovereign could still accept my refusal as negotiation. I ignored him and shoved TrueSight into the walls. The first layer looked normal. Concrete ribs, steel supports, power conduits. Too normal. Real buildings have ugly mistakes, crooked welds, dust in the seams, the kind of shoddy work you get when a contractor wants a project finished before a budget review. This place was too clean to be real. I pushed harder. Blue wireframes crawled over the room and stuttered. The walls stretched a fraction of an inch and snapped back. The door slid closer without actually moving. Fake Vance just stood there with his hands folded, looking like a rich man waiting for a poor man to run out of options. Then my left eye started to burn. Then it started to bleed. A warm line of blood slid under my fringe and down my cheek. The interface flickered as my perception strained past the breaking point. My vision split between the room and the raw data underneath, just a mess of misaligned layers and glitching geometry. The system tried to throw a warning at me, but I dismissed it. Warnings are free. Surgery is not. The illusion shifted tactics. The door opened, and Sora was there. Auburn hair loose, charcoal blazer torn, emerald eyes wide. She told me Minhyuk was down, and we had to get out now. Perfect voice, perfect posture, perfect emotional trigger. Wrong timing. Sora wouldn't walk into an unknown gate projection without checking the jammer first. She also wouldn't stand in an open doorway during a hostile illusion unless someone had replaced her brain with cafeteria soup. The fake reached for my sleeve, and I sliced through its wrist. It dissolved into pale static and folded back into the doorframe. The gate didn't like that. The floor tilted, my bad leg slipped, and a spike of pain shot up my calf. Honestly, it was the most helpful thing that had happened all day. Real pain makes a fake room a lot less convincing. I pressed my thumb into the wound and held on until the illusion stopped smoothing the edges of my vision. Another false exit appeared, then another. The Sanctum cycled through a corridor of academy glass, a service tunnel, an abandoned transit depot, and finally the lower district street where Captain Park had died. That last one felt cheap. Not ineffective, just cheap. His body wasn't even there. The gate didn't know his actual weight, only the shape of the grief I felt from a distance. It was a counterfeit emotion, the kind of thing rich men buy when they want results without actually touching a corpse. I started walking the wrong way on purpose. Every illusion wanted me to take the obvious exit, so I followed the only things that stayed ugly. A cracked floor groove, a warped steel seam, a smear of my own blood that the gate kept forgetting to erase. It was a glamorous way to navigate. Somewhere, an academy lecturer was probably turning this exact scenario into a paid seminar for students who didn't actually have to bleed. The walls pressed tighter. TrueSight dug deeper and found black threads hidden behind the false steel, thin lines running through the pocket and connecting to something outside the chamber. This wasn't a monster or a standard gate core. It was a networked command structure hidden under the skin of the illusion. My eye bled harder. The system panel opened crooked, then stabilized. World Slayer's Eye, partial unlock. Scope, cycle node network. Stability, unstable. The clean explanation was that TrueSight had widened from the local gate to the entire cycle node network. The dirty version was that my skull suddenly felt too small for the amount of information being shoved into it, and I was fairly certain my brain was being rearranged like a poorly packed suitcase. Fake Vance appeared in front of me again. This time his suit was flawless, but his face lagged behind his voice by a fraction of a second. He told me to stop before the strain damaged the only useful part of me. He was being rude, but he was probably right. I swung anyway. The shattered saber hit empty air. The illusion folded around the blade and rebuilt the room behind my back. Suddenly, I was at the table again. Contract ash hanging mid-fall. Vance smiling. My blood not yet on the floor. A loop. Great. Now I was paying for the privilege of watching the same 3 seconds of my life on repeat. I changed my target. I didn't go for Vance, the door, or the room. I aimed for the place where the reset had started, a tiny hitch in the table's blue holographic edge. TrueSight marked it as a seam in the projection lattice. My hand was shaking, and the saber felt 10 times heavier than usual. Blood dripped from my chin onto my white shirt, then vanished before it hit the floor. The gate was cleaning the evidence faster than I could bleed. I didn't spend any fragments. I saved the lock. This wasn't a problem that required a critical hit. It was just unpaid labor against a machine that wanted me exhausted. I drove the saber into the seam and held it there, forcing TrueSight to rip the false room open. Finally, the system paid up. Level 48 to 52. Strength 47 to 49 plus 2. Vitality 47 to 49 plus 2. Perception 47 to 49 plus 2. Reward 104 credits. Credits 1,619. Core fragments gained via TrueSight appraisal 1. Core fragments 33. A decent payout, but I was still bleeding from the eye, which is a terrible trade-off when you consider the cost of high-quality bandages. The room cracked from ceiling to floor. Fake Vance's smile broke into flat blue shards. The steel table vanished, and the polished floor dropped away. For one breath, there was nothing but black space threaded with violet-black lines, each one pulsing from node to node across a shape too wide to belong to any academy gate. Then the illusion shattered completely, and the true map of the global cycle nodes filled the dark, making me feel very small, very tired, and very in need of a drink. I was standing in a room that should have been a map, and instead, I had 12 S-ranks staring at me. Not the kind with personalities or pensions. These were crafted hunters, lab-grown meat designed to hit hard and not complain until the warranty expired. They marched out of the shadows in a perfect line. Same height, same breadth, no joint pain, zero human flaws. They had hooks, knuckle guards, and short spears, overpriced gear on bodies with absolutely nothing behind the eyes. Vance didn't send assassins. He sent a set of textbooks. The floor shifted into a combat arena, because of course it did. Drones dropped from the ceiling, red recording lights blinking. Somewhere outside, the whole city was getting a front row seat to watch the guy with trash skills get beaten up on school property again. Great for the views. Sora's voice popped into my ear for a second and then died. Min Hyuk yelled my name, sounding annoyed, Then the channel cut out completely. The feed stayed live, though. Priorities. The first hunter moved. True Sight threw a blue wireframe over him, then slapped on a new layer. Combat prediction unlocked. Cyan afterimages appeared 1 beat ahead of the target. That was the whole manual. Fine by me. I didn't need a lecture. I just needed the guy with the hook to stop trying to open my throat. He lunged. I stepped half a pace, let the blade nick my blazer, and slammed my hand into his wrist right where the wireframe showed the weight shifting. It wasn't a clean cut, it was basically butchery, but his grip broke. The blade hit the floor and vanished into blue sparks. First piece of evidence, on a live stream, for everyone who thinks appraisal is just for reading receipts. The next 2 came at once. Spear from the left, knuckles from the right. Their timing was flawless, which made them easy. Real people hesitate. These things were just printed on a track. I ducked the spear, pinned the shaft under my arm, and kicked the knuckle fighter in the knee. The joint gave out because artificial balance can't handle a sudden, ugly trip. I shoved the spear across the other guy's throat and used him as a human doorstop when the 4th one tried to rush in. Messy, but it worked. The drones loved it. Comments started scrolling across a side panel. Half the people thought I was cheating. The other half thought Sovereign finally made something scary. A few called me the Academy's error in the way people talk about a lottery ticket they aren't sure is real. Fantastic. One blurred forward with both palms open. It wasn't just speed. It was pure acceleration from the hips. A normal fighter would watch the hands and miss the feet. True Sight showed me the heel lock first. I stepped right on his lead foot. The whole move jammed. His shoulder popped, his ribs buckled from the recoil, and I finished him with a flat side strike of the shattered saber across the chest. I needed information, not a pile of scrap metal. The 5th and 6th hunters changed their rhythm. Vance, or whatever machine was running this, was adjusting. The 5th tried to bait a low guard while the 6th circled wide. My left eye was bleeding and working overtime, so the prediction layer started to jitter. For 1 second, I saw 4 different paths instead of 2. That was the price. My head throbbed. Blood ran down my jaw and soaked into my collar. The system didn't give me a get-well-soon notification, which was fine. I knew I was running on empty. I took the cheapest way out. I threw a broken spear shaft at the 5th hunter's face. He caught it because perfect reflexes are arrogant. While he was busy with the wood, I sliced the back of his knee. The 6th one arrived a second later and punched the air where my head used to be. I was already underneath him. Pommel to the ribs. Elbow to the throat. Boot to the ankle. He hit the floor hard enough to crack the tile. The drones drifted closer, hungry little things with better access than the medics. The crowd finally started making noise. Not in the room, but through the plaza speakers. Some cadets cheered because they weren't the ones getting hit. Others went quiet because they realized 12 S-rank bodies were losing to a rank A with a broken sword. A few sounded offended. It's funny how people get mad when they realize they're the ones who are obsolete. The 7th hunter opened his mouth and spoke with Vance's voice. He told me I was just proving why I needed to be locked up. I hit him before he could finish the sentence. Not because it hurt my feelings, but because talking wastes my timing. The chipped edge of the saber caught his jaw right below the ear. His eyes went blank. Purple pixels crawled over his clothes before he dissolved. Not monsters, not people, just an expensive middle ground with a nightmare of a legal clause. The last 5 attacked all at once. The total wipe. No fancy footwork, just 5 S-ranks crossing every lane to turn the floor into a debt collection notice. Prediction flooded my vision with too many cyan paths. Hook, fist, knee, spear, palm, elbow. I burned my fragments and locked in. I wasn't looking for a kill. I was looking for the first domino. The system snapped one path into focus. I drove the notched edge into the lead hunter's guard at the exact angle of stress. His block collapsed. His elbow slammed into the second hunter's wrist. The second hunter's spear dipped into the third one's shin. The third stumbled into the fourth's shoulder. The fourth's palm strike missed me and smashed the fifth across the face. Very expensive slapstick. I moved through the gap. Shoulder check. Knee stamp. Flat blade hit. Reverse grip cut. Boot to the chest. The saber was heavy and honest, perfect for work that didn't need to look pretty. One choked on bad timing. One lost 3 teeth. One tried to run and tripped on a floor groove. One took a pommel to the temple. The last one stayed standing long enough to be dramatic, so I took out his ankle and let gravity handle the rest. The system paid out while the floor was still ringing. Level, 89 to 54. Strength, 78 to 80, plus 2. Vitality, 78 to 80, plus 2. Perception, 78 to 80, plus 2. Reward, 107 credits. Credits, 3,465. Core fragments gained via True Sight Appraisal, 1. Core fragments, 53. Physical peak, at least on paper. The elites lay around me, twitching as their programming tried to make them stand up. The drones hovered. My boots were planted in the cracks, blood dripping from my chin onto a body that probably cost more than a city clinic. The nearest drone's lens zoomed in, and the reflection showed my eyes burning with a color True Sight had never used before. The combat pit did not cheer after the final crafted hunter hit the floor. It recalculated. Reinforced glass brightened, public drones tightened their circle, and every observer above me had the same practical question on their face. If the defective rank F file could dismantle S-rank products on a recorded feed, then the paperwork had become a legal problem. Good. Legal problems cost people money. My ribs hurt when I breathed. My calf had turned my boot into a wet container. My blazer was torn at the sternum, sliced at the sleeve, and stiff at the collar where old blood had dried under newer blood. The shattered saber still sat in my hand, heavier than academy iron, edge chipped, grip tacky, honest enough for the job. The relay officer opened the pit door from the side corridor. He looked worse than last time. Narrow shoulders, sallow cheeks, one eyelid twitching. His association vest hung crooked over his shirt, and the badge on his chest had been turned backward, which was either a security measure or a nervous breakdown with accessories. He told me the feed was still live. I told him to stop sounding surprised. Sora came down first, not running, because running in a blood-groove combat pit is how support specialists become incident reports. Her auburn hair was tied tight again. Her academy blazer had burn marks across one cuff from the vault breach, and she carried the real ledger inside a shielded data pouch pressed under her arm. Min-hyuk followed her with his gold pins bent, one cheek bruised, and his platinum hair no longer pretending it had a stylist. He looked at the bodies on the floor and gave me a flat nod. That was practically a hug from him. Sora checked my eye before she checked the ledger. She did not say I looked fine, because she had standards. She just pressed a clot patch into my hand and told me the upload route had to go through the Association Public Relay Hub, then the Academy Emergency Broadcast Net, then the commercial screens tied to breach warnings. 3 systems, all built by departments that hated sharing passwords. Naturally, the practical problem was ugly. We had a ledger drive, a relay officer with access, a damaged pit feed, my public combat proof, and a building already trying to lock itself down around the evidence. My canteen was gone, my saber hand was shaking, my boots were bad on slick floor, and my cooldowns were not the kind of thing I wanted to donate to a hallway ambush. Meanwhile, the observers above us started arguing through the glass. Corporate scouts were calling legal departments. Academy staff were trying to shut down drones. Sovereign juniors were pulling back in a tight group, dark uniforms stiff, deep crimson and gold crests catching the cold lights. No one was rushing into the pit. That was the first intelligent thing they had done all week. Then the last crafted hunter moved. Not enough to stand. Enough to matter. His fingers scraped the concrete, and a black capsule rolled from his sleeve toward the drain groove. TrueSight marked it as a dead switch tied to the pit feed, the ledger signal, and the reward table all at once. Expensive sabotage. Vance had packed a receipt shredder into a human body. Min-hyuk saw my eyes shift and moved without asking. He kicked the capsule away. Sora snapped a binding strip around it. I stepped on the unit's wrist before he could crawl after it. His bones made a small sound. The public drones caught that too. The system opened over him. S-rank barrier trial, final condition met. Combat proof, accepted. Ledger proof, pending upload. Core absorption, available. The final S-rank barrier accepted combat proof and opened core absorption. One clean explanation. Then work. A shard rose from the defeated unit's chest cavity, small enough to fit on my thumbnail, dense enough that the concrete under my boot vibrated. A second pale blue-white mote drifted behind it. Both were core fragments, still pea-sized, not some dramatic treasure gem nonsense. The first one carried enough pressure to make my teeth ache. I absorbed it through my left palm. Bad idea medically. The power hit my bones anyway. My knees bent. My ribs locked. Every old injury woke up and filed a complaint at the same time. The pit lights flickered pale blue. The drones backed away. Above the glass, people who had come to watch a public execution got to watch a ranking office lose control of its own classification system. The panel cut through the noise. Level 52 to 56. Strength 49 to 51 plus 2. Vitality 49 to 51 plus 2. Perception 49 to 51 plus 2. Reward 110 credits. Credits 1,729. Core fragments gained via TrueSight appraisal 2. Core fragments 35. Hunter rank F to S. Rank S, provisional certification accepted. My level climbed from 52 to 56. Strength rose from 49 to 51. Vitality rose from 49 to 51. And perception rose from 49 to 51, plus 2 each. 110 credits entered my account, bringing the running total after the gain to 1729. TrueSight appraisal added 2 core fragments, bringing the running total after the gain to 35. My hunter rank advanced from F to S, and the system accepted rank S provisional certification. Finally, still broke by rich person standards. The pit erupted after that. Not cheering. Noise. Staff shouting into comms, scouts demanding confirmation, cadets pressing against glass, sovereign juniors trying to leave without looking scared and failing because their shoulders gave them away. The massive blue public registry screen above the observation tier refreshed my file, then froze under competing lockout commands. The relay officer swallowed hard and asked if we understood what uploading the ledger would do. Sora answered by handing him the drive. No speech. Good woman. Next morning was not clean. It was a service elevator, a stolen maintenance cart, cold vending machine rice, and Sora using her jammer to hold open doors that were trying to become security walls. Min-hyuk carried the heavier relay case because broad shoulders were finally useful outside vanity. I carried the saber, the data pouch, and my own body, which was currently the least reliable item on the list. The Association Public Relay Hub sat behind reinforced blue-tinted glass in the administrative spine. White walls, steel floor, cold lights. A dozen emergency broadcast panels waiting for breach notices, evacuation orders, and cheerful government lies about containment. The relay officer plugged in his key. Sora slid the ledger drive into the open port. Min-hyuk watched the corridor, jaw tight, one hand near the spare blade at his belt. I stood close enough to the main console that my blood dripped beside the cable track instead of into it. Professionalism. The ledger unpacked in layers. Gate coordinates. Harvest schedules. Transfer routes. Payment approvals. Crafted hunter production notes. Names hidden behind titles. Director signatures scrubbed and then restored by TrueSight because someone had deleted the ink and forgotten the pressure marks underneath. Vance was everywhere. Not as a rumor. Not as a theory. As invoices, orders, death counts, and trial batches routed through sealed Academy accounts. The first public screen switched from a breach advisory to the ledger index. Then the hallway panels changed. Then the pit feeds. Then the transit station boards. Then the cheap wall screens in cafeteria corners where cadets usually checked meal prices and leaderboard gossip. Every public screen took the evidence. The building tried to cut power. Sora's jammer screamed. Min-hyuk braced the relay case with both hands. The relay officer started praying under his breath, then remembered who paid his pension and stopped halfway through. I opened the live channel. My face appeared on the screens, pale, blood-streaked, black hair over my left eye, charcoal blazer ruined, slate-gray eyes lit by the same violet-blue fracture the cameras had caught in the pit. Behind me, the ledger kept scrolling. Names, gates, dates, harvest yields, Vance's private approvals. I did not explain the whole crime. The documents were doing that for free. I looked into the feed drone and said, "Architect, I am declaring war on you." For a second, nothing happened. Then every screen in the relay hub tried to disagree with every other screen at once. The ledger kept scrolling behind my face. The Academy emergency net tried to bury it under evacuation alerts. The association relay tagged it as classified evidence. The commercial breach boards grabbed the death counts because civilian panic paid better than tuition updates. Efficient little ecosystem. Sora kept both hands on the jammer case, face tight, auburn hair stuck to her cheek from sweat. The device whined hard enough to make the glass wall tremble. Keeping that channel open was burning through charge she needed for her own training, her own contracts, her own very expensive survival plan. She did it anyway. Min-hyuk stood at the corridor mouth with his bent gold pins and ruined rich boy hair, blocking 3 administrators who had suddenly discovered a passion for cable safety. One tried to push past him. Min-hyuk did not hit him. He just shifted his shoulder and let the man trip over a relay bag, spilling paper cups, rice packets, and his dignity across the steel floor. Noted. Then the global leaderboard loaded. Not the Academy board above the plaza. The professional one. The registry every guild used to price contracts, assign security, sell sponsorships, and decide whether a hunter was worth rescuing or billing afterward. It appeared across the relay wall in clean blue light, stuttered, duplicated my file, deleted it, restored it, then dropped the whole ranking table into error white. Names vanished. Ranks blinked. My old file tried to sit in 3 places at once. Trash skill, rank S, unknown public standing, illegal ledger source, live combat proof. The system could handle monsters, gate collapses, and corporate murder with neat little boxes. Apparently, it did not enjoy public evidence of its owner committing crimes through those boxes. The relay officer made a noise from his throat. Not a word. A small unpaid sound. The public feed comments moved too fast to read cleanly, but TrueSight caught enough. Fraud. Hero. Criminal. Sovereign plant. Academy mistake. Vance victim. Vance traitor. Then the tags started repeating across civilian boards in ugly capital letters. World threat. The public tags pushed world threat across the feeds. The system gave me notorious first, because apparently even scandals had promotion queues. The system registered public perception as a trackable classification. Public infamy, unknown to notorious. Global target status, active. My public infamy moved from unknown to notorious, and global target status became active. Great. The ledger did not slow down. Harvest gates. Scrubbed contracts. Crafted hunter batches. Dead zone transfers. Payment approvals routed through Academy accounts with Vance's signature pressure still sitting under the deleted ink. Every page made another department look guilty. Every department had lawyers. Lawyers made calls. Calls made panic travel. The professional board crashed again. This time it did not just flicker. It dumped live correction data straight across the relay wall, numbers blinking in pale blue beside my file, while the registry tried to decide if I was a hunter, a criminal asset, or a paperwork disease. Level 89 to 58. Strength 78 to 80 plus 2. Vitality 78 to 80 plus 2. Perception 78 to 80 plus 2. Reward 113 credits. Credits 3,471. Core fragments gained via true sight appraisal 1. Core fragments 53. My displayed level corrected from 89 to 58. Strength rose from 78 to 80. Vitality rose from 78 to 80. And perception rose from 78 to 80, plus 2 each. 113 credits entered my account, bringing the running total after the gain to 3,471. True sight appraisal added 1 core fragment, bringing the running total after the gain to 53. Level down, stats up. Academy accounting. Sora looked at the correction, then at me, and I watched her do the math she hated doing. If my public file could be rewritten live while I stood in front of the camera bleeding on the floor, then every cadet file, every expulsion, every crafted promotion, every scholarship denial could be dirty too. Her hands tightened on the jammer case until her knuckles went pale. Min-hyuk saw it too. His family name, his pins, every clean advantage he had spent his life wearing, all of it had just been dragged under the same blue light. He did not apologize. Good. I had no use for a hallway apology while the building was trying to eat the evidence. The relay officer finally found words and reported that the association central desk had taken notice. He tried to make that sound useful. It was not. Taking notice was what agencies did right before they picked a side and claimed it had always been procedure. The public screen split again. On one side, the ledger. On the other, my file. Doin Han. Rank S. True sight appraisal. Notorious. Global target. The skill grade still sat at F because the certification office was either stubborn or very funny. A trash skill had just opened a national crime ledger on public infrastructure, and the official rating still called it garbage. I almost respected the commitment. Then Vance's name disappeared from the ledger index. Not deleted. Pushed down. Replaced by committee language, emergency review panels, provisional seal orders, neutral phrases with expensive shoes. The kind of text that walked into a room after the bodies were moved and asked everyone to lower their voices for stability. Sora swore under her breath. Not into the mic. Min-hyuk demanded to know who was overriding the feed. The relay officer checked his console and went even paler. He reported association executive access, not academy access, not sovereign access. The grown-ups had arrived. Wonderful. The murder ledger had reached the part where everyone important pretended the first problem was my tone. The hub doors sealed. Cold lights above the frame changed from blue to white. A status panel beside the corridor updated with a transport lock. Reinforced glass shutters began dropping over the relay wall, slow and heavy, cutting the city view into narrow strips. The feed stayed alive by a thread. Sora leaned harder into the jammer. The case sparked against her sleeve. She did not let go. That was the trust part nobody put on leaderboards. She was spending her own future charge to keep my war declaration from becoming a deleted clip and a medical rumor. Min-hyuk shoved a fallen chair under the door brace. It would not hold against proper security. It would annoy them. Sometimes that was the honest version of strategy. The relay officer received a direct order through his earpiece. He listened, swallowed, and looked at me with the expression of a man being asked to choose between pension and spine. His pension won for about one breath. Then he turned the volume up so all of us could hear the association command channel. They did not call me a witness. They did not call me a complainant. They called me a destabilizing actor in possession of restricted materials. They ordered immediate physical custody, communications cutoff, and evidence containment pending closed review. Closed review. Of course. Outside the sealed glass, boots gathered in the corridor. Not academy cadets. Not sovereign juniors. Association security, clean armor, white insignia, shock restraints clipped at their belts, faces hidden behind blue visors. The same organization that certified gates, sold safety, and buried inconvenient casualty reports had finally picked its first emergency action. The arrest order named me, and the containment note under it was to silence the truth. I'm being arrested. The guy reading the order is way too relaxed, mostly because he's behind reinforced glass, and I'm the one in the room. Sora is clutching the shielded pouch. Min-hyuk is blocking the door, looking like an academy poster boy with his gold pins flattened and hair perfect. Then the steel shutter doesn't just open, it buckles. A bunch of guys in black armor blast through the wall. No badges, no names, just expensive plating and a desire to ruin my day. They step right into the blood trail I left on the floor. The lead one levels a suppression baton at my chest. Sora jams the wall socket. Lights out. Good woman. Min-hyuk grabs the relay case. I snatch the ledger from Sora, and we dive through a maintenance hatch that the officer swore didn't exist until TrueSight found the screws. The chase starts in a duct that smells like hot dust and panic. Great for cardio. I'm moving like garbage. Rank S or not, my body is held together by a few bad stitches and a lot of hope. My ribs are screaming and my boot is slipping. The shattered saber keeps slapping my thigh because the belt loop is gone, so I just jam the grip under my arm. Min-hyuk carries the relay case. He spent his whole life building shoulders for this kind of civic duty. Sora handles the navigation. She doesn't talk. She just taps the walls for sensors and kicks my heel when I slow down. Our romance is simple. Don't die, don't drop the evidence, and don't let the government get their murder accounting back. The squad enters the duct behind us. They aren't shouting, which is the bad part. Underpaid guards yell to feel big. These people just move in clipped bursts, batons scraping metal. Then a new branch opens. TrueSight branch, high-speed tracking, unlocked. Siam lines project pursuit routes over the ductwork. It flags an ambush in the service stairwell and highlights the elevator shaft as a trap just as Sora reaches for the panel. I yank her sleeve and pull her past. A restraint wire punches through the elevator doors exactly where her neck was. Min-hyuk looks at the wire, looks at me, and decides not to ask. Growth. We take the laundry chute. The academy spends millions on holograms, but the laundry still runs on cheap steel and detergent that smells like identity theft. I land in a bin of damp uniforms with my saber and the ledger. Sora drops in coughing. Min-hyuk comes last, relay case first, because the richest kid in class never learned how to fall into laundry quietly. The chute spits us into a service room under a transit station. Above us, the public feed is screaming. My face and the ledger pages are flashing between ads for Mana Insurance. People are staring at the screens, then staring at me, then going back to their noodles. It's a great way to be a fugitive. We rip the tracker off the relay case, smash it with a cartwheel, and ditch the case. Too heavy. Sora keeps the drive, I keep the saber, and Min-hyuk takes the jammer battery and clot patches since his blazer actually has pockets. He's the logistics department now. We hit the station market. Cold blue lights, wet floors, and breakfast steam. Office workers freeze, staring at my torn blazer, and then at the screen where my face is labeled World Threat. Noted, the squad doesn't push through the crowd. High-speed tracking shows why, they're already ahead. The overlay paints ambush points over the ticket gates and tram platforms. They're moving through the city faster than association paperwork should allow. No limps, no hesitation, just perfectly aligned route lines. A baton swings through the crowd. I duck, catch the wrist, and notch the saber into the joint. The baton splits. The crowd screams. The squad member doesn't. He tries to lock my shoulder exactly where the overlay predicted, so I step inside, drive my knee into his thigh plate, and bolt toward the noodle stalls. Min-hyuk shoves a metal cart into another unit's legs. Sora jams the gates open. We run through the unpaid lane, which is probably another crime. I'm going to need a binder for this list. Outside, it's wet and gray. Drones track us while every commercial panel sells outrage about the Rank S global target. As I cross the street with broth on my boot, a panel pops up. Level 56 to 60. Strength 51 to 53 plus 2. Vitality 51 to 53 plus 2. Perception 51 to 53 plus 2. Reward 116 credits. Credits 1845. Core fragments gained via True Sight appraisal 1. Core fragments 36. Getting paid during a foot chase. Now that's a reward. The stat boost hits mid-stride. My knee stops wobbling and my lungs open up. Sora notices the pace change and cuts us into a delivery alley to lose the drones. Min-hyuk follows, clutching the battery to his chest. The squad adjusts. High-speed tracking flags a kill pocket near the refrigerated doors of a grocery depot. I push Sora behind some pallets, and Min-hyuk hits the loading latch. We slide into a cold storage room. The temperature slaps my sweat flat. My watch is still flashing the wrong time. Consistent brand identity. A squad member drops from the vent. No grunt, no hesitation, no human correction in the landing. I trigger True Sight for a second. Under the black plating, the mana signature is a series of clean, equalized bands. No knots, no scars, no inefficiency. It's the same forced balance I saw in the combat pit. The others close in through the door. Every single one of them has the artificial signature of a crafted hunter. The crafted signatures closed around the cold room, so we took the stupid option and went deeper into the building. The grocery depot had an illegal gate under the freezer floor because crime has always loved cheap rent and bad ventilation. Sora found the access plate behind a stack of spoiled cabbage crates. Min-hyuk held the door while restraint wires scraped across the loading dock outside, his platinum hair damp with sweat, his gold pins bent flat enough to finally look useful. The gate broker waiting below us had thin lips, bitten nails, sweat under a powdered collar. He looked at my face, looked at the public bounty feed on his cracked tablet, and immediately doubled the price. Reasonable. I paid nothing. Sora jammed his reader. Min-hyuk took his gate key. I used True Sight on the frame and found the part of the illegal gate nobody advertised, a border transfer clause buried under smuggler code and old association licensing. International Gate Protocol activated. International Gate Protocol opened a temporary route key for crossing registered national gate boundaries through an illegal gate. One clean explanation. Then nausea. The gate swallowed us sideways. My boots left Neosol concrete and hit wet marble in a maintenance shrine under a foreign transit office. The air was colder. The walls had different emergency signs. The cameras were older, which meant the government here spent money on uniforms first and actual security second. Classic management. A foreign collector officer waited by the gate receiver with 2 enforcers and a ledger scanner. Wide jaw, red eyes, cracked knuckles. He was not association, not sovereign, not academy. Local government contractor. Same smell though. He wanted the drive, the saber, and my wrist tag, in that order. He called Min-hyuk luggage and told Sora she could walk if she handed over the pouch. Min-hyuk smiled. Bad sign. I stepped between them before his pride turned into a border incident with teeth. We did not have time to win a local argument. We needed the node, and True Sight already had a faint violet-black thread running up through the transit district toward the government spire above the city. The collector noticed where I looked. He noticed too much. He ordered the enforcers to lock the receiver, then claimed foreign protocol required confiscation of all unstable gate evidence. He said it politely, the way men do when they expect the paperwork to arrive after the bruises. Sora coughed once into her sleeve. Her mana was thin from the relay and the chase, but her eyes stayed sharp. She told me the jammer had maybe 4 pulses left. Maybe meant 3 if the hardware hated us. Hardware usually did. The enforcer on the left reached for the ledger pouch. I broke his scanner instead of his hand. Professional growth. The collector shouted. Min-hyuk hit the other enforcer with the stolen gate key, which was not what the manufacturer intended, but did put the man on the floor. Sora spent 1 jammer pulse, and every camera in the shrine turned toward an empty wall. We moved before the collector finished threatening international prosecution. Good luck. I was already domestically wanted. The government spire rose above the foreign district as a needle of blue-tinted glass and brushed steel, surrounded by public plazas, badge gates, and security kiosks selling civic order at hourly wages. It was not a fortress. That made it worse. Fortresses admit they are hiding something. Office towers hide behind cafeterias, visitor badges, and cleaning contracts. We entered through waste processing. Of course we did. Rank S provisional, world threat, destroyer of public trust, currently crawling behind a municipal trash compressor while Min-hyuk complained through his nose because the smell offended his bloodline. Sora had wrapped the ledger pouch in a cleaning smock. I had the shattered saber flat against my back, the chipped edge taped so it would not scrape the duct. The violet-black thread climbed through the building. Not a monster trail. Not a dead zone residue. A node signature, clean enough to make my left eye ache and hidden under government power lines. Every floor had a decoy panel. Every decoy panel had the right paperwork. Utility routing, emergency reserve, diplomatic archive, ventilation control. Expensive lies stacked in public budget language. The system rewarded the crossing before we reached the central column. Level, 60 to 63. Strength, 53 to 56, plus 3. Vitality, 53 to 56, plus 3. Perception, 53 to 56, plus 3. Reward, 119 credits. Credits, 1964. Core fragments gained via true sight appraisal, 2. Core fragments, 38. My level climbed from 60 to 63. Strength rose from 53 to 56. Vitality rose from 53 to 56. And perception rose from 53 to 56, plus 3 each. 119 credits entered my account, bringing the running total after the gain to 1964. True sight appraisal added 2 core fragments, bringing the running total after the gain to 38. 3 levels for illegal travel. Still no meal allowance. The stat lift hit while I was hanging from a service ladder above a fan shaft. My grip tightened. My ribs stopped arguing. My sight sharpened enough to catch the patrol rhythm through 6 floors of concrete and glass. Local guards above us moved in pairs. Not crafted. Not elite. Mostly bored, underpaid, and carrying rifles they prayed stayed decorative. Then the collector's voice came over the service channel. He had followed the gate log. Persistent man. He told building security that a foreign world threat and 2 accomplices had breached the lower systems. He also told them the reward would be paid to the first office that secured the evidence. That was not enforcement. That was a workplace contest with guns. Min-hyuk heard it through the stolen channel bead and went quiet. I glanced back. His jaw was tight. Not scared. Insulted. The collector had put a bounty line on Sora first, me second, and listed Min-hyuk as unidentified support. The golden boy had survived S-rank gates, public collapse, and betrayal, only to be reduced to accessory labor by a sweaty border official. His eyes narrowed. I pointed at the ladder. He climbed. Maturity, bought in installments. We reached the service mezzanine below the spire's executive archive. The floor was polished black stone, the kind that makes every maintenance worker's boots look criminal. Pale blue panels floated beside sealed doors, all in a language my school exams had claimed I would never need. TrueSight translated the parts that mattered: access cost, guard routes, mana draw, structural load. The node was above us, behind the central elevator core, buried inside the government spire's ceremonial power column. Cute. They had not hidden it in a dungeon. They had hidden it inside a national symbol, under broadcast lights and annual speeches. The power column fed the building, the archive, the public plaza screens, and a sealed chamber no public blueprint admitted existed. Every clean energy report in the lobby was probably doing unpaid cover work for a soul mill. Sora opened the service lock with her last stable jammer pulse. Her fingers shook after. Min-hyuk caught her elbow and pretended he was adjusting the smock around the ledger. Subtle, for a man whose emotional range used to be smirk and louder smirk. We slipped into the elevator core. No elevator. Just a maintenance spine, steel rungs, cable housings, hot transformer boxes, and a straight drop that made my knees file a complaint. The node's signature pulsed above us through the walls, stronger with every floor. My cracked watch flickered when the pulse passed through it. The screen showed nonsense numbers, then died, then came back wrong again. Brand loyalty. Halfway up, the collector's enforcers reached the mezzanine below. Their boots echoed through the shaft. The collector shouted for us to surrender under international protection rules. He said foreign hunters had no claim over sovereign infrastructure. That one was funny. I had seen enough sovereign infrastructure full of bodies to stop respecting the label. We climbed faster. Sora's breath grew thin. Min-hyuk took the ledger pouch from her without asking and strapped it inside his blazer. For once, she let him. I cleared a stuck access hatch with the saber's pommel, shoulder first, then dragged both of them through into a narrow observation crawl space behind the ceremonial chamber. The chamber beyond the grill was empty. Too empty. White floors. Blue glass. Government seal on the far wall. In the center, a fist-sized crystalline core sat inside a transparent containment rib, pulsing sick violet black light through dark veins that bled into the spire's power column. The same shape as Neo Soul's hidden anchors. Same purpose. Cleaner housing. Better insulation. Higher draw. TrueSight opened the overlay. The frequency line jumped. I checked it again because my eyes were tired, my ribs hurt, and sometimes tired men misread bad news when the bill has too many zeros. The line jumped again. Neo Soul's node had pulsed in a dirty rhythm, unstable, hungry, wasting charge through cracked gate walls and dead zone residue. This one ticked clean through the spire with tighter intervals, smoother transfer, less leakage. The collector stopped shouting below us. The guards outside the ceremonial chamber fell silent too, because the pulse had changed the pressure in the walls. Sora saw my face and did not ask. Min-hyuk looked through the grill, then at the core, then back to me. His hand tightened around the ledger pouch. The foreign node was not another copy of Neo Soul's device. It was a newer version pulsing faster than the one that had almost eaten my city. That glowing node over the ceremonial chamber was basically a giant kill me sign, and I spent my time doing the one thing the hero manuals always skip, counting how doomed I was. Sora had one jammer pulse left, assuming the battery didn't melt from the stress. Min-hyuk had the ledger pouch, 2 clot patches, and a stolen channel bead, basically a starter kit for getting murdered. I had the shattered saber, a cracked watch, a torn blazer, and 3 bruises from crawling through another country's vents. Collector's men below, guards above, the node in the middle. Great. The previous 6 hours had been a slow-motion disaster involving staff bathrooms and a laundry shaft full of diplomatic tablecloths. No sleep. We drank from a staff-only sink. Sora split a protein bar into 3 pieces with the precision of a surgeon, and Min-hyuk took the smallest piece without a word. That's when I knew the world had officially ended. Meanwhile, the Spire was prepping for a peace summit. The service corridor screens were full of Neosol envoys and corporate proxies wearing security badges that looked like expensive dog tags. The news called it an emergency stabilization meeting, which is just a fancy way of saying 3 governments are arguing over who murdered everyone while the bodies are still warm. I was an invited security witness, or a guest, which is just a polite word for bait. The invite hit the stolen bead while we were crouching behind a catering lift. Some secretary with ink-stained cuffs told me I'd get temporary protection if I surrendered my gate materials for review. He promised medical help for my friends and a neutral party to verify the ledger. Neutral parties usually charge more than the people trying to kill you. Sora was shaking, leaning against the wall just to keep from collapsing. Min-hyuk looked like he wanted to strangle the man on the bead. I checked the map, too many guards in the stairs, too many cameras in the lifts. Carrying a half-dead Sora through a building full of bounty hunters is a bad plan. The summit offer was a trap. It was also the only plan that didn't end with a rifle in Sora's ear. I told them we'd be guests. Min-hyuk tried to argue, but he couldn't beat the math. Sora handed me the last jammer spike. I tucked it under my blazer and taped the shattered saber to my back, the chipped edge digging into my skin every time I breathed. Formal enough. We popped out of a service hatch into the arrival hall. Slate floors, blue glass, and lights bright enough to make every bloodstain look official. It looked like the academy, same budget, different flag. Everyone stopped. Cameras swung our way. Guards halfway raised their guns before remembering they were on live TV. Officials froze over their coffee and almond biscuits. Optimistic snacks for a disaster. The secretary approached. He didn't care about my sword. He just looked at the blood on my sleeve and Min-hyuk's bent gold pins. He welcomed me as an honored guest, with a tone that suggested he wanted to vomit. I asked about the review panel. He said central chamber. I asked about the medics. He said they'd come after verification. I asked if I kept the ledger until then. He smiled too fast and mentioned summit protocol. There it was. Min-hyuk shifted, the guards twitched, and Sora touched his arm to keep him from starting an international incident on a global feed. A panel popped up as we walked. Level 63 to 65 strength, 56 to 58, plus 2. Vitality, 56 to 58, plus 2. Perception, 56 to 58, plus 2. Reward, 122 credits. Total, 2086 core fragments, 38 to 39. 2 levels for attending a meeting. Still no chair. The stats fixed my limp and sharpened my sight. I saw the chamber doors, reinforced glass, steel frames, and floor locks. The secretary led us through the main entrance instead of the security lane. He wanted us perfectly visible for the cameras when the trap snapped shut. Billable hours. Inside, the room was a circle around a power column. Flags, floating translation panels, and guards pretending they weren't guards. A shimmering gold ring circled the guest platform. Nobody mentioned it. Helpful. TrueSight hit the ring and came back blurry. No circuitry, no mana knots. Just a flat label, restricted diplomatic zone. Cute. The secretary claimed the platform was standard protocol to protect us from aggressive mana discharge. He said it prevented misunderstandings, while every guard in the room tightened their grip on their guns. Sora spotted the ceiling emitters, small plates above every segment of the ring. She didn't fire the jammer. If she wasted the pulse and the ring wasn't the main trap, we were dead. Min-hyuk whispered that he hated diplomacy. Fair. I slid the ledger pouch to him under the table line while the secretary smiled for the cameras. Sora blocked the drone's view. Good team. I stepped into the gold ring. No explosion. No pain. Just a sudden, violent tightness in my chest. I couldn't breathe. My mana stopped. The pressure behind my eye vanished, and my overlays snapped off. Mana nullification zone, active skill access, sealed external mana circulation, blocked. The secretary stopped smiling. The ring glowed, the doors locked, and my rank S body suddenly felt like 18-year-old meat in a room full of guns. True sight went black. Lock-on vanished. Everything I owned just shut off. I was standing in the middle of a gold circle, and everything that made me an S rank had just been deleted. No cheat powers, no system assists, no magical shortcuts. Just me and a very bad situation. The nearest guard decided that a mana-less hunter is basically a piece of furniture. He charged in with a shield and a shock baton, his footwork looking like a total disaster on the polished floor. I didn't have any tactical overlays to help me, but I did have the general rule that guys with batons always forget the baton isn't the only weapon in the room. I stepped inside his swing and snapped his wrist against the shield. The room went nuts. Officials scrambled, guards drew their weapons, and the drones drifted in closer to get a better shot of the chaos. Half the people looked terrified. The other half looked like they were calculating my bounty. Right there under the summit lights. No flashy skill flares, no system panels. Just a guard on the floor, and me still standing in the ring. The secretary started yelling for restraint, which is just a fancy word for badge-wearing violence. 3 guards closed in. A rifle, butt for the ribs, a baton for the knee, a shield for the chest. It was a perfect textbook sequence, which is a shame because it's a terrible way to treat furniture. I dropped under the rifle, let the baton skim my leg, and shoved the shield guard back into the desk line. Papers flew everywhere. A translation panel died. Someone spilled coffee on a treaty. Diplomacy was officially dead. My body felt like lead. I was used to cheating with mana, and without it, every dodge cost me a lungful of air, and every block rattled my teeth. No elegant flow, just distance, weight, and pain. My whole starter kit. The system stayed quiet. No assists, no sword songs. Just 12 years of dying badly and remembering how it felt. The baton guard tried a sidekick. I'd seen that stance everywhere, at the academy, during city breaches, and in those corporate gyms where rich hunters pay people to tell them their hips are lethal. I moved before he could finish the strike, driving my elbow into his inner thigh. His leg folded. I snatched the baton on the way down and jammed it into the rifle guard's throat. He made a wet sound and dropped his gun. Useful. Minhyuk was outside the ring, pinned by a dozen muzzles and looking miserable. The ledger pouch was still under his blazer. Good. Sora was beside him, fingers curled around the last jammer spike, eyes on the ceiling. The secretary noticed her hand. Bad. He ordered the escorts to secure my companions. I lunged for the edge of the ring, and the field hit me. The gold line flared, my chest locked, and my muscles seized. A guard took the opportunity to slam a shield rim into my jaw. Teeth clicked. Blood filled my mouth. Noted. I didn't fall, which seemed to annoy everyone. The official desks weren't a circle anymore. They were just a barricade of terrified politicians. The public feed drones loved the angle, the wanted man bleeding at a peace summit, while security tried to beat him into submission. The generator wasn't in the floor. The floor was just bait. Without true sight, I had to map the room the hard way. Ceiling emitters. Gold perimeter. The secretary's eyes. The pressure climbed when I moved west and eased when I backed toward the guest platform. The housing had to be behind the column console, fed through the podium channel. Simple. Painful, but simple. A guard rushed me with a two-handed grip on his baton. I stepped forward and slammed my forehead into his nose. Cartilage cracked. My skull rang. I grabbed his shoulder strap, spun him, and threw him into the podium hard enough to split the wood. The gold ring flickered. The secretary stopped shouting. There it was. I drove my boot into the broken podium. Once. The housing dented. Twice. The field bit into my calf, nearly buckling my knee. A rifle shot chipped stone into my ankle. Someone screamed from the seats. Someone else mentioned the feed was still live. Priorities. I grabbed the podium and pulled. My shoulders burned. The field didn't cause pain so much as a flat refusal to let me move. It was built to stop mana, but it had a very strong opinion about a tired man using furniture as a crowbar. The panel tore loose. Behind it sat a compact generator block, black steel and gold lines, bolted to the floor. The guards panicked harder than they had when I was breaking bones. That told me exactly how much the thing was worth. A system panel stuttered through the noise. Level, 65 to 67 strength, 78 to 80, plus 2. Vitality, 78 to 80, plus 2 perception, 78 to 80, plus 2 reward, 125 credits, 3483 generous. I'm bleeding out in public, and the system gives me a couple of points and some pocket change. Fair enough. My hands closed around the shattered saber's grip. No overlays, no fragments, no praying to dead skills. I set my boots, tasted blood, and put every single point of raw strength into the swing. The chipped saber hit the generator, the gold ring screamed, and the nullification field shattered. I was standing in the middle of a high-stakes peace summit when the magic dampener gave up the ghost. It was a great moment, really, because everyone in the room suddenly remembered they'd brought lethal weapons to a diplomatic meeting. Mana slammed back into my system like a physical blow. I opened my eye to a world of glitching circuits and a single, pulsing violet-black node sitting atop the ceremonial column. It looked like a bruised organ. Sora grabbed a desk to keep from collapsing. Min-hyuk just grabbed a security aide by the collar and put a rifle in his other hand. He wasn't doing peacekeeping, but he was being efficient. The chamber lights flickered, and outside, the city did the same. I checked the inventory. Being a hero is basically just warehouse management with more blood. Sora, 0 jammer pulses. Min-hyuk, a ledger pouch, 2 clot patches, 1 stolen rifle, and a shoulder hanging half an inch the wrong way. Me, the shattered saber, split knuckles, a dead watch, and just enough mana to make one catastrophic decision. Perfect. The node wasn't even hidden. It was built right into the column's casing, threaded into the floor and the broadcast spire. I used TrueSight to map the anchor lines. It was plugged into the power cables, the translation arrays, and the civilian grid taps. Basically, it was wired into every single thing that made the building work, which is a terrible way to design a room if you don't want it to explode. The summit secretary tried to crawl away while telling everyone to stay calm. He was a sweating mess in a tailored suit. He reached for a wall panel, and Min-hyuk dropped a rifle, but right next to his hand. A warning. Expensive growth. Sora looked at the node and went pale. She told me the column was tied to external relays. I asked how many. Too many, she said. Honest, but useless. The node pulsed. Every official with a badge clutched their head. A low hum vibrated through the floor and the nerves behind my teeth. Guards stopped aiming. One vomited into his helmet. Another just started crying. The soul scream was leaking. Outside, the city shifted. Traffic lights died, office towers went black, and public screens flickered into static. People staggered on the sidewalks, hands pressed to their ears, screaming at sounds the cameras couldn't pick up. One node, one city, government-certified garbage infrastructure. The core split its casing with a wet crack. TrueSight flashed a warning. Foreign cycle node, exposed anchor depth, citywide harvest route, active node integrity, failing. Failing didn't mean it was harmless. It just meant it had stopped pretending to be a lamp. The node began pulling pale grains of light from the skin of the nearest officials. The secretary stared at his hands, finally realizing that official protocol didn't cover being used as a battery. I moved in. 3 guards tried to stop me. Min-hyuk handled 2. Sora hit the third with a chair. The chair bent, the guard dropped, and Sora looked offended by how well it worked. I drew the shattered saber. It looked pathetic under the summit lights, chipped, worn, and devoid of ceremony. A black market piece of junk. True Sight highlighted the seam beneath the shell and the anchor not wrapped around the city relay. A normal strike would crack the case. A lock-on would kill the shell. Both would leave the anchor screaming through every civilian until the node burned out. That sounded like a lot of paperwork. I needed to smash the whole mechanism at once. Node shattering technique. Active, a fancy new trick. It still required me to stand under a soul engine with a broken sword while the government watched. The core shrieked. Everyone dropped except us. Sora hit one knee. Min-hyuk stayed up purely out of spite. I stepped onto the column and drove the saber into the blue-marked seam. The first hit bounced. My wrist went numb. Nodes don't care about dramatic timing. I hit it again. The edge bit shallow. Violet light burned a line across my blazer. The system panel blurred, but the numbers held. Level 65 to 69 strength, 58 to 60, plus 2. Vitality 58 to 60, plus 2. Perception 58 to 60, plus 2. Reward 128 credits. Total 2,724 core fragments gained. 2. Total 65 rank S. First global node destroyed 4 levels for breaking public utilities. Not enough credits. The stat boost hit while the blade was still stuck. My arms steadied and the anchor not suddenly looked like it had been installed by an amateur. I planted a boot against the column, gripped the hilt, and twisted. The core cracked. The city went silent. Everything died. Lights, drones, translation panels, and the expensive fountain outside. The soul scream burst through the dead grid, and a wave of blue-white residue rolled outward. It was a massive, mystical explosion that mostly just resulted in a lot of people needing a nap. Thousands went unconscious. Hundreds started screaming. The harvest spilled back through the relays. A bus slid into a curb because the driver blacked out. Mercy has a steep cleanup bill. The chamber was dark. Sora checked a pulse. Min-hyuk dragged a guard away from the debris. I pulled my sword free, and the core turned to ash in my hands. First global node destroyed. Rank S held. No parade, no music, just a city without power and a room full of people realizing their peace summit was built around a murder engine. Then the ash gathered into a holographic projection of Director Vance. He smiled at the blackout and mocked me for choosing mercy. City saved. System's first move is to make my friends criminals. Not me. Them. Sora was checking a pulse on some official when a pale panel snapped open on her wrist. Another popped for Min-hyuk. The labels were clean, official, and looked like the kind of paperwork that gets you executed for a typo. Criminal status applied, association access, suspended license travel, suspended. Medical clearance, suspended public contract rights, suspended. Sora stared. She had sweat glued to her cheek and hands shaking from mana backlash. Min-hyuk looked at the ceiling camera and calculated the cost of breaking the lens. Rank S comes with better enemies and worse customer service. Vance's projection didn't linger. He told the room mercy made me predictable, then vanished before I could shove the shattered saber through his teeth. Typical. Rich old men always leave the party early after they've trashed the place. The room became a pile of bodies and noise. Officials woke up. Guards remembered they had guns. The local recorders rebooted, and every lens found us immediately. Sora spent the next few minutes helping a secretary breathe through a seizure. Min-hyuk handed a rifle back to a guard butt first. He has standards now. Then the guard's visor flashed red at Min-hyuk's criminal tag. He raised the rifle. Min-hyuk sighed and snapped the magazine release. He didn't break the man's wrist, just the gun. Progress is expensive. We left through a service corridor under emergency lights. No hero walk. Just wet shoes and Sora trying to save civilians while the government labeled her an illegal combatant. Her noble training covered banquets and fake smiles. It didn't cover being denied a clinic because her wrist panel said she was a PR disaster. The first safe house shut us out. The lock scan Min Hyuk chirped and sealed tighter. The owner looked through the slot and suddenly forgot how to speak. Fair. Shelter is expensive, and dying for guests is a bad business model. Sora said we needed a doctor. The wall said we needed clearance. Fantastic. We scavenged. Clot patches from a cabinet, painkillers from a diplomatic medkit, and water from a busted dispenser that tasted like pennies. Free, so it was the best meal of the night. Min Hyuk walked normally despite a half-dead shoulder. Sora pretended her criminal tag didn't flicker every time she used mana to steady herself. The math: 2,724 credits, 65 core fragments, and 3 wanted rank S hunters. No contracts, no clinics, no hotels. Assets to liabilities in under 24 hours. Fast service. We needed a spot where association sensors couldn't find us. We went underground, past tram lines and sealed doors, into a dead zone pocket that was a training annex until the academy decided the repair costs were a moral failure. The entrance was hidden behind a warped steel panel and coolant drums. Purple static leaked through the seams. No official listing, no reward board, just the kind of place administrators call unfit for cadets and forget about until someone dies there. Perfect. Inside, gray-purple resin walls and a dipping floor. Broken lights flickered. Sora felt the mana vibration and warned that the pocket would hold as long as nobody used large area skills. Min Hyuk looked offended. I told him that included him. He muttered about the architecture being biased. Sora almost smiled. Almost. The first husk came out of a side tunnel while we were wrapping Min Hyuk's shoulder. Half-dissolved worker frame, blade arms, no head. Too fast for something that should have been decommissioned years ago. I didn't step in. Sora threw up a barrier. Smaller, cleaner, no noble house flair. She angled it low, caught the husk's arm, and pinned it to the wall. Min Hyuk dove under the shield and hit the joint with a gold flash. Good. Not perfect. The husk tore free and slammed him into the wall. Bad shoulder hit first. He went white. Sora's barrier wavered, then tightened because she was finally angry enough to be useful. She shoved the next swing offline, and Min Hyuk planted his boot and drove his fist into the exposed joint. The husk popped into purple pixels. No one looked at me for approval. Even better, a panel opened between them. Companion specialization unlocked linked party. Rank S Sora. Stabilization support Min Hyuk. Burst Vanguard. A job description short enough for a lazy recruiter. Sora read hers twice. Her hand stopped shaking. The next barrier came faster and flatter, holding its shape against the static. She'd always had too much mana and zero control. Now the system finally acknowledged her real job, keeping idiots alive while they ran into blades. Romance, Academy version. Min Hyuk stared at Burst Vanguard and looked personally insulted that the system summarized his personality so accurately. Then he tried to copy my footwork. Bad idea. I moved at my normal speed, which is unfair for everyone else. Min Hyuk lasted half the route before he slipped on the resin, clipped a pipe, and landed in a puddle of dead mana sludge with the dignity of a fallen billboard. Sora laughed, covered her mouth, and pretended she'd coughed. The golden boy had purple sludge on his cheek, a crooked rank pin, and a criminal tag that made every door in the city hate him. He looked at me from the floor. I didn't say anything. Kindness. He got up and tried again. He stopped copying me and started forcing his mana into the gaps. His gold movement skill flared, stalled, and flared again. Normal mana patterns hate corrupted space. Min Hyuk hates losing more. He kept pushing until the gold light around his boots broke into cyan fractures. Sora noticed first. She dropped her barrier an inch. I checked my panel while another husk dropped from the ceiling. Level 69 to 71 strength, 60 to 62, plus 2 vitality, 60 to 62, plus 2. Perception, 60 to 62, plus 2 reward, 131 credits. 2855 core fragments gained via true sight appraisal, 2 core fragments, 67, 8 decent raise. Still no health insurance. The husk dropped. I stayed back. Sora caught it with a compressed shield, and Min-hyuk blurred under the impact. He moved in a way true sight couldn't even classify, less like a fighter and more like a glitch in the physics engine. Gold mana split and returned with a jagged cyan line through it. He matched my speed for one single step. Then his skill panel cracked open with an error, and Min-hyuk's gold rank art started evolving into something glitched. Next morning, the Dead Zone Annex had become a makeshift clinic and a cafeteria. There were no chairs. We just sat on the floor and hoped for the best. The medical supplies were a joke. We were down to torn clot patches, cracked glass, and water bottles Sora had purified so many times the plastic had actually started to melt. The academy was the only way out of this place, and now it was falling apart. The emergency net coughed awake in pale blue static. I was a rank S fugitive hiding in my own basement, and then Director Vance appeared on every dead screen to hit the panic button. A line opened across my vision. Campus-wide breach. A campus-wide breach opens hostile gate mouths across academy grounds at once. That was the whole explanation. Efficient. Basically just a formatted way of saying everyone is about to die. The floor didn't just tremble. It jumped. Dust rained from the ceiling, and old resin split along the tunnel ribs. Above us, the main alarm started to scream, and then choked halfway through its own warning. The blue emergency lights flickered like a dying flashlight. Sora braced herself against the wall, while Min-hyuk's damaged movement panel made a noise I usually associate with a cheap toaster about to explode. Above us, the school started falling apart. We scrambled through the maintenance hatch into the west service corridor. The air was a cocktail of concrete dust, scorched plastic, and the smell of spilled mana from too many gates opening in the wrong place. Beyond the cracked reinforced glass, the Academy Plaza was a blur of smoke and broken hollow lights. The spires were going down. The central training spire buckled and collapsed, raining sheets of blue glass over the plaza. The leaderboard was still floating above the ruins, massive, blue, and flickering, while chunks of the actual building dropped through the rankings in a very literal sense. Min-hyuk stared at it. Sora didn't. She was already scanning for survivors. Good priorities. Miserable priorities. A group of cadets came sprinting from the East Hall, their gray blazers covered in dust and their faces smeared with blood. One had a broken arm. Another was dragging a classmate whose shoes were leaving dark streaks on the floor. Behind them, a pack of breach monsters poured through a ceiling blister, half wolf, half husk, and just wrong enough that the registry couldn't decide what to call them. No proper reward table. No clean hostile list. Of course, I checked the exits. Main stair, collapsed. Transit lift, dead. South bridge, on fire. East service stair, still standing, though the lower landing looked like it was reconsidering its life choices. It led toward the supply lockers and away from the plaza. Not safe, but available, which, these days, is as good as it gets. I told Sora to hold the hall. I told Min-hyuk to carry whoever couldn't run and to stop using the glitch step until his ankle stopped trying to quit. He tried to argue until a monster slammed the glass hard enough to drive a shard into the floor next to his boot. He stopped arguing. Progress. Sora's barrier snapped into place, smaller than her old shields, but cleaner. The lead monster slammed into it, flattening 3 red eyes against the blue force. As the cadets screamed, and one tried to run the wrong way, I caught him by the collar and shoved him toward Min-hyuk. The shattered saber felt heavy in my hand. True sight mapped the swarm, but it was an ugly mess. I didn't need a tactical masterpiece. I just needed to buy time and keep the freshmen from tripping over each other. I stepped past Sora's barrier just as it flexed. I took the lead monster's front leg out at the joint. It wasn't a graceful move, but it worked. The creature skidded into the next one, blocking the haul for a second. I drove my boot into its skull and tore through the charge pocket under its throat. Purple pixels burst upward and vanished in the emergency light. The cadets started moving. Slowly. Apparently, terror has the same effect on foot traffic as bad city planning. Min-hyuk hoisted the injured student, grimaced, and kept going. His gold mana stuttered with a cyan crack, but he kept the steps short. No showing off. Being wanted by half the world had finally improved his listening skills. Then a breach opened in the ceiling. I saw the pressure line split and shoved Sora back with my shoulder. A wet gate slit tore open, dumping a pile of blade limbs and husks onto the floor. Sora swore. Very noble. Very educational. The East Service stair was still the only way out. I pushed forward. A husk swung for my neck. I ducked, caught the arm with the chipped edge of the saber, and let the weapon's weight snap the joint. My wrist complained, but the monster stopped swinging. I kicked it into the wall, checked the cadets, checked the ceiling, and cut the next monster through the knee before it could reach the kid with the broken arm. The academy shook again. The archives tower came down in sections. Through the glass, I watched mahogany tables and crystal lamps fold into the smoke. Somewhere in that wreckage were spell diagrams, noble donations, and probably my unpaid library fines. Tragic. The western spire followed, dropping sideways into the training block. Every panel in the corridor flashed red. The failsafe wasn't containing the breach. It was deleting the campus around the breach sites. Vance had built an evacuation system with a kill switch. That sounded exactly like something that fit the budget. We reached the stairwell, and Sora sealed the door behind us with a barrier angled into the frame. As Min-hyuk hauled the injured cadet down, I stayed at the top to hold the swarm until the panic turned into actual movement. The monsters came in a press of claws and purple fur. True Sight kept throwing useless partial panels at me, so I ignored the names and focused on the lines, joints, charge pockets, weight shifts. The saber hacked and tore. My sleeve split. My knuckles reopened. Blood made the grip slippery. The stair cracked under my boot. I shifted my weight and drove a husk back into the doorway. Rank S strength finally felt useful in a school hallway, which is a sad sentence for everyone involved. One monster broke through Sora's barrier and bit deep into my forearm. Its teeth hit vitality-enhanced muscle, but they still sank in. Rude. I slammed it into the wall until the teeth came loose, then put the saber through its throat. The body dissolved into purple pixels over my boots. A panel popped up. Level 71 to 73 strength, 62 to 64, plus 2 vitality, 62 to 64, plus 2. Perception, 62 to 64, plus 2 reward, 134 credits, 2989 core fragments gained via True Sight appraisal, 2 core fragments, 69 a level jump, and a few stats. Great. A raise during a school demolition. Still no clinic. The stat gain hit my limbs and kept me upright. I kicked the stair door shut, and Sora reinforced it until the metal folded inward. Min-hyuk dragged the injured into the service tunnel. The students kept asking where the instructors were. None of us answered. Outside, the academy finished dying. We emerged near the central plaza through an ash-choked arch. The concrete was split, steel beams jutted from collapsed halls, and reinforced glass lay in dull shards. The leaderboard was still flickering, trying to calculate rankings for people who no longer had classrooms. The academy crest had fallen from the entrance and cracked across the steps. Sora knelt by the injured cadets, checking pulses with dirty hands. Min-hyuk stood in the open, ash in his platinum hair, staring at the ruins without his usual smirk. I had nothing useful to say. The school was gone. Not damaged. Gone. The system didn't even offer a repair quest, because apparently even the interface has some taste. I stood in the silent ash of the place where I had failed, returned, and been hunted, while breach smoke curled out of the ruins. The cycle was accelerating. By noon, the academy ruins were crawling with soldiers who looked way too happy to be standing on a rigged graveyard. I was still rank S. The city was still locked down because of my criminal status, and the second global node was tucked inside a military bunker under the North Command block. Basically, the campus had exploded and the bunker was trying to pretend it wasn't happening. I preferred the exploding part. Quiet usually meant uniforms and officers with orders they didn't actually understand. The bunker entrance was buried behind a collapsed transit ramp and 3 layers of portable barricades. It was just a lot of concrete and floodlights, essentially a giant keep-out sign designed specifically for me. Every scanner had a red warning band, and every red warning band had my face on it. Efficient. The collector officer was there, too, bent nose, yellow teeth, and a sweat-stained collar. He spent the entire morning pointing at the ruins and then at the public notice in the air, trying to convince the bunker commander that I was seized property. The commander just wanted him to shut up because they were in an active breach zone. Their argument didn't resolve, which was great. Bureaucrats fighting over who owns me is a way better smoke screen than actual smoke. Sora was crouched behind a broken service pillar, auburn hair tied back with a bandage, eyes on the wards. Min-hyuk was sitting lower in the ash, platinum hair turning gray at the ends. His ankle flickered with that ugly cyan crack every time he shifted. He wanted to sprint through the perimeter. I told him no. He looked offended for 3 seconds. Then a turret rotated across the exact lane he'd been studying. The barrel paused exactly where his chest would have been. He stopped looking offended. Progress. The loophole we were using was stupid, which meant it was probably real. My criminal status blocked licensed travel and association access, the official stuff, but it didn't block military evacuation routing. The bunker system was older than the Hunter Charter and still treated cadets as civilians during disasters. Vance had built a world-eating murder machine, but some tired clerk in procurement had apparently refused to update an old shelter protocol. I respected that clerk. Sora fed a sliver of mana into the evacuation panel. It read her criminal tag, complained, checked the Academy emergency casualty list, and opened anyway. The service hatch clicked. Min-hyuk stared at it. I said nothing. Kindness, again. We dropped into the maintenance run. It was narrow, hot, and smelled like that first-year cafeteria soup that cost 18 credits for one single vegetable. My blazer scraped the concrete. The shattered saber dragged against my thigh. Above us, soldiers moved in heavy boots, all of them very ready to shoot the wrong target. True sight opened. Tactical appraisal, Army scale. The skill mapped the Army's positions as moving blue markers. That was it. One sentence of a description, an ugly amount of responsibility, and a floor plan full of people who would die if I picked the cheap route. Great. Now I'm a glorified GPS for a suicide mission. The bunker unfolded. Outer patrols, 32. Internal security, 46. Medical wing, 17 non-combatants. Command floor, 8 officers. Lower reactor vault, no official personnel. That was the first honest thing the building had told me. Turret arcs cut through corridors in blue cones, and ammunition lockers sat too close to oxygen tanks because military design apparently shared notes with Academy budgeting. I mapped a route through laundry intake and water treatment. No kill lanes. No main stairs. No heroic charge through the front door where 50 soldiers got to explain ballistics to my ribs. We crawled. It was undignified, but it worked. Min-hyuk had to turn sideways twice because broad shoulders are only useful in posters. Sora's barrier kept loose concrete from falling on our backs. I led with true sight, counting boots through the ceiling. A squad stopped above us to argue about whether the breach was my fault Vance's fault, or just the result of letting hunters exist near property values. All three had merit. We reached the laundry intake just as two soldiers entered with body bags from the courtyard. Sora froze. Min-hyuk's jaw tightened. I checked the markers and opened the vent the second they turned. No speeches. No vows. The dead didn't need us to be dramatic. They needed the node gone. Inside, the walls changed from academy gray to military gray, a different department of depressing. We moved past a supply cage of ration bricks and mana batteries. I took 3 clot patches and 2 battery cells. Stealing from the army felt wrong for half a second. Then I remembered my taxes had paid for none of it because I'd spent most of my first life too poor to owe anything. Fine. The collector officer's voice came over the speakers, sharp and nasal, ordering units to search for 3 armed fugitives. The bunker commander cut across him, ordering units to keep civilians away from the lower vault. The 2 commands overlapped, broke into static, and sent half the markers in my vision the wrong direction. Rival friction, useful and loud. We descended through water treatment. Warm pipes and the smell of bleach. A maintenance worker in a gray jumpsuit saw us, went pale, and raised both hands without being asked. I pointed him toward the shelter stairs. Sora checked his pulse as he passed because she couldn't help herself, and Min-hyuk gave him a ration brick from the cage. The worker took it and ran. Romance, Revolution Edition. The lower vault door was sealed with a military lock and a hunter-grade ward. The lock wanted command authority. The ward wanted a licensed signature. I had neither, legally. But I had the pressure marks under the script and enough perception to see where Vance's people had edited the access list. There. One deleted emergency override. I pressed my watch against the panel, fed Sora the sequence, and let her rebuild the missing shape with mana. The panel flashed red, then yellow, then a tired green. The vault opened. The node sat in the reactor pit, fist-sized and sick violet black, threaded into the power column. It pulsed against the concrete while cables ran into military servers and emergency grids. If it failed wrong, the bunker would dump the backlash into everyone above us. Of course it would, for bunker guards stood around it in blank faceplates. Not soldiers, Vance's leftovers. Heavy armor, thick necks, burned knuckles. They turned at once. Min-hyuk moved first. Not a full glitch step, just a short burst. Gold mana cracked cyan for 1 beat as he slammed the nearest guard into the railing. Sora's barrier caught the second guard's rifle burst and folded it into the floor. I took the third at the knee because armor joints are cheaper than heroics. The fourth guard reached for the node. Bad. I spent the fragments and locked on. The shattered saber hit the anchor point. Sora's barrier pinned the backlash inward, and Min-hyuk drove his step into the support bracket. 3 pressures landed together. The node split. Violet-black lights spasmed through the cables, tried to run upward, then folded back into the pit and broke into dead pixels. The lights went out, then emergency blue returned. Second global node destroyed level, 73 to 76 strength, 64 to 67, plus 3 vitality, 64 to 67, plus 3 perception, 64 to 67, plus 3 reward, 137 credits. Credits, 3126 core fragments gained via true sight appraisal. For core fragments, 73, I hit level 76, gained a few points in stats, and some credits. Rank S remained rank S. Fine. Apparently destroying hidden world infrastructure is still not enough for the paperwork office. The pit wall cracked open behind the dead node as the veins withdrew. Concrete shed in thick plates, exposing a narrow quarantine chamber welded behind the reactor casing. Inside was a chair, old restraints, and one person still breathing. The survivor lifted their head. Scarred scalp, missing ear, cloudy left eye. Their academy blazer was an older cut, faded almost white at the shoulders. Their wrists were strapped with blackened steel. A cracked panel above them flickered with one line of corrupted text. Cycle 1. Residual witness. Sora stopped breathing. Min-hyuk lowered his fist. My true sight tried to read the survivor and returned a mess of old damage and memory scarring, so tight the panel shuddered. The survivor looked straight at me and mouthed 2 words. Prime Gate. Next morning, the survivor was still breathing, which was a problem. We were running on a cracked stretcher, 3 clot patches, 2 stolen batteries, and a half-empty canteen. Plus, Min-hyuk's ankle was basically a screaming liability every time he stepped. Now we had another mouth to feed and another body to drag. My rank was still S, and my criminal status still meant every exit was going to cost me. The survivor pointed us toward a service route labeled Processing Wing and then passed out. Great witness. Terrible warranty. Sora wanted to move the guy first. Min-hyuk wanted to punch the vault wall until it gave up its secrets. I checked the patrols and the air pressure, then squinted at the flickering bunker map. The processing wing was tucked under the reactor pit, behind a deck marked sealed for decontamination. In my experience, sealed usually meant poison, evidence, or a bill that someone was too scared to pay. We took the survivor. Leaving a first cycle witness next to a broken node is a great way to get erased before lunch. The stretcher wheels locked twice in the hall. Min-hyuk took the front, I took the back, and Sora walked beside the survivor, feeding him just enough mana to keep his heart beating. The hall smelled like industrial bleach and hot dust. There were brown stains in the floor drains that no amount of scrubbing had actually removed. Fantastic. The processing wing door wasn't guarded. That was actually worse. A real secure room has guards, scanners, and some tired guy who'll let you in if you look official enough. This door was just brushed steel with a blank blue panel that kept refreshing. I hit it with true sight. First, it looked like a mess of deleted permissions. Then I saw ward scars. Finally, I found some old academy student tags buried under military routing. This is where they put the failed cadets. The survivor's fingers twitched. Sora noticed. Her eyes stopped scanning the hall and locked on the door. Min-hyuk saw her face and actually stopped joking for once. I found the override where the ward had been patched. It was the same cheap trick as the vault, just older. The ward was sloppy. It was trying too hard to hide something, and that's exactly where the leak was. Sora fed the mana sequence. The panel flashed white, then blue. The door opened. Cold rolled out. Not winter cold, but storage cold. The kind of chill you only find in meat lockers or evidence bags. The processing wing was 3 long aisles of glass cells, metal beds, hanging cables, and floor drains. Pale cyan panels floated over the stations. Most were dead. A few were still ticking through old logs. No monsters. No blood on the walls. No scratch marks on the inside of the glass. People had walked in here because they were told to. The first cell had a charcoal gray cadet blazer folded on a chair, name strip burned off. The bed had wrist restraints and a halo rig mounted above the head. I hated the term halo rig. It sounded like something from a medical brochure instead of a torture device. The next cell had 3 pairs of shoes lined up under the bed. Different sizes. Sora stopped. I didn't tell her to keep moving, but she did after a couple of breaths. That counted as a win. Min-hyuk's fists were clenched so hard his signet ring was bruising his palm. He was built for cameras and rankings. There were no cameras here to impress. A panel woke up over the 3rd station. Soul fragment harvesting the description was a single, clinical line about stripping unstable consciousness residue from failed cadets to make fuel-grade fragments. Translation: they turned students into batteries. The station was still active. The bed held no human, just a dent in the padding and a few stray hairs. A stream of pale blue-white grains was falling through a glass tube into a canister. TrueSight tried to label them as residue, then fuel, then student asset recovery. I almost laughed. Not because it was funny, but because the system was using the most insulting wording possible and still pretending to be professional. Sora pressed her hands to the glass. She asked, very quietly, how many? I looked down the aisle. Too many. I started counting anyway. 20 beds in the first row. 20 in the second. 12 in the third, because the end had been turned into storage tanks. Some were empty, some were stained, and some had canisters with student numbers. Failed practicals. Disciplinary removals. Expulsions. The academy didn't waste its trash. We pushed deeper. The survivor woke up for a second, saw the cells, and tried to rip his arms out of the straps. Sora held him down. Min-hyuk muttered that Vance used cadets as feedstock. I corrected him. Not just Vance. The dates went back way further. Older directors, older boards, older paperwork. This wasn't just a secret project. It was a business model. And since I was currently trespassing in the warehouse, I was basically a liability that needed to be liquidated. At the fourth aisle, the reward hit. Not for killing something, but because TrueSight classified the room as recoverable evidence. Processing wing evidence secured. Level 76 to 78. Strength 67 to 69, plus 2. Vitality 67 to 69, plus 2. Perception 67 to 69, plus 2. Reward 140 credits current balance. 3266 core fragments gained. 2 total core fragments, 75. A huge reward for finding the school's garbage disposal. The system was practically cheering, tossing me stat points like I'd just cleared a celebratory quest instead of stumbling upon a mass grave. It felt disgusting. The stat gain gave me cold strength in my hands and sharper vision, but it also gave me just enough vitality to keep from vomiting. The system paid me because it liked measurable outcomes. It didn't care if the outcome used to be a freshman who failed a mana exam. Min-hyuk smashed a side door open. Inside were racks of canisters full of compressed pale residue. The labels were clean, intake year, cadet number, and S-rank synthesis suitability. Sora read one label and went dead still. I didn't ask who it was. Her face told me everything. At the back, larger cylinders fed into a conduit running up to the academy lines. TrueSight traced the path. It didn't go to the node. It went to the S-rank candidate stabilization channels. The polished elites, the perfect hunters, the guys with the flawless stats on the public screens, they were running on this fuel. Min-hyuk said we should burn it. Sora said there might be mines left to save. The survivor made a sound that wasn't a word. I checked the pressure levels and locks. One wrong rupture, and we'd be breathing soul dust through the vents. Then TrueSight found the final door. No panel, no handle. Just a disposal slot and a clouded viewing slit. The ward wasn't there to keep people out. It was there to keep the records from looking in. I scraped the frost off the glass with my sleeve. Beyond the glass was a pit. Just a massive heap of pale blue-white residue. Cracked canisters, and broken labels. The waste bin was full of the discarded souls used to power the winners. The waste bin should have been the bottom of the bunker. It was not. Under the pit, under the processing wing, under the academy's old crime room, there was one more maintenance crawl marked as drainage on the dead floor plan. Rank S still sat beside my name. Public access still hated me, and the final node was below us. Because apparently Vance had built his budget around making gravity do customer retention. Sora stayed with the survivor. Min-hyuk came with me because his ankle was damaged, his pride was worse, and leaving him alone beside jars of processed cadets felt medically irresponsible. The crawl space narrowed after 10 meters. Wet concrete. Low ceiling. Rusted brackets. A cable bundle ran along the left wall and pulsed every few seconds with sick violet-black light. Not a line across the planet. Not some grand map. Just dirty wiring under a dead school, carrying stolen charge to one last anchor. Practical evil. Very on brand. We followed it into an old observation chamber beneath Evaluation Room 3. Drain grooves cut the floor. Reinforced glass lined one wall. Behind the glass, emergency feeds had restarted across the public relay hub, the Academy net, and a dozen commercial breach screens that should have stayed dead. My face appeared on 3 broken monitors at once. The crowd outside saw us. Not directly. Through drones, cracked bunker cameras, stolen relay slices, whatever bootleg signal had survived the crash. Soldiers looked up from barricades. Guild juniors froze mid-order. Civilians in the plaza ruins stared at screens showing the criminal who had just walked through the school's basement and kept finding receipts. Some looked ready to cheer. Some looked ready to run. Some looked at the processing evidence behind us and covered their mouths. Public opinion. Messy. Useful. At the center of the chamber sat the third global node. Fist-sized crystalline core, violet-black pulse. Dark veins threaded into the floor and ceiling. Correct size. Ugly color. No dramatic throne. Just a little murder battery sitting in a reinforced socket, priced higher than a city block. Min-hyuk flexed his injured foot and asked if this one also had a stupid guard. The floor answered. A figure stepped out of the node's light, wearing my face badly. 18 years old, obsidian black hair over the left eye, slate gray eyes, charcoal blazer, black boots. Wrong blink rate, smooth knuckles, mouth too flat. The shattered saber copied itself into its right hand, notched edge and all, except the grip had nowhere where my palm had bled into it for half a career. Min-hyuk stopped smiling. The public feed zoomed in. Great. My evil twin had broadcast lighting. TrueSight opened and hit static first. The construct copied my stance. I shifted my weight. It shifted with me. I raised the saber half an inch. It raised the saber half an inch. Min-hyuk threw a short gold cyan burst toward its left side, and the thing did not even look at him. It used my footwork to slide away by the exact amount I would have used. That was insulting. A panel snapped clean over its chest. Mirror match analysis. Mirror match analysis compares copied movement against original source data and flags replication errors. One line. New tool. No lecture. The construct moved. It used my opening cut, the cheap one I saved for armored wrists. I met it with the same angle. Steel hit steel, not clean, not pretty, hard enough to send pain through my elbow. It copied my reset. I copied its copy. 4-3 exchanges. We looked impressive on camera and accomplished nothing except making my shoulder file a complaint. Then it used lock-on. I felt the targeting pressure bite into my ribs a fraction before the strike. Not a full system claim. A copied shape. A counterfeit invoice with enough stamp marks to fool the clerk. I twisted anyway. The saber scraped my blazer and cut the white shirt under it. Blood warmed my side. Min-hyuk shouted once. Sora's voice cracked over the stolen channel from above, telling me the feeds were live everywhere. Helpful. The construct copied TrueSight overlays too. Pale cyan wireframes flashed over me, broken around the edges. It could read my obvious strain, my injured side, the angle of my wrist. It could copy combat prediction for the next motion. It could copy the big moves because those had data. My past had been recorded by cameras, drones, Vance, guilds, public feeds, enemies with too much funding. So I gave it a move nobody had filed. I stopped using the efficient route. The next cut came too wide. Wasteful. My old instructors would have hated it. The mirror copied the width, but not the reason, and that half beat gave me room to slam my knee into its thigh. It did not buckle. Construct body. Fine. It answered with my elbow strike, my low step, my saber hook. Clean sequence. Accurate enough to kill most people who enjoyed having organs. I retreated across the drain grooves, counting its feet. 1, 2, 3. It never favored the left. I did. Not from injury. From habit. The old cracked screen on my matte black watch had been on my left wrist since the first day back, and every close defense gave that side a little extra room, so the glass did not catch a blade. Stupid habit. Tiny habit. Human habit. The mirror had copied my blade path, my stats, my skill timing, even the bored expression I used when things were getting expensive. It had not copied watch avoidance. There. The first real gap. I let it press me toward the glass, so every public camera had a clean angle. If the world wanted proof that the trash appraisal still worked in a fight no one could explain, I was happy to make the demonstration cheap. The mirror stepped in for my throat, exactly on the line it thought I would take, and its left wrist stayed too straight. True sight marked the joint in pale blue. Critical fault. Not the center of mass. Not the core. Not the throat. One copied wrist angle that did not belong to a person who had spent years protecting a broken watch, because replacing it would cost money. I spent the fragments and locked on. The shattered saber came up from low guard. The mirror matched late because it had to copy before it could correct. My blade hit the marked wrist, bit through the copied joint, and the construct's saber fell first. Public feed silence is a strange thing. You cannot hear millions of people stop talking, but every monitor in the room stopped flashing comment noise at once. Then the chamber went loud. Soldiers backed away from screens. Guild juniors started shouting over each other. Civilians pointed at the blue fault marker still hanging in the feed, visible proof that the wanted criminal with the utility skill had just found the one mistake inside a perfect copy of himself. The mirror tried to recover barehanded. Bad choice. Mine, technically. I drove the notched saber through its chest and into the socket behind it. The third node cracked. The fist-sized core pulsed once, twice, then broke inward. Violet-black charge ran down the floor grooves, hit the copied body, and shattered into dead pixels. A panel opened. Third global node destroyed reward. 143 credits. 3409 core fragments gained via true sight appraisal. 2 core fragments. 77. My level dropped from 89 to 80. Strength climbed from 78 to 80. Vitality climbed from 78 to 80. And perception climbed from 78 to 80, plus 2 each. 143 credits entered my account, bringing the running total after the gain to 3409. True sight appraisal added 2 core fragment, bringing the running total after the gain to 77. Rank S stayed rank S. Even my punishment came with better stats. Fine. Accounting had lost its mind, but at least it paid in useful numbers. The mirror's face cracked last. It looked at me with my eyes, failed to blink, and came apart in flat blue shards that hung in the air instead of falling. One shard stayed whole, thin as a nail clipping, bright enough for true sight to grab without asking. The mirror doyen shattered, and inside the broken copy, the final piece of the World Slayer's eye opened. The missing shard hung over the broken construct, and nobody in the room wanted to touch the floating piece of evidence that had just crawled out of my fake corpse. Rank S stayed beside my name. The third node was dead. Min-hyuk was on one knee with a ruined ankle. Sora was holding a half-conscious witness behind a barrier, and the bunker still had enough hidden systems running to charge us rent. Practical priorities first. I checked the chamber before I checked the shiny prize. For residue tubes, 2 cracked. 1 emergency route behind the node frame, blocked by warped steel. Sora had 1 barrier battery left after the stretcher field. Min-hyuk had maybe 3 clean bursts before his legs stopped pretending to be attached properly. My canteen was down to bad mouthfuls. The shattered saber needed a real edge, and our legal exit count was still 0, because criminal status made hospitals, trains, roads, and most doors into paid enemies. The shard pulsed once. Fine. Evidence with timing. True sight touched it, and the pale cyan panel opened so quietly it felt insulting after all the screaming hardware around us. World Slayer's Eye, full unlock World Slayer's Eye fully reveals the global cycle node network and planetary drain paths. Level 78 to 82 strength, 69 to 71, plus 2. Vitality, 69 to 71, plus 2 perception, 69 to 71, plus 2 reward, 146 credits, 55 core fragments gained via true sight appraisal. For core fragments, 81. My level climbed from 78 to 82. Strength rose from 69 to 71. Vitality rose from 69 to 71. And perception rose from 69 to 71, plus 2 each. 146 credits entered my account, bringing the running total after the gain to 3555. True sight appraisal added 4 core fragments, bringing the running total after the gain to 81. Rank S remained rank S, peak rank S, apparently. The system had upgraded the wording and still kept the promotion behind a counter. Very professional. Then my vision widened. Not brighter, wider. The bunker walls stayed where they were, cold concrete, steel frame, broken residue tubes, Min-hyuk breathing through clenched teeth, Sora's barrier trembling around the survivor. But behind all of it, under all of it, the world opened into lines. Violet lines. Thin at first, then thickening as my perception caught up with the load. They ran under the bunker floor, under the dead academy grounds, under Neo Soul, then farther than any map panel had ever shown me. The lines were not roads. Roads carried things both ways. These only pulled. I saw the destroyed nodes as wounds in the network, 3 dark breaks where the feed had been cut. Neo Soul's deadline. The foreign spire's snap column. The bunker node beneath my boots, collapsing into static. Around those breaks, smaller threads thrashed and rerouted, dragging pressure toward a single point so far away the distance made my eyes ache. Min-hyuk asked what I was seeing. I did not answer right away. I was busy counting. Not numbers. There were too many. District lines. Shelter lines. Hospital grids. Transit anchors. Old academy supply routes. Government spires. Guild-owned stabilization chambers. Places where people thought mana was infrastructure because someone in a clean office had labeled it that way. All of it fed the same direction. Sora came into the chamber with the stretcher floating behind her barrier. The survivor's eyes were half open. He saw my face and tried to sit up, failed, then made a dry sound that probably meant he knew the look. Useful. Horrible. I told them the shard had finished the map. Min-hyuk pushed himself upright against the residue tube. He asked where the next node was. Straight to the expense column. Good. I looked at the lines again. There was no next node. There were feeder scars, broken anchors, dead branches, and rerouted channels. But the pull had stopped pretending to be local. Every violet line bent toward one massive absence at the center of the network. Not a clean gate marker. Not a contract signature. Not a monster nest with a health bar and a convenient reward table. A hole in the ledger. The relay speaker above us crackled back to life. Outside, the public channel had picked up the new visual feed from my appraisal overlay. Someone was screaming about global lines on the breach screens. A soldier demanded confirmation from Association Command. A commercial commentator tried to call it a tactical projection, then stopped mid-sentence when the map expanded over the city grid and showed civilian shelters as feeding points. Awkward broadcast. Sora's face went white in the blue light. She asked if the people attached to those lines were already dead. I checked. Not dead. Drained. There was a difference, mostly useful to accountants and monsters. The world slayers I marked living clusters as pale pulses trapped along the violet routes. The pulses dimmed when the distant pull strengthened, then recovered a little when local mana systems compensated. Hospitals lost more. Evacuation shelters lost more. Places with old wards lost less, but the difference was groceries after rent. Technically helpful. Still broke. Meanwhile, the bunker began to fail around us because of course the planet-scale death map arrived with a maintenance issue. The node frame buckled. One residue tube burst and sprayed pale grains across the floor. Sora snapped her barrier outward and caught most of it before it reached the survivor. Min-hyuk used one of his last bursts to kick the tube shut, which was heroic if you ignored the part where he immediately sat down hard and looked personally offended by his ankle. I grabbed the shard. It was cold enough to numb my palm through the glove. The map tightened. The violet lines stopped spreading and focused, carving down through layers of earth in my vision. Soil, rail tunnels, buried pipes, deep foundations, old gate scars, then bedrock. Then deeper, where no academy textbook bothered drawing diagrams, because textbooks preferred students who survived tuition. At the center of the pole, the prime gate appeared. Not fully. Not as a place I could step into. Just the signature. A towering fracture, violet black, too large for the scale my sight tried to place around it. The network around it did not connect neatly. It clamped. Thousands of lines sank into its rim and fed inward in steady pulses. Every pulse stole a little more from everything alive on the routes. My vitality rose fresh in my body, but my knees still wanted a meeting with the floor. Perception at 71 kept feeding me details I did not ask for. The prime gate's draw was not waiting for the nodes to be rebuilt. The nodes had been pumps. Helpful equipment. Replaceable. The main body was already feeding through whatever channels remained. Sora said my name once. Short. Controlled. Bad sign. The survivor on the stretcher began to shake. His old scars lit under true sight, not from mana circulation, but from recognition. He had seen this before in some earlier form, maybe at the end of his cycle, maybe from the inside of a room no one was supposed to leave. He tried to raise one hand toward the map and whispered that the doors were roots. That was not medically useful. It was unfortunately accurate. Min-hyuk heard enough. He told me to tell him there was still a core to hit. There was probably a core. There was always something rich people called central infrastructure until someone poor got sent inside it with a sword. But World Slayers, I kept correcting the shape every time I tried to classify it as a gate. Contract gate. Wrong. Breach gate. Wrong. Cycle node. Wrong. The panel refused every familiar label and left only the drain path, the pulse rate, the direction of flow, and the scale. The prime gate was not sitting on the planet. It was attached. The chamber lights flickered. Public audio cut in and out. Somewhere above us, thousands of people were watching the same violet lines crawl across their city maps and realizing their shelters had never been shelters. The academy had been a farm. The guilds had been distributors. The nodes had been taps. And at the center of all those violet ley lines, the prime gate was not a door. It was a parasite feeding on the planet. I am in a concrete box. My tool set is a joke. Outside, the prime gate is erasing the map, pulling everything into the center. No escape, no backup. Just me and a void. Inside my inventory, 3 dead node fragments are vibrating. They aren't just shaking. They are rattling my core. Sora is sweating through her hair, barely holding a survivor aloft in a flickering barrier. Min-hyuk is bleeding through his boot and pretending he isn't about to collapse. Meanwhile, the public channels are broadcasting the harvest footage. There are enough administrator signatures on the feed to fire every clean-handed bureaucrat in the sector. The system doesn't ask. It shoves a panel into my vision. Global node fragments. 3 of 3 integration available warning. Core rejection likely warning. Citywide pressure discharge likely proceed. The fine print says node fragment integration converts destroyed cycle node anchors into direct core evolution. One line. No apology. It's the kind of brevity the Academy uses right before they tell you that you failed a practical and are now legally dead. Sora sees the panel. She isn't being polite. Blood is staining her sleeve, and her barrier is so thin a firm shove would shatter it. She tells me my core is already overloaded. She says attempting this is a death wish. She's burning her last reserves of mana to keep a stranger alive. I'm the one who dragged us into this. It's not a battle. It's a disaster. Min-hyuk laughs, which turns into a wet cough. His platinum hair is plastered to his forehead. His gold rank pins, the symbols of his precious status, were snapped off somewhere between the bunker and the corpse factory. He looks like he's been personally betrayed by his own ankles. He tells Sora that if I have a survival plan, I've spent a long time making sure no one ever finds it. Fair point. The survivor speaks in a dry rasp. It sounds like sandpaper on bone. He warns us about failed cycles and cores that split open under harvest pressure. Sora tightens the barrier. Min-hyuk stops laughing. I do a quick audit. Credits, 3555. Core fragments, 81. Level 82. Strength, 71. Vitality, 71. Perception, 71. Rank S. Rank S is enough to break nodes and make governments panic on a live feed, but it isn't enough to fight the Prime Gate's gravity. Every remaining line of energy is feeding inward. Every shelter on the route is dimming while we argue with a confirmation prompt. I press proceed. The first fragment slides in without drama. That makes me suspicious. Then a cold spike drives through my sternum. My breath stops. The system panel blurs, flickers, and snaps back. My ribs click. It's the kind of sound that suggests the surgery will cost a fortune in extra fees. The second fragment is worse. Mana surges through my circulation. It hunts down every old scar, every stiff joint, and every survival debt I've ever taken. My left wrist spasms. My boots slide on the wet concrete. I drop the shattered saber. It hits the floor with a loud, stupid clang. It is an impressively undignified sound. The public relay catches the whole thing. Millions of viewers are watching the alleged world threat fumble his own weapon during a historic breakthrough. I hope the commentator enjoys the footage. If he survives the grid collapse, he can edit it into a highlight reel of my failures. Then the third fragment hits. My knees buckle. No heroism. No control. I go down hard, palms slapping the floor, stomach folding, teeth locked so I don't bite through my tongue. Mana pours through me in thick, violent pulses, too much for the channels, and too much for the old human shape the Academy graded as barely viable. Sora lunges toward me, nearly dropping the stretcher field. I force one hand up. Stop. She stops. Barely. That's the bond. No grand speeches. Just a girl with enough mana to crack a city wall choosing to stay put because my hand told her the math was worse if she moved. Min-hyuk drags himself sideways and plants his body between her barrier and the sparking node frame. He does it with a ruined ankle and a look of pure misery. He's decided that protecting the support line matters more than looking expensive. The fragments dissolve. My core opens. No level up chime. No polite growth. My mana channels expand by tearing themselves open first and healing second. Heat races under my skin like liquid fire. Blood leaks from my nose and ears. Overhead, the bunker lights strobe in a violent white blue. The survivor's scars flare under my true sight, then dim as Sora shoves her last output into the barrier. The panel updates with brutal receipts. Rank breakthrough, rank S to rank double S level, 82 to 85 strength, 71 to 74, plus 3 vitality, 71 to 74, plus 3. Perception, 71 to 74, plus 3 reward, 149 credits. 3704 core fragments gained via true sight appraisal, 2 core fragments. 83, I hit rank double S. I jumped 3 levels. My primary stats bumped by 6 points. I got a few credits and 1 extra fragment. It is a massive jump in power, and it arrives exactly as I am on all fours, vomiting into an administrator-grade drainage groove. Pure elegance. Min-hyuk tries to say something cutting, but the atmospheric pressure hits him first. His hair snaps back. The gold cyan mana around his arms gutters out like a dying candle. He slides across the floor and slams into a wall panel shoulder first. Sora's barrier flattens against the survivor, then balloons outward as my mana shoves against it from the outside. I try to pull the pressure back in. The mana doesn't listen. The bunker chamber answers instead. Steel bolts pop out of the node frame like gunshots. Blue-white sparks crawl over the ceiling conduits. The relay speaker screams with feedback, spitting out fragments of public audio, frantic crowds, clipped military orders, a guild anchor yelling for confirmation. Then, a woman's voice on a civilian feed mentions her apartment lights just went out. The World Slayer's eye map sharpens until it's physically painful. It isn't the prime gate causing the distortion. It's me. My mana is no longer staying inside my body. It's pressing outward in heavy rings, bending loose metal and waking every dead sensor in the facility. The drain paths around Neo Soul flicker. They aren't broken, but they are deeply disturbed. Every system attached to those paths reacts with immediate instability. On the public overlay, city blocks blink out. First the bunker complex, then the old academy district, then the lower evacuation lanes. Commercial breach screens cut to static. Traffic guidance panels die. Hospital backup, wards flash warning red before the feed drops. The relay officer asks command why the electrical grid is failing from the inside. Sora shouts my name, her voice barely audible over the hum. Min-hyuk pushes himself up on one elbow, face pale and eyes wide. The pressure coming off my mana isn't just a breakthrough. It's frying the electronics of the surrounding city. I can feel the grid screaming under the weight of my existence. Every transformer in a 3-mile radius is currently attempting to commit suicide to avoid carrying my load. I am a walking EMP. I am also currently covered in vomit. The survivor watches me, his expression shifting from terror to a strange, hollow recognition. He's seen this before, the moment a core stops being a battery and starts being a supernova. He tries to warn me again, but the sound is drowned out by the roar of the facility's cooling systems failing in rapid succession. I try to shift my stance, but the air around me has become a physical weight. The concrete floor beneath my palms is beginning to spiderweb, not from strength, but from the sheer vibration of my mana trying to find a ground. I am a lightning rod for a storm that hasn't even peaked yet. Sora's barrier is now a shimmering soap bubble, fighting a losing war against the outward pressure of my presence. She is shaking, her teeth gritted, refusing to let the survivor be crushed by the wake of my breakthrough. Min-hyuk is staring at the wall panel he hit, his gold pins lying forgotten in the dust, realizing that his status is irrelevant when the person next to him is accidentally deleting the city's infrastructure. I look at the system panel one last time. It is still there, floating in the chaos, indifferent to the fact that I am currently a walking disaster area. I have the power of a double S rank, and all I can do is hope that the city has a decent insurance policy. The city grid blew out in chunks. Naturally, the sovereign leaders arrived the second the lights went off, because criminals in fancy uniforms always have better timing than the paramedics. Sora had one barrier left. Min-hyuk had one working leg. I had rank double S pressure leaking out of my pores and a public broadcast showing the entire city what happens when my core sneezes near a power line. Everything became a logistics nightmare. Trains were out. Hospitals were out. Roads were out, since my criminal status turned every checkpoint into a firing squad. Sora had 2 batteries, one cracked, one dying. Min-hyuk had 3 wraps, 0 painkillers, and a look on his face that made medical advice feel like a waste of breath. I had a dull sword, 83 core fragments, and a citywide blackout to carry. Fantastic. The next morning wasn't actually morning. It was just the part of the day where the bunker clocks rebooted and lied to us. We crawled through a service route under the collapsed academy district, following emergency arrows painted before hunters were even a thing. The survivor floated in Sora's field, wrapped in a thermal sheet that smelled like a dusty attic. Min-hyuk limped beside her, using a broken support rod as a cane and breathing like he was personally offended by the concept of walking. The route should have been clear. It wasn't. The Sovereign Guild had the exit concourse sealed with 4 leaders in dark uniforms. Crimson and gold crests, sharp and expensive. Not juniors. Not hired muscle. These were the top-tier types, the kind of hunters who get paid enough to make problems disappear. The first was thick-necked with a scarred scalp. The second had waxy skin and shaking fingers. The third was a tall guy with a dead left eye. The fourth smiled way too much, showing off gold teeth and shaved brows. No names. That's better. Names make the paperwork tedious. They blocked the gate to the prime gate route, backed by soldiers holding portable ward pylons. Not enough to kill me, but plenty to slow us down while the prime gate kept feeding. One of the leaders started a speech about lawful containment. I hit him before he finished the second sentence. The shattered saber bounced off his guard. My wrist stung. Rank SS strength doesn't fix bad leverage when 4 pros are squeezing me into a narrow hallway. The tall one sliced at my right side with a hook. The smiling one slammed my ribs into the wall with a compression burst. The thick-necked leader drove in low, forcing me to waste footwork I didn't have. Not clean. Not easy. Min-hyuk tried to step up, but his ankle gave out. Sora snapped a barrier in front of him before his pride could get him killed. The survivor made a wet, rattling sound under the sheet. The pylons hummed louder, dragging my pressure down to a level the leaders could actually handle. Expensive gear. Annoying result. True sight triggered. Cyan lines crawled over their joints, mana channels, and old scars. For leaders, for faults, for different timings. The system gave me a prompt that was as blunt as a hammer. Multi-target lock-on available. The skill splits one execution across multiple critical faults in a single window. I spent the fragments and moved. The cost hit my chest like a physical blow. My vision narrowed to 4 receipts. The thick-necked one had a cracked knee plate under his armor. The waxy one had a mana surge clogging his wrist. The tall one's dead eye ruined his depth perception. The smiling one had a loose sternum guard where a pin had been hammered through cheap plating. Cheap plating. On a leader, budget cuts are a lifesaver. They attacked as a group, thinking numbers meant safety. The thick-necked one charged. I stepped inside and kicked his knee plate sideways. He dropped with a sound that made his own soldiers flinch. The waxy one fired a binding line, so I cut the angle of his wrist instead of the spell. The surge backed up into his own arm, locking his fingers open as the binding snapped into the ceiling. The tall one was faster, blade low. I let the hook scrape my blazer, pivoted, and drove the pommel into the soft spot under his ribs. He folded. No flare, just a man losing his breath because he'd expected someone else to pay his bills. The smiling one almost got me. His compression burst hit my chest before I could finish the third fault. My boot slid, my back hit a pylon, and the ward burned feedback up my spine. My left hand went numb. Sora's barrier flared to protect the survivor as the corridor shook, and Min-hyuk threw a gold cyan burst, not at the leader, but at the pylon battery behind him. It popped. The smiling leader looked back for half a second. Half a second is a luxury. I closed the gap and jammed the notched edge of the saber into that loose sternum guard. The blade bit into the cheap metal, caught the pin, and drove the plate inward. He tried to laugh, but his lungs didn't agree. He went down on one knee, gold teeth bared, clawing at a uniform that had suddenly become a cage. The sovereign soldiers broke. Reportedly elite, but apparently not paid enough to die for their bosses. Sora dragged the survivor through the gap, her barrier flickering. Min-hyuk hauled himself up and gave the fallen leaders a look that said he wanted to be smug, but currently needed both hands just to stand. I checked the panel. Level 85 to 87 strength, 74 to 76, plus 2. Vitality 74 to 76, plus 2. Perception 74 to 76, plus 2. Reward: 152 credits. Total: 3856 core fragments. 83. 2 levels and a handful of stat points. The system called it a reward. My aching ribs called it a delayed bill. The service gate unlocked once the 4th leader's crest stopped powering the pylons. Beyond it, the tunnel sloped down into black concrete and violet pressure thick enough to make every loose screw tremble. The last sovereign was down. Now there was only the prime gate. I stepped out of the tunnel and was immediately billed by the system just for existing in the area. The situation was simple. I was standing in front of a giant, violet black hole in reality that wanted to eat everything, and there were 12 automated security drones between me and the exit. Sora's barrier was already buckling under the pressure, and Min-hyuk was leaning on his cane with the expression of a man who had just discovered a hidden service fee on his credit card. This was the prime gate perimeter. It was essentially a high-tech porch guarded by 12 murder bots and a yellow hazard line that my boots, unlike my common sense, seemed determined to respect. Below us, the gate acted like a cosmic vacuum, sucking in loose bolts, dust, and old blood. The tear in space was the size of a university auditorium and served as a physical monument to every lie Vance had ever told the government to get his funding. Sora shoved a survivor behind a broken generator while her hands shook. Min-hyuk was glowing with gold cyan mana he couldn't afford to spend, and he asked if I'd found a cafeteria at the end of the world because he wanted rice. I told him I'd put in a request with management. A screen flickered. Hostile defense count, 12. No reward table, no threat rank. Apparently, automated slaughter was just an infrastructure expense. Then the drones woke up. They were matte black triangles with needle arms and no logos. Vance loved deniability. It's much easier to fill out the paperwork when the machine that killed you doesn't have a brand name on it. The first 2 dropped. I pinned one to the deck with the shattered saber, but the second one scorched a hole through my charcoal gray blazer. That's a lot of money for a piece of clothing just to be used as a heat shield. My true sight, which is basically a cheat code for seeing wireframes, showed me that these things weren't monsters. They were just a workplace network with knives, all sharing a single command relay in the ceiling. I kicked the pinned drone into its partner to cause a short circuit, then threw my sword, a piece of scrap metal pretending to be a legendary weapon, straight into the ceiling relay. 3 drones immediately lost their minds. One crashed, one hit a wall, and one just flailed at the air. Min-hyuk laughed, then winced because his ankle reminded him he was an old man. Suddenly, a collector officer broke into the comms. He sounded both panicked and jealous, claiming any evidence I found belonged to his department and reminding me that my criminal record made me subject to immediate seizure. Very helpful. Truly a team player. I yanked my sword back just as the next wave arrived. 4 drones tried to herd me toward the hazard line. I played a frantic game of musical chairs, step, turn, cut the relay seam. The first one skidded out. The second one clipped my ribs, which felt great because it reopened a bruise from the sovereign fight. The third one stared at me, and I panicked and shoved the blade through its neck hinge while hoping I wouldn't trip. The fourth one backed away. It was the only drone with a survival instinct. Unfortunately, it still had a bad career path. Min-hyuk splashed mana into some coolant, shorting out the 4th drone stabilizer. Sora pinned it with a barrier strip, and I stomped through its lens cluster. 7 down. The deck shook. The gate started pulling harder, dragging dead drones and screws across the hazard line. The survivor started mumbling nonsense, and Sora told him to shut up in the same tone she uses for unstable mana leaks. It worked. The last 5 drones didn't attack. Instead, they linked together with violet threads. It was classic contractor logic. If the individual units fail, give them a shared brain. If the shared brain fails, blame the subcontractor. They locked onto Sora. The survivor was paralyzed, Sora couldn't drop her field, and Minhyuk was basically a decorative lamp. I had 83 core fragments, a chipped sword, and a hole in the floor. The drones didn't even need to kill me. They just wanted to see if I'd choose the objective or my teammates. Naturally, they picked the most annoying option. I threw myself backward and took a bolt to the left shoulder. Thanks to my Vitality 76, my arm stayed attached, which is the current industry standard for safe. I slid across the floor, clutching the railing while the gate tried to peel my spine out of my back. I used True Sight to find the command thread. I didn't have a strategy. I just had bad wiring. I drove my blade into the floor grating and ripped up a jagged piece of steel, my strength 76 making the metal scream, and hurled the scrap into the center drone's head. The thread snapped. The drones paused for half a second. That was all the time I needed to stop being a coward. I crossed the deck in 3 lunges, saber through a vent, elbow into a railing, and a well-timed burst from Minhyuk that knocked a drone off balance. Sora's barrier folded the 4th one's arm into its own face, and I finished the last one by crushing it into the yellow paint. The count hit 0. Level 87 to 89 stats, strength/vitality/perception +2 reward, 155 credits, 2 core fragments, 2 levels, and a stat boost just for clearing the porch. The system was basically giving me a rebate for destroying Vance's hardware. Minhyuk looked offended that a bunch of drones paid better than his old license contracts. The officer was still screaming into the relay about custody and evidence rights, while civilians were being sucked into the void and dissolving into static. The hazard line peeled off the deck and floated away. Dead drones slid past my boots into the dark. My sword hummed. Sora's barrier bent toward the opening, and Minhyuk stopped pretending his ankle worked. Inside, there was no floor and no ceiling. Just a violet-black abyss and the sinking feeling that I had only just unlocked the first door of a very large, very expensive machine. Then Vance's voice echoed through the void. "Welcome home, Glitch." Vance called out from the threshold. I ignored him. My gear was being eaten. The local dust was being eaten. A bunch of expensive drones were already gone. The Prime Gate basically had one goal: delete me from the map. Sora was struggling. She had one barrier around the survivor and a spare strip that was barely charged. She spent most of her time trying to keep the guy from being folded like a piece of paper. Then there was Minhyuk. He had a ruined ankle, a support rod, and a personality that made his injury everyone else's problem. As for me, I had the shattered saber, 85 core fragments, a hole in my sleeve, and a plan that consisted mostly of praying we didn't die in the first 10 seconds. Time to scavenge. We ripped parts off the dead drones. Dignity doesn't buy equipment. 2 battery cores, 1 relay clamp, 3 meters of cable, a cracked stabilizer plate, and a pylon spike from the Sovereign kit. Sora checked the survivor. His pulse was still there, though it sounded like it was barely trying. Minhyuk shoved a battery core into my bag and told me that if I died while carrying the spares, he was selling my watch. Fair enough. The Prime Gate opened wider. The hazard line peeled off the steel and drifted toward us. It wasn't wind. It was a vacuum. My boots skidded. Sora's barrier warped. Minhyuk jammed his rod into 2 grates to stay upright, and the metal actually bent under the pressure. Vance spoke again. He sounded calm. He sounded expensive. He sounded way too close. He welcomed the glitch home. He said the threshold recognized me. He said the gate had been waiting for a return variable. I didn't care about the speech. I looked at the floor. The grating had anchor sockets every 8 meters, remnants from before the planet became a giant stomach. Most were melted. 2 were okay. 1 was just past the event horizon, marked by a faded blue stencil. The plan was pathetic. 8 meters of slippery flooring, 1 bubble-wrapped survivor, a limping genius, a stressed-out caster, and me pretending I knew how to lead. We moved on my count. Sora pushed the survivor first. The field flattened and bulged, fighting to rip out of her grip. Min-hyuk braced behind her, pumping a gold cyan pulse into the rim so the guy wouldn't flip over. I went last to catch whatever the gravity decided to spit out. The second I crossed the event horizon, physics quit. The perimeter vanished. The hazard line looped over my shoulder. Sora was 3 steps ahead, but somehow below me. Min-hyuk's rod sparked against a floor that didn't exist. My stomach tried to exit my body. Fantastic. The interior was just violet-black pressure and flickering blue system frames. TrueSight tried to calculate the distance and gave me a bunch of garbage. The floor consisted of 4 separate planes. There was no ceiling. Loose bolts drifted past my face, paused, and then snapped sideways with enough force to punch through a cable. Spatial drift. The danger was simple. If you didn't have a fixed point, the gate would start rearranging your insides. Your head would go to one coordinate, your knees to another, and your luggage would go wherever the system hated you most. A panel flickered open. Dimensional anchor available. Fixes one local position and prevents spatial drift within radius great. A manual. I jammed the pylon spike into the socket and slammed the relay clamp over it. The socket fought me. The stabilizer plate screamed under my palm. I dumped core fragments into the prompt before the whole assembly sheared sideways. Blue-white motes tore away from my ledger and sank into the spike. The anchor deployed. Space snapped flat. I felt it in my teeth. Sora dropped to one knee. Min-hyuk hit the floor shoulder first, cursed, and then laughed because his ankle had just found a new, more creative way to be broken. My left arm went numb. The shattered saber stopped shaking. The bolts froze in midair, then dropped straight down. Normal gravity. Beautiful, boring gravity. The panel stabilized. State, rank SS, level 89, inside prime gate. Dimensional anchor, active local drift, suppressed anchor integrity, 68%, 68%. Not a fix. A rental. Typical. We had a 10-meter circle where up actually meant up. Beyond that, the gate was still twisting. Cables curved into nothing. Maintenance rails ran along the wall, then overhead, then under my boots. The emergency lamps blinked in a broken sequence. 1, 4, 4, none. The only way this place passed a safety inspection was if Vance signed the paperwork. Sora said the survivor's mana was still draining. Slower, but still going. Her voice was steady. Her face looked like she wanted to scream. Min-hyuk asked how much time we had. I watched the integrity drop to 67% and told him not long enough for another rice joke. He made one anyway. It was quiet. It was bad. The path narrowed into a corridor that looked like it had been grown and then repaired by someone who hated the concept of architecture. Dark veins pulsed under a translucent film on the walls. I figured it was just resin. Every monster architect loves that wet, organic look. Then TrueSight updated the label. Layered biological residue and compressed mana channels translation, the walls were made of people. I stepped closer. There was a hand pressed into the surface. Not a sculpture. A real human hand, gray and see-through, fingers bent backward, an academy ring fused into the knuckle. Above it, a face pushed through the membrane, one collapsed eye, a mouth sealed shut by someone else's shoulder. A cadet sleeve merged into a hunter's vest. Ribs, hair, teeth. A name tag with only 2 letters left. The anchor hummed. Sora went silent. Min-hyuk stopped breathing for a second, then started again, thin and controlled. The survivor began shaking hard enough to ripple the field. His lips moved. He didn't make a sound, but TrueSight caught the mana spike. He recognized them. I looked down the corridor. The walls weren't walls. They were just the fused corpses of everyone who had failed before us. The corridor of fused bodies opened into a chamber. It looked like my worst day, only decorated by a sadistic interior designer. The anchor held behind us. Rank SS, level 145, mental fortitude test. In plain English, The room was designed to break my mind so the gate could eat the pieces. Sora was keeping the survivor breathing in shallow counts. Min-hyuk was leaning on a support rod with one good leg, in a terrible mood, and I was staring at walls of dead cadets staring back through thin membranes. Then the floor shifted. Metal plates sank. The corpse walls flattened into old gate stone, and the emergency lamps became cheap academy training lights. Wet resin spread across the ground in a pattern I knew by heart. 6 years of dying once had left very neat paperwork. The system printed a line, trauma projection analysis, active. Hostile constructs are built from unresolved memory and current mana response. New branch. Terrible name. 3 figures stepped out of the fake tunnel. They weren't monsters. They were spectral versions of my first life teammates from the E-rank collapse when I was 24 and stupid enough to think effort beat bad stats. First came the shield cadet, cracked lips, split eyebrow, bent shield. Then the scout, sunken cheeks, broken fingers, torn jacket. Finally the healer, gray face, bloody cuffs, one shoe missing. The prime gate had taste. Bad taste, but taste. Sora sucked in a breath. She didn't know their faces, but she knew mine when I stopped moving. Min-hyuk tightened his grip on his rod. He started to say something, then stopped, which meant the situation was serious enough to improve his manners. The shield cadet raised his ruined gear. A fake voice asked why I ran last time. That was cute. I hadn't run. Last time, the ceiling came down, the timer vanished, and my mana was too low to keep a blade reinforced for 3 whole swings. I stayed, I bled, I achieved nothing, and a gate collapse turned my career into a cautionary memo. I didn't tell the ghost that. The scout lunged. He was faster than the original because the system optimizes for cruelty. He came low with a training knife, aiming for my thigh. True Sight drew blue lines over him, but they stuttered. No organs, no mana core. Just a person-shaped target made of bad memories and given a knife. Great. I parried with the shattered saber. The impact felt real enough to break bone. The healer sent a pale binding thread toward my wrist, but Sora snapped a barrier strip across it. The thread hissed and broke, and the public relay punched through the static. The feed was still watching. Some evacuation camp outside just got proof that my sight worked inside a mental trap. The relay showed my saber catching a blade that every normal camera rendered half a second late. The captions under the feed were a mess. Some called it cheating. Some called it proof. Some just posted my criminal tag and asked why the wanted man was the only one moving forward. Fair question. The shield ghost slammed into me. In the first life, he'd been small and nervous, always apologizing for taking up space. The projection was heavy. His shield caught my chest and drove me back 3 steps across the resin. My boots skidded. Min-hyuk fired a gold cyan pulse, but it passed right through the cadet's shoulder and tore a hole in the wall. The projection turned toward him. I moved before it could switch targets. I didn't use lock-on yet. Spending fragments on a guilt puppet felt like a waste of money. I stepped inside the shield line and hammered the rim with the saber's blunt spine. Once, twice, third hit at the strap buckle. The shield rotated, the cadet's wrist bent, and I kicked his knee into a position knees hate being in. He dropped. The scout came over his shoulder. I took the knife through my blazer instead of giving ground. It opened skin along my ribs, but Vitality handled the pain with its usual bedside manner. Keep me alive and complain later. I grabbed the scout's wrist, twisted, and drove my forehead into his nose. The face broke into purple static. For a second, the real memory flickered through, the scout pinned under rubble, asking me to cut his pack loose so his younger brother could have the ration credits. Cheap. Very cheap. The healer's binding thread wrapped my left ankle. The chamber pulled, not physically, but mentally, dragging the old collapse back into my lungs. Dust in the throat. Failing alarms. 3 teammates screaming through dead comms. my own hands shaking because I'd appraised the core and found nothing. Just a trash skill that did exactly what everyone said it did, almost nothing. My knee hit the floor. Sora shouted my name. That was all she could afford. The survivor's mana drain was climbing. Min-hyuk tried to limp forward and nearly went down. The shield ghost rose between us, blocking them with a face that looked like a dead boy who once shared his lunch with me. The healer said I knew how this ended. I looked at the fake blood on her cuffs, then at the blue system lines. True Sight was struggling because the targets were just symptoms. Expensive symptoms, but symptoms. The floor pulsed. There it was, under the resin and the voices, a tight knot of cyan error lines where my own mana fed the room. The Prime Gate wasn't inventing ghosts. It was reading the part of me that treated these deaths like unpaid debt and looping it back with a weapon attached. Noted. The scout rushed again, nose half static. I caught his wrist and threw him into the shield cadet. The two projections tangled. The healer tried to bind my sword arm, but Sora cut the thread, her face pale. Min-hyuk gave me an ugly grin and told me to stop letting old co-workers win. Useful. Annoying. Accurate. I spent the fragments and locked on. The marker tried to settle on the healer's throat. Rejected. The shield strap. Rejected. The scout's knee. Rejected. The system resisted for half a beat, then True Sight bent inward. It drew the blue mark not on the ghosts or the room, but on the knot under my own sternum where the chamber had hooked me. The three projections stopped. Their faces turned toward me. The public feed froze. The camp outside went quiet. Sora saw the marker and went still. Min-hyuk's grin vanished. Lock-on accepted. Target, regret. Critical chance. 100% the shattered saber rose. The target was inside me. I carved a targeting marker out of my own ribs. Disgusting, but it worked. The echo chamber shattered. The fake faces dissolved, and the floor stopped charging me a psychic fee for my bad memories. Echo chamber, cleared state, rank SS, level 150. Reward, withheld until exit verification, level 150. Still rank SS, reward withheld. Naturally, the room spat us out into a service tunnel that smelled like a wet basement. Black plating, frayed cables, and violet slime on my boots. Sora shoved the survivor forward inside a barrier. Min-hyuk followed, limping on a cane and a piece of scrap metal. I checked my inventory, mostly because the Prime Gate had turned heroism into managing a failing warehouse. The tally, one survivor who sounded like a broken accordion, one canteen of water, 3 crushed granola bars, 1 dead anchor, and 1 chipped sword. My teammates were so exhausted a normal medic would have put them in a comatose state for their own safety. We didn't have a normal medic. We had me, which meant better survival odds, but worse bedside manner. The tunnel shrank. Sora had to flatten her barrier and push the survivor along like luggage. Min-hyuk's gold pins scraped the walls. Every time I turned, my shoulder left a blood streak on the plating. The floor pulsed with a heavy pressure that made every step a chore. Then a screen flickered. Prime Gate inner defense layer. Access. Denied. Hostile infrastructure. Active. The wall unfolded into a humanoid guard the size of a city bus. No face, no uniform. Its chest was a cage of fused power cores glowing a sickly blue-white. Its arms ended in massive hooks designed to shred machinery. I realized I looked exactly like scrap metal. True Sight crashed trying to categorize it. It called it a 1,000-core composite. Basically, it was a budgetary disaster with legs. Min-hyuk looked up at it and told me he hated rich people. Fair. Sora yanked the survivor behind rubble and told me her barrier could take 1 hit, provided the robot was feeling polite. The Prime Gate hadn't been polite since we arrived, so I just charged. The construct swung, deleting 6 meters of wall behind me. I panicked, slid under the arm, and tried to jam the shattered saber into its elbow, mostly because I was too short to hit anything else. The blade bit, but only barely. The notched edge hit a rotating sleeve that just slid out of the way, and the metal sealed shut behind my sword in a clean black line. That was bad. I leaped back as the second hook turned the floor into a crater where my ankles had been. True sight pushed deeper, showing hundreds of batteries feeding pressure through black veins. It was a living circuit board. Core overload detection active. Finally, a useful answer. The chest cage became a map. Upper left, hot. Lower right, cooling. The spine relay was screaming from my elbow hit. I went for the spine, because attacking legs is for people who believe in fair fights. I burned my fragments and locked on. The marker snapped to a seam under the left shoulder blade. I used every bit of my rank SS speed and hammered the saber into the gap. Lock on. Active the hit was perfect. The result was a mess. The saber popped a core sleeve, sending a surge of pressure backward through the spine. The construct froze, a section of its chest exploded, and the shockwave slammed me into the wall hard enough to embed my broken watch into my wrist. Progress. Then the construct reached back and plucked the exploding cluster out of its own chest. It crushed the core in its fist, turning the fragments to violet dust. The other cores just slid over to fill the gap. Repair cost, 1 cluster. Inventory, 900 more. Fantastic. Sora's barrier flared as pressure hit the survivor. Min-hyuk tried to drag plating in front of them, pretending his leg wasn't shaking. Nobody believed him. The construct turned. I hit it before it could finish the rotation. No lock on, just a dirty sequence. Ankle, shoulder, chest vent, neck. I stopped caring about the edge and just used the sword as a club. The first 2 hits forced the cores to shift. The third made a cluster flash red. The fourth should have taken the head off. Instead, the neck plate shifted half an inch. I hit flat armor. The rebound nearly numbed my hand, and the construct's knee hammered me in the ribs. My vitality kept my bones from powdering, but I still flew backward, rolling through violet slime to a stop at Sora's barrier. I waved her off. The construct hadn't followed up. It was watching my right hand. The chest cores pulsed. The elbow plating adjusted. The construct raised its hook and mirrored the exact angle I'd used for my countercut. My appraisal panel lagged, then redrew the markers in the wrong places. Combat pattern assimilation, active response model, updating your current strike profile, mapped. The thing was learning how I fought in real time, and my system was too slow to keep up. I woke up and immediately realized the Sentinel was reading my moves faster than I can read a menu. Not a great start. The thing's hook caught my counter before my shoulder even finished twitching. True sight marks weak points. The Sentinel's chest cage shifted and blocked them all. Great. My one useful eyeball app just got outplayed by a rib cage. I tried to let physics do the heavy lifting, but physics didn't care. Worse, the Prime Gate noticed I was lagging and decided we needed more guests. The floor split opened behind the robot. It wasn't a door. It was more like the black plating just ripped. Out crawled a mess of half-formed things, arms, wolf jaws, and torsos that looked like cadets without faces. No names, no loot tables. Just a pile of hostile meat with bad boundaries. Sora saw them first. She snapped her barrier sideways to catch the wave before it hit the survivor. The impact bent the shield almost into her face, but she held it, boots sliding and sweat sticking her hair to her cheeks. Her mana control used to be bad enough to accidentally blow up a library. Now she was holding a wall in the worst room on the planet while carrying a half-dead witness. Growth is expensive. Min-hyuk limped up to her left. His blazer was shredded, but his gold pins were still there because vanity is apparently more durable than his leg. He fired a gold cyan pulse that blasted a husk back into the hole, but the recoil sent his cane flying. He tried to catch himself on a broken plate, missed, and slammed shoulder first into Sora's barrier. The golden boy slid down the shield like wet laundry. I would have laughed, but the Sentinel was currently trying to remove my head from my shoulders. I ducked the hook, sliced the wrist joint for 0 damage, and threw myself backward before the return swing folded me into the floor. The horde surged around the robot's legs, but the sentinel didn't care. It just stepped through its own allies, crushing them and using the remains for traction. Sora screamed that she couldn't hold both sides. Min-hyuk screamed back that he was standing, which was a lie since he was mostly leaning. I did the math. Survivor behind us. Horde behind the robot. Adaptive machine in front. No clean kill. If I played hero and left Sora and Min-hyuk to hold the flood, the survivor would be shredded and my team would become a what not to do warning on the public feed. I stopped trying to win alone. I dragged my saber through the plate, carving a rough half circle. Not some high-level skill, just a line in the dirt. Sora shifted her barrier onto the mark. Min-hyuk planted his bad leg inside the curve and timed his pulse to her shield. We actually trusted each other. It was a practical, annoying kind of trust, the kind paid for in illegal gates and medical bills my accountants refused to cover because I'm a public menace. Sora stopped asking if my plan was stupid. Min-hyuk stopped trying to prove he was faster. They just put their mana where I pointed and agreed to argue about it later. The system finally noticed we weren't fighting each other and decided to give us a participation trophy in the form of a synergy burst. Apparently, if 3 people stop being idiots and align their mana, the game lets them release a single shared shockwave. It fired through all 3 of us. Sora's barrier punched out, Min-hyuk's gold cyan pressure wrapped around it, and my rank double S mana hit the center. The half circle became a hard line of force that shoved the horde back into the tear. It didn't sound heroic. It sounded like a bunch of bodies hitting bad plumbing. A husk flipped backward and vanished under a pile of wolf jaws. A faceless cadet got launched so hard its arm stayed behind for a second before dissolving. Min-hyuk noted that the arm had better teamwork than most nobles. Fair point. The shockwave hit the sentinel, too. It didn't break the thing, but it made it slide, its heel digging a trench in the plate. The chest cage flared to correct the push, and True Sight caught fresh saturation marks, weak points, blinking through the core. Then the construct shifted, already learning the pattern. The Prime Gate had built a machine that treated a surprise attack like a temporary discount coupon. But the horde was outside the line now. That was the win. Sora dropped to a knee, fingers shaking. The survivor floated behind her in a thin bubble. Min-hyuk tried to hook his cane with his boot, failed, and then pretended he meant to do that. The feed drones caught everything. Millions of people watched a wanted criminal, a disgraced support, and a rich idiot with a ruined leg build the ugliest defensive formation in history. The captions started rolling. Some people asked if I was still a criminal, if I was saving the witness. Some asked why licensed guilds were useless. Others just posted the clip of Min-hyuk falling on a loop. He's going to hate that. Good. The sentinel advanced. Its hook struck the mana line and stopped short. Sora gasped. Min-hyuk's pulse flared. I fed pressure through the saber to keep the whole thing from collapsing. The hook pressed deeper, the line sank, and the survivor's bubble trembled. Then the linked mana caught, tightened, and threw the hook back. The construct paused. It didn't have a face, but the pause felt like a confused look. True Sight sharpened. Without the horde chewing our ankles, the room stopped feeling like a dozen emergencies stacked in a coat. The false markers faded. The chest cage resolved into hot clusters and relay joints. The model was still fast, but it wasn't the only thing I had to worry about anymore. A new panel popped up. Safe zone, established state, rank SS, trio level, 155 level 155. Rank SS, trio. The mana rose in a blunt circle. Sora at the back, Min-hyuk on the flank, me at the front. The horde slammed against the wall and failed. The construct lifted both hooks to recalculate. The survivor breathed. The feed watched. The safe zone held. For the first time in the Prime Gate, I actually had enough room to stop protecting every single angle and just look at the core. I had one way out. That was a miracle for a prime gate, and I was still paying for it in blood. I stepped out of Sora's half-dome with the shattered saber held low. My ribs were screaming, and my skin was held together by a prayer and some high-grade vitality. Behind me, the construct's chest cage kept rotating, basically just waiting for me to trip so it could start hitting me again. The route to the core wasn't a hallway. It was a death trap. Imagine a maze of black plates and narrow bridges that looked like they'd snap if I sneezed. The floor couldn't decide which way was down. Shards slid uphill. Blood drifted sideways. I was slipping on everything, and my cracked watch kept ticking. Apparently, cheap hardware has better survival instincts than licensed hunters. Behind me, Sora's barrier was getting hammered by the swarm. Min-hyuk yelled that the safe zone was stable, then immediately clarified that stable was a generous legal term. Great. He was conscious enough to be a pedant, which I counted as a medical improvement. I checked my pockets. One canteen, basically empty. 3 crushed ration bars, minus the one I'd tossed back to Sora. 1 survivor still breathing. 1 saber that was more chipped than blade. My core fragments were too low to waste lock-on navigation. My body had rank double S output and level 155 fatigue. I was exhausted, and every single step felt like a chore. Then the maze sealed shut behind me. Prime gate, core maze access, unauthorized route integrity, unstable hostile infrastructure, redirecting. Of course it was. The first junction split into 7 identical corridors. TrueSight traced blue wire frames over the black and violet casing. Normal maps were useless. This place wasn't built for people, it was built to move energy. The paths were just the gaps between the pipes. I picked the corridor with the weakest suction. I called that having knees. The path narrowed and tilted hard left. Heat pulsed through the walls, not fire, just overworked machinery dumping load. The veins inside the plates were carrying pale human residue, dragged forward by the gate's pressure. Hospitals, shelters, bunker grids, all of it just feeding the machine. A hologram flickered into existence. Director Vance stood there in a navy blue double-breasted suit. Silver tie perfect, white hair untouched. He looked calm enough to make a payroll clerk jealous. He wasn't actually there, though. The projection clipped through a broken piece of the wall, which made the whole performance look cheap. He told me I was late. I kept walking. The hologram matched my pace without moving its feet. Very dramatic. Very budget-friendly. Vance started his lecture. He said the cycle had stopped breaches for decades. He said harvesting residue was regrettable but necessary. He said civilization needed stabilizers, and S-rank candidates were the only thing keeping humanity from collapsing. I stepped over a pressure seam that would have sliced my ankle if I'd trusted the floor. He kept talking. He explained the whole system like he was discussing a corporate reorganization. Failed cadets became fuel. Fuel stabilized champions. Champions held back gates. The public got to sleep indoors because someone else was being turned into a battery. I'd heard this speech from guild leaders and ministers before. They always call murder logistics, then act offended when the bodies smell. A panel opened across my sight. Psychologic mapping, active, traces causal energy flow between harvest input, stabilizer output, and gate maintenance demand. There it was. One clean new branch. No applause. The maze redrew itself in layers. Blue for flow, violet for drain pressure, and white ticks for where humans were converted into output. It was an industrial layout that made 0 sense for a human. Every junction had a label: input, compression, filter, return, waste. Waste had the largest channel. Noted. Vance's hologram watched my eyes track the map and smiled. He said I finally understood the scale. I told him understanding a sewer layout didn't make me proud of the plumbing. That earned me 1 second of silence. Worth it. Then the corridor buckled. Plates folded inward, creating a moving puzzle of walls sliding fast enough to paste me flat. Psychologic mapping didn't call these attacks. It called them pressure corrections. The maze was redirecting flow around contamination. I was the contamination. Fair assessment, poor customer service. I moved with the map. 2 steps forward. Wait. Left through a gap. Drop under a rib. Roll across a plate slick enough to make my shoulder scream. The saber caught on a seam and tore free with another chip from the edge. The shattered saber had started the day battered. Now it just looked employed. Vance appeared again at the next junction, duplicated across 3 panels. He told me every nation had made the same bargain. Children with weak cores died in the cycle so stronger hunters could keep millions alive. He said I'd benefited from that system every time I cashed a reward. The map showed a residue surge moving under my feet. I jumped onto the right bridge at the last second. The left one filled with violet pressure and turned to powder. Vance waited for a reply. I gave him one. You built a furnace and called the heat policy. The hologram's mouth tightened. The maze opened into a wide chamber of vertical conduits. Each one was fist-thick and pulsing violet toward the deeper gate. TrueSight tagged them, shelter grid. Emergency ward. Military bunker. Academy residue storage. The old Academy channel still carried a thin stream of failed cadets. Even in collapse, that place found a way to bill the dead. My level ticked up after I mapped the 3rd conversion junction. Prime gate flow route. Mapped experience gained. Level 160 state. Rank double S level 160. Still rank double S. No breakthrough, no party banner, no free meal. The prime gate was stingy for something eating a planet. The chamber shook. Sora and Min Hyuk were still holding, and the safe zone's signal pulsed faintly through the path I'd taken, uneven, but alive. That mattered. It also meant the clock was ugly. Their output wasn't infinite, and neither was the survivors' breathing. I followed the heaviest drain line down. The maze didn't like that. Walls snapped across my route. The floor dropped into a shaft of spinning black ribs. A holographic Vance appeared on every rib as I fell, his face cutting in and out. He said I was still thinking in terms of personal morality. He said rulers were judged by continuity, not comfort. He said a dead world had no innocent people left to protect. I caught a rib with one hand and nearly lost 2 fingers. The saber hooked the next plate. My shoulder pulled hard enough to white out half my vision. Vitality held. Barely. I climbed, hand over hand, boot against casing, breath short, blood warm under the blazer. The pressure below dragged at my legs. Psychologic mapping marked the pull as return demand. The gate wanted everything fed back into the main channel. Even intruders counted if they stopped moving. Route accounting. At the top, the conduit split around a sealed observation ring. Vance stood inside as a full-body hologram, clearer now. No distortion, no flicker, no clipping. He looked almost present, which was exactly the kind of lie he would spend money on. He told me I had mistaken him for the master of the system. The map behind him updated. The violet drain lines didn't end at Vance's control marks. They passed through them, around them, over them. His command seals were embedded in the flow, but they were tiny compared to the pressure moving beyond. The gate was using his channels, his nodes, and his entire murder economy, and the demand was still rising. Vance's hologram looked at the lines with something colder than pride. He said the prime gate was never a door. It was a living parasite he had been feeding for decades, and it was already stronger than he was. Vance admitting the prime gate had outgrown him should have been satisfying, but satisfaction had poor timing and no combat value. The observation ring shook under my boots, the conduit labels flickered, and the drain lines behind his hologram kept rising while he stood there looking offended by his own machine. I checked the map. Level 160. Rank double S. 1 damaged saber. 1 body running on stored spite, low water, and the kind of fatigue that makes staircases personal enemies. The heaviest drain line went past Vance's control seal and dropped straight down through the observation ring. TrueSight marked it in violet pressure, then overlaid a blue service route so narrow that it probably existed for tools, not people. Good. I had spent most of my life being classified as the wrong kind of tool. I stepped through the ring. Gravity shifted sideways. My shoulder hit black casing. My boots left the floor, found a wall, then lost that too. I stabbed the shattered saber into a seam and used the chipped edge as a brake. The blade screamed against the plate. More damage. At this point, calling it a saber was emotional support. Below me, the prime gate opened into its central heart. It was not a clean core. The heart pulsed violet black, not big enough for the job it was doing, which made it worse. That tiny thing was moving a planet's worth of debt through bad plumbing. The system registered the location only after my feet hit the lower platform. Prime Gate Central Heart, located Prime Infrastructure Map, completed experience gained level 165 state, rank double S level 165. Still rank double S. 5 levels for finding the heart of a planetary parasite, and no meal voucher. The association would have called that competitive compensation. Vance's hologram reappeared on the far side of the platform. His face had lost the lecture room smoothness. Pale eyes, tight mouth, suit still perfect because the man could not even look disheveled honestly. He told me to step away from the heart. He said damaging it incorrectly would push the remaining harvest back through every connected civilian line. A second voice broke over the channel, distorted by gate pressure. The collector officer from Sovereign wanted retrieval rights, wanted my core intact, wanted Vance to stop wasting their investment. Vance cut the feed before the officer finished. Rich people arguing over my corpse while I was still using it. Professional environment. The heart chamber did not have monsters. It had clamps, stabilizer ribs, pressure locks, and service markings older than the Academy charter. TrueSight traced them one by one. Anchor bolt, residue valve, drain return, stabilizer tooth, command seal, maintenance bypass. There. The system had no hostile signature for the heart because it was infrastructure. Infrastructure could not be killed for a reward, but it could be reported as failed if every support point contradicted its own stability ledger. A stupid loophole. My favorite kind. I put my left hand against the nearest pressure lock. The cracked watch face pressed into the casing. Heat crawled through my palm and up my wrist. My fingers twitched, then steadied. A panel opened. Core shatter sequence. Available requirement. Central heart located required action. Fracture all anchor points within 1 strike window warning. Immediate recoil expected. 1 strike window. No instant destruction. No clean hero moment. Just paperwork, pain, and a maintenance system accidentally handing me a knife. The first anchor point sat under a black rib on the north side of the chamber. I crossed the platform while the floor tried to tilt me into a drain slot. The heart pulsed. My vision fractured for half a second, then came back with blue wireframes burned over everything. I struck the north rib with the saber's flat, not the edge. The rib rang. A hairline break flashed across the casing. 1. The east anchor hid behind a residue valve. It opened and dumped pale grains across the floor. Failed cadet residue skittered around my boots and vanished into a lower groove. I did not look down for long. Looking long cost time and did not refund the dead. I kicked the valve shut, drove my shoulder into the casing, and stabbed through the exposed joint. 2. Vance's hologram shouted something about continuity. The gate pressure ate half the words. Fine. I had heard the nouns already. The south anchor moved. Of course it moved. The chamber reconfigured around it, sliding plates across my route and forcing the anchor behind a rotating stabilizer tooth. I counted the rotation. 3 seconds exposed. 6 covered. 3 exposed. 6 covered. Bad odds, but still odds. I waited through 1 cycle, then ran. The floor dropped mid-step. My left boot missed the platform and landed on a wall that had become floor for exactly 1 breath. I pushed from it, hit the stabilizer tooth with my elbow, and slammed the saber point into the south anchor during the open window. The impact went up my arm and made my teeth click. 3. The west anchor was directly beside the central heart. Naturally, the closer I got, the more my body started losing small arguments. Skin prickling, fingernails aching, blood lifting in tiny beads from the cuts along my knuckles. The prime gate's pull did not yank me backward anymore. It pulled in directions my body was not built to have. Vance stopped shouting. That was new. His hologram stared past me at the heart. The violet-black pulse had changed rhythm. Faster. Uneven. The drain lines in the walls convulsed, and every source tag across the chamber flashed at once. Shelter grid. Emergency ward. Military bunker. Academy residue storage. Public relay hub. All still connected. All reacting. I reached the west anchor with my shoulder half numb and my saber hand shaking. The shattered saber's edge caught in the casing, stuck, and refused to come free. I pulled once. Nothing. I planted a boot against the heart's outer brace and pulled again until the worn grip tore skin from my palm. The blade came loose with a strip of black casing still attached. Ugly. Useful. I hit the final anchor. 4. The chamber went silent for 1 second. Then every conduit screamed at once without sound. A pressure report so large the system could barely print it. World scream, detected reality, ejection wave, forming target, unauthorized anomaly. The first pulse hit my chest and peeled my body sideways from the platform, cell by cell, name by name, while the prime gate tried to eject me from reality one atom at a time. The ejection wave did not throw me across the chamber. That would have been polite. It tried to remove the parts of me that made the word me useful, starting with skin, blood, teeth, and then whatever system category covered stubbornness. My left hand blurred first. Not vanished. Blurred. Bad. I slammed the dimensional anchor deeper into the platform with my heel, but the heart chamber had stopped pretending to be a room. The floor snapped into a vertical wall. The wall became a drain ramp. The central heart kept pulsing behind broken anchor ribs, and every conduit in the chamber pushed pressure through the same point. Me. Reality ejection wave, active dimensional anchor, resisting anchor integrity, 41% body stability, declining 41%. That was not a plan. That was a bus schedule after the bus had already left. The shattered saber was still in my right hand, mostly because my fingers had forgotten how to open. The wrapped grip was wet. Blood, sweat, residue, dust, no point separating them now. The blade's notched edge dragged along the platform while I crawled under a pressure shelf and checked what I still owned. 1 cracked watch, 1 torn blazer, 1 saber with retirement paperwork pending. No water, no rations, core fragments low. Lock-on not useful against a rejection notice from reality itself. Meanwhile, Sora's signal punched through the static in short bursts. Min-hyuk was yelling over her, which meant the safe zone had not collapsed yet. She reported barrier strain, survivor pulse weak, incoming swarm thinning, and then the channel broke into static hard enough to make my teeth hurt. Still alive. Good. Next minute, the chamber sealed itself around the heart. A flat slab dropped from above and cut off the route back to the observation ring. Another slab rose from the platform and locked in front of the broken anchors. Not armor. Not a monster. A defense wall, plain black casing from floor to ceiling, smooth except for violet pressure lines running through it. True sight hit the surface and skidded. No weak point. No joint. No registry label. The system printed the insult cleanly. Prime defense wall function, pressure containment damage transfer, central heart access, denied access denied. After everything, the gate had discovered the ancient art of putting up a door. I tested it with the saber anyway. The first strike bounced so hard my wrist went numb. The second strike took another chip out of the blade and left the wall clean. The third strike made the heart pulse faster, and the pressure behind me rose by enough that my left knee hit the floor. Fine. Not a door. A bill collector. The ejection wave pressed again. My shoulders separated for half a second, then vitality forced it back into place with a wet pop that I would be billing to someone if anyone survived with an accounting department. Skin lifted along my forearm in thin white cracks. Blood did not run out normally. It rose in tiny beads, trembled, and got pulled toward the violet lines in the wall. The gate was not just pushing me away. It was pricing me. A panel crawled open, letters stuttering under pressure. Warning, rank SS, ceiling reached level, 168 state, rank SS. Peak threshold approaching external pressure source. Compatible limit break synthesis, available. There it was. One clean option, written by a system with the bedside manner of a vending machine. I did not get a tutorial. Good. I had no spare brain for school. The raw gate pressure hit my chest again. I stopped resisting the first layer of it and pulled. That was a terrible idea immediately. The pressure came in through every crack the gate had already opened. My veins hardened. My lungs locked. The mana did not circulate through nice clean channels. It shoved through damage, because damage was the only route left. Blue system lines snapped over my arms, failed, redrew, failed again, then connected to the violet pressure in ugly little hooks. My level moved. Experience gained level 169. State, rank SS, peak 1 level. 1 level for drinking pressure from a planetary murder engine through skin breaks. Competitive rates. The defense wall trembled. Not enough. I dragged myself upright with the saber point scraping along the floor. My boots slipped on residue grains. The central heart beat behind the wall, still feeding through the remaining civilian lines, still trying to keep the anchors broken, but not dead. The chamber's pressure kept routing around me and through me, and the system kept trying to classify what I was doing without sounding embarrassed. External pressure absorbed body stability, 52%. Mana channel stress, excessive level, 170 state, rank SS, peak level 170. Rank SS, peak. Not SS. Not a clean breakthrough. Just the ceiling bending enough to put my head through it and charge rent for the privilege. My vision narrowed to the wall, the violet lines, the tiny place where the containment pressure returned to the heart. Not a critical fault. Not a hidden crack. Just load moving the wrong way through a thing that believed paperwork made it solid. I lifted the shattered saber. My hand shook so hard the blade tapped against the floor twice before I got it steady. The first swing hit the wall and sank half a centimeter. The second widened the cut. The third drove the broken black casing strip still stuck to the saber into the pressure line, and the wall finally reacted. It bulged outward. A low mechanical groan rolled through the chamber. The defense wall did not shatter. It strained. It tried to push the absorbed pressure back into me. My ribs took the first refund, then my spine, then the thin bones in my left hand. Sora's voice came through for one word, my name, and then Min Hyuk cut in, telling me the safe zone had minutes at most, maybe less. His voice cracked on the last part, which meant he knew the math and hated saying it. I pressed harder. The violet line in the wall split around the saber. The gate pressure poured into my arm in a thick surge of force, too much to route, too much to store, too much to spend cleanly. The system screamed warnings across my vision, stacking panels over panels until I could barely see the wall at all. Body stability, 39% body stability, 31% body stability, 24%. Containment wall, failing limit threshold exceeded great. The wall buckled one handspan inward. That was all I got. One handspan, bought with my skin splitting from wrist to elbow and pale blue-white fragments lifting out of the cracks where blood should have been. My blazer sleeve tore open. The flesh underneath showed thin, bright lines spreading across my forearm, then up toward my shoulder, not cuts from outside, not wounds from claws, but pressure forcing its way out because my body had become the storage unit and the storage unit was full. The system printed one last line, and the words stayed steady while everything under my skin started to break. Warning, absorbed mana exceeds vessel tolerance. Fractures spider-webbed across my collarbone, and the defense wall finally gave me enough space to make a bad decision look planned. I pushed through the service gap with my blazer torn open, my saber dragging behind me, and my body running at level 175, rank SS, which sounded impressive until I remembered the Prime Gate was using me as unpaid stress testing. The system confirmed it after the next breath. Limit break synthesis, stabilized level, 175 state, rank SS warning, structural damage, ongoing. Polite. Behind me, the safe zone channel snapped back for a moment, and with it came the public feed. Not clean, not full. Just broken camera fragments from drones outside the Prime Gate perimeter, Sora's shield record, Min Hyuk's bleeding output chart, and my own feed stuttering through black static. The world got a nice view of me crawling out of a wall that had just tried to delete me. The public relay hub caught it. I knew because the reaction tags started flooding the corner of the panel before the system suppressed them. Fear markers, worship markers, envy markers. A few people flagged the feed as fake because apparently even planetary execution footage needed comment moderation. The first proof landed anyway. I had gone into the Prime Gate as the Academy's dead last failure, and every screen still alive outside was now watching the trash appraisal skill carve a route through infrastructure that S-rank teams had died trying to approach. Useful. Annoying, but useful. The chamber beyond the defense wall was tighter than the heart platform, built from black-veined plates packed around a larger casing I had not been able to see before. The master core sat inside it, suspended between pressure clamps and old control arms. Violet-black energy crawled through its surface in hard pulses. It was not clean, not stable, and not dead enough for my taste. Then Vance stepped out from behind it. Not a hologram. Physical body. Thin gaunt build. Slick back white hair. Pale blue eyes. Navy blue double-breasted suit. Silver tie. Polished shoes on a floor slick with residue dust. He looked exactly wrong for a man standing inside the engine room of a planetary theft operation. No torn sleeve. No blood. No sweat. Just cold posture and expensive tailoring. I hated the shoes most. He looked me over, and the calculation on his face had finally shed its lecture hall patience. He surveyed the wreckage as if I'd spilled ink across a priceless map. He said it with the tone of a landlord finding out the tenant had learned contract law. I tightened my grip on the shattered saber. The blade had a notch deep enough to catch on its own shadow if shadows had maintenance fees. The worn wrap was dark with blood. My right hand did not close all the way anymore, so I made the left do more work. The cracked watch on that wrist was still ticking. Of course it was. Vance raised his hand. The master core moved first. Not floated. Moved. The clamps rotated. The casing opened in sections, and a black pressure limb unfolded from the core housing with the slow patience of heavy machinery. TrueSight marked no monster name. No threat rank. No reward table. Just infrastructure ownership stamped across the world in clean blue text. Master core authority, active command right, primary administrator effect, local system priority override. The system offered no further briefing before the pressure limb slammed into me. Bad math. The impact drove the blade into my chest, threw me across the chamber, and slammed my back against a black plate until the world dissolved into a blinding strobe. My boots hit the floor sideways. My knees bent. My lungs remembered they had never signed up for management. First exchange, lost. Fine. I had lost plenty of first exchanges. Rent. Tuition. Basic dignity in the academy cafeteria. The trick was surviving long enough for the second invoice. Vance walked after me without hurrying. The master core adjusted around him, its clamps turning in time with his hand. He did not swing wild. He did not posture. He used the room the way a director used a signature stamp, and every plate obeyed. A floor rib rose under my boot. I stepped off it before it locked, cut across the narrow lane beside a residue gutter, and slashed at the nearest pressure arm. The saber's chipped edge hit the casing and bit shallow. Not enough to break it. Enough to make true sight flicker over the joint. Blue markers appeared across the arm. I pushed a lock-on marker into the closest fault and moved before Vance could finish lifting his hand. The saber came down at the joint. The strike landed clean, and for a breath the pressure arm buckled. Metal screamed. The public feed caught the hit from a broken drone angle and dumped the footage to the relay. The reaction panel spiked again. Outside, people understood clean hits. They did not need the theory. A trash skill had put a mark on the Prime Gate's own core, housing in front of everyone watching. The envy tags dropped. Fear climbed. Worship got ugly. Great. The master core answered by punching the floor. The chamber folded around me. A wall plate shoved in from the side. I ducked low, rolled under it, and came up tasting powdered resin and feeling blood run into my collar. My blazer had stopped being clothing and had become a list of fabric complaints. Sora's voice cut through the channel once, thin and furious. She reported the safe zone was holding with manual support, then the feed cracked apart. Min-hyuk added something about me looking terrible on camera. That was rich from a man whose output graph looked drunk. Vance glanced toward the feed marker. That bothered him. Not the damage. Not the blood. The audience. He told me the public had no framework to understand what they were seeing. He said exposure without comprehension only created panic. Reported speech had never made anyone more punchable, but he was testing the limit. I drove forward. The master core met me with another pressure limb. I did not block this time. I slid inside the swing, let the casing scrape across my shoulder, and struck the underside where true sight showed the load was weakest. The saber caught. I yanked down with both hands. The joint tore loose halfway. A clean removal would have been nice. I got half. The broken limb recoiled, spraying violet pressure across the wall. My skin prickled where the spray hit. The system tried to classify the injury, failed, and settled for warnings. Very professional. I had been graded by substitute teachers with more confidence. Vance's face tightened. Small reward. He moved his fingers, and the master core rotated behind him. More plates unlocked. The chamber widened just enough to make room for the core casing to swing. Not an arm this time. The core itself. It slammed forward, and I met it with the shattered saber because apparently my plan had become arguing with the building. The impact drove me backward step by step. My boots carved lines through residue dust. My left wrist bent wrong. The cracked watch face split a little more, which felt personally rude after everything it had survived. I planted my heel against a raised plate and pushed back. For a breath, the master core stopped. The public feed caught that too. A man in a ruined academy blazer, holding back the central engine of the gate with a broken saber and bad posture. The comment tags went insane before the relay froze them. Some viewers treated it as a miracle. Some treated it as a threat. Some wanted to know whether my license was still suspended. Priorities. I shoved the core back a few centimeters and marked every exposed stress point I could see. Blue lock-on markers snapped across the casing in a rough chain, each one tied to a pressure seam, a clamp hinge, a cracked support tooth. Not enough for a kill. Enough for a path through the next exchange. Vance saw them. His eyes moved across the markers, and the calm came back into his face. Bad sign. I raised the saber anyway. My hands were shaking. My ribs were open under the blazer. The master core pulled back for another strike, and every lock-on marker brightened against the casing, clean, exact, ready to turn one ugly swing into something that might matter. Vance lifted one pale hand and waved it once, and every lock-on marker vanished. Vance erased my markers, and the room went dead quiet. The kind of quiet that happens right before you get fired. My saber was still raised. Habit. The useful part had just been deleted. Every blue mark I'd placed on the core housing was gone, scrubbed from the casing, the clamps, the damaged teeth. He didn't just wipe the ink. He wiped my eyes. I was staring at a disaster I no longer knew how to read, and I was the only one left in the room who cared. Annoying. Vance lowered his hand and watched me breathe through cracked ribs. He looked like a man who'd finally found a way to execute a contractor without paying out the severance. "You are not special," he said. One line. Very director. Very committee approved. I checked my status instead of answering. Shoulders shot, wrist is worse, and I can barely hold the sword. As for the gear, no water, no food, and barely enough core fragments to buy a sandwich. My link to Sora and Min Hyuk is a dying signal, and the safe zone is basically a ticking clock. That's it. That's my whole kit. Carry weight mattered now, stupid as that sounded. I had the saber, a cracked watch, 3 strips of blazer cloth for bandages, and a body that got heavier every time the gate pushed mana through damaged channels. Every step cost more than the last. Route back was sealed. Route forward was one gaunt old man, and a floor that kept trying to kill me. The chamber shifted. The left wall slid in. The right floor plate dropped. A pressure clamp snapped down where my knee had been, and I rolled badly over my shoulder, because rolling well requires bones that actually cooperate. The clamp punched a round dent into the black casing. The public feed flickered in my vision. Outside, the drones were still filming. Sora's shield output dipped and rose. Min Hyuk's channel opened long enough to report 2 mana potions, 1 cracked stabilizer rod, and a safe zone radius of 11 meters. 11 meters. That's a living room, not a battlefield. Vance didn't chase. He let the room waste itself on me while he stood by the central core, pale eyes following my failed steps. The housing rotated behind him, clamps snapping around violet-black pressure. Not a monster, just a very expensive piece of hardware designed to squash me. Fine. If the marks were gone, I needed something he couldn't erase. I pushed up on one knee and stared at the core. I stopped trying to map stress and load, the clean categories that usually keep me alive. Vance owned those rules. I looked for whatever fell outside them. The first layer was useless. Smooth casing. Control arms. All obedient to him. The second layer hurt. My vision split. One version had me kneeling with blood on my chin. The other had an empty floor, no saber marks, no breaches. Then both versions snapped together hard enough to make my nose bleed. A new panel opened. Paradox appraisal, active. One clean line. No lecture. Good. The central core shuddered. Vance noticed. His hand paused. The first time he'd hesitated since he stepped out in his polished shoes. Not fear. Calculation. His eyes cut between me and the core, and the room answered one beat too late. Useful. A pressure arm swung. I ducked the first sweep and got clipped by the return. It tore across my ribs, not deep enough to open me up, but enough to make breathing a paid luxury. I slammed into a low plate and grabbed the edge to keep from sliding into a gutter of violet static. The panel held. Behind the casing, under the command labels, tiny black gaps appeared in the data. Not damage. Missing causes. Effects with no origin receipts. 3 near the clamps. 1 in the heart feed. 1 buried so deep in the rotation logic that looking at it made my eye twitch. Vance lifted 2 fingers. The floor rose. I threw myself sideways, too slow. The plate caught my boot and pinned my ankle. I had to choose between the boot and the leg. I sliced the strap with the saber's chipped edge and tore my foot free. 1 boot. Great. Bare sock on black stone, bleeding through the heel. Very professional. The arm smashed the boot flat and dragged the plate back. I stumbled into a narrow lane and used the saber as a cane. Vance's face tightened because I was still looking past him instead of at him. He hated that. The core pulsed. Lights flickered blue to white to violet. Outside, a few million strangers were watching a half-shoeless criminal bleed inside the machine, eating their cities. Not my cleanest broadcast. A system line blinked. Experience gained level 176. Then another. Experience gained level 177. The gate was paying me to survive a corporate execution. Low salary, high risk. I pulled more pressure through my cracked channels. Not enough to break anything. Just enough to keep my muscles moving. My hands shook. The saber rattled. The gaps behind the core sharpened every time Vance used his authority. There. He was blind to them. Not because they were hidden, but because they were older than his management. Old debt. Off ledger. Not filed under monster or hunter. I laughed once, short and ugly, because my chest couldn't afford a second one. Vance's mouth flattened. He told me I was mistaking noise for meaning. He said defects could be contained once identified. He sounded like a man reading a manual on how to dispose of a nuisance, dry, clinical, and completely devoid of a soul. The core opened another ring. More machinery, more clamps, more ways to swat one exhausted man. 4 pressure needles shot out, aiming straight for my ribs and heart. They were humming with a frequency that basically meant get ready to be deleted. The panel kept crawling. Level 178, level 179. 2 levels didn't buy a miracle. They bought a few more seconds of circulation and the right to keep being a problem. I shifted my weight onto the bleeding foot and scanned the deepest gap. Bad idea. The chamber vanished. For a heartbeat, I wasn't in the prime gate. I was in an E-rank gate from my first life, 24 years old, lungs full of dust, crushed under concrete, a cheap sword broken beside my hand. Not a memory. A timestamp. A system event pinned under everything Vance had built. Then the prime gate slammed back. My level updated. Level 180 state. Rank double S. Vance's needles fired. I dropped flat. One needle carved a trench in the wall. Another clipped my shoulder, taking skin and a strip of pride I wasn't using. The third blew residue dust across the floor. The fourth stopped midair. Stopped. Because the deepest gap had opened, and the core stuttered. The data unfolded in one narrow line. A coordinate, a timestamp, a death report, a return event. The first illegal loop in the machine, sitting where Vance had never looked because it was filed before his command began. My hands went cold. Not from fear, but from arithmetic. Every cycle has a start point. Every theft has a first unpaid coin. The panel cleared, and the 0 point appeared, the exact moment of the first regression. 0 point located, cycle origin, first regression event. Great. Just what I needed. Floating text and a trench trying to turn my ribs into a jigsaw puzzle. I was currently pinned against a series of overheating pipes that smelled like burnt copper, with the shattered saber acting as a very heavy, very jagged paperweight across my knees. Above me, Vance was watching the whole thing with the kind of serene detachment you usually only see in people about to collect a late fee on a soul. I reached for the point. Not with my hands, obviously. My hands were currently occupied with being trapped, bleeding, and generally failing at their one job. I had to use true sight to pull the thing inward. The 0 point was a pathetic little thing. No gold trim, no divine choir, no congratulations on your new life banner. The system was being its usual rude self. It was just a knot of wrong energy sitting under a pile of old records. Basically, when the world first reset, the system had tried to delete me like a corrupted save file. It had missed a spot. This was the leftover grit from that mistake, a spiritual splinter that had been festering in my core for ages. Vance saw the panel flip. He didn't say a word. He just snapped his hand down. The trench walls lurched inward. The saber bent another fraction of an inch, the chipped edge chewing into the pipe beside me and spraying sparks across my blazer. My shoulder popped against the metal wall with a wet thud, and my left wrist hit the floor watch face first. The screen finally gave up and split into 2 ugly black halves. That honestly annoyed me more than the ribs. Priorities. The 0 point opened, but it didn't exactly bestow power. That would have been too generous for a system that hates me. Instead, it shoved a cosmic bill into my core and demanded immediate payment. Every failure I'd ever had suddenly pulled tight. Failed contracts, teammates who didn't make it, the memory of skipping 3 meals a day to buy mana potions that tasted like expensive pond water. Even Captain Park's last stand hit the ledger, not as a sad memory, but as a debt of pressure that had never been settled. Sora's voice burst through the link, sounding like she was shouting through a wind tunnel. She saw my core pressure spiking into the red and tried to throw some stability my way. The gate rejected about 90% of it, but Sora treats impossible control problems like a fun weekend hobby, so she just kept pushing until my collapsing body became her favorite new project. On the perimeter feed, Minhyuk flared. His output line was doing a frantic dance, jump, drop, jump, before he decided to route his own shield pressure into Sora's link without asking. It was either an act of profound trust or the absolute dumbest financial decision of his life. Either way, they were overlapping, barely holding the safe zone together. Then, the small victory. Vance shifted his weight. One polished black leather sole landed right on the lip of the trench, and a nearby residue valve burst under the pressure. A thick, violet-black sludge coughed out, coating his expensive shoe and soaking the cuff of his navy trousers. The public feed caught the whole thing. Of course it did. The man had built a planetary theft engine and survived a global scandal, yet he was currently being filmed stepping in machine sewage. Somewhere in the cloud, the comment filters were probably screaming. Vance looked at his shoe for half a second. I felt a genuine surge of joy. Then he crushed the valve with administrator pressure and drove the walls inward again. My ribs slid against the saber's spine. The blade held just long enough for me to yank the 0 point into my core. Bad idea. Necessary idea. The first contact didn't feel like power. It felt like being frozen from the inside out. My mana circulation didn't expand, it tore. Old double S-rank channels split open and grew jagged, hard edges. These weren't healthy paths. They were functional scars. My skin tightened over my knuckles until they looked like polished stone, and the blood on my palms stopped dripping and turned into dry, gray flakes that drifted into the air. The system finally decided to be helpful and produced a clean panel. Rank triple S breakthrough level, 185 state, rank triple S cost, remaining human stability, no ceremony. Just payroll. The trench didn't just open. It exploded outward. It wasn't a feat of strength, but a pressure mismatch. The walls were designed to crush an intruder, not a contradiction that had just accepted its own invoice. The left wall buckled, the right one peeled back from the pipe frame, and the saber dropped across my legs with a flat metallic crack. I rolled out onto the lower maintenance rib just before the ceiling plate tried to stamp me into a pancake. Then I realized my body was moving too fast. That was the first problem. I hit the floor, and instead of my hand bruising, the floor plate dented. Not cracked, dented. My shoulder followed a beat late because my nerves were lagging. The movement happened, and the sensation of ouch arrived 3 seconds after the fact. Pain still existed, but it felt like the reporting department in my brain had just suffered a massive layoff. I pushed myself up. Vance stepped back. He didn't go far. He has too much pride for far, but he stepped back, and the public feed saw it. The Academy leaderboard used to pretend I didn't exist. Now, the world was watching Director Vance retreat from the dead last failure in a ruined, charcoal gray blazer with one sleeve half charred. Terrible branding. The Master Core reacted before Vance's face did. Pressure limbs unfolded from 3 sides of the chamber, low, high, and right through the floor plate under my boot. Vance tried to layer the room commands. Crush first, sever second, eject third. The system tagged each command against my body, but they just slid off the new state with little bursts of blue static. It wasn't immunity. It was resistance. There's a big difference. My chest still tore when the first limb hit, and my left forearm bent under the second. The third punched through the floor and drove a metal tooth straight through the sole of my boot and into my foot. I stayed upright. I looked like a car wreck, but I was upright. The shattered saber was wedged behind me. I yanked it free with my left hand, because my right hand was shaking hard enough to be classified as a separate seismic event. The blade came loose with a grind that sounded like it cost a lot of money. The notched edge had warped, the balance was garbage, and the grip was slick with blood. I used it anyway. Vance raised his hand to erase the next mark, but I didn't give him one to hit. I stopped trying to fight the system and just moved with the 0-point pressure. The room's authority kept trying to classify me, and every time it failed, there was a half-step delay in the machinery. I just stepped through those delays. A floor rib rose too late. A clamp shut on empty air. A pressure limb corrected toward where I used to be and drove itself deep into the wall. The impact shook dust from the ceiling. For one beautiful, ugly second, the public feed stabilized. Sora's shield line was still there, thinned out to a glowing wire. Minhyuk's output graph looked like a heart attack on a chart, but they were still paying the price, still holding the door open for the guy in the core chamber. That's the part the history books always skip. Someone always has to eat the cost so the hero can walk through the door. I crossed the chamber. Vance slid the master core between us, the casing opening to roll out waves of violet-black pressure. My new state answered in kind, and that's when the floor plates around my boots started to soften. I thought it was heat. I was wrong. The black-veined plate under my left boot sagged. The hard rectangular edge just drooped into the gutter. The wall seam behind Vance bent out of line. A clamp tooth stretched thin and wet before snapping back. The geometry of the room was simply giving up. Vance noticed at the same time I did. His face didn't show fear, it showed a calculation failure. He tried to stabilize the chamber with administrator rights, but the command panel just flashed error over the master core. The pressure arms locked, unlocked, and locked again at angles that would get any sane engineer sent to prison. The chamber tilted. My stomach dropped as my boots slid across a floor that had decided flatness was optional. The maintenance rib behind me curled inward like a piece of wet cardboard. The residue gutter widened without actually opening, a neat little impossibility that sucked in dust, blood flakes, and the glass from my broken watch. Vance issued another command. The master core obeyed for a heartbeat, then shuddered. The casing around it softened at one corner, melting like wax. That got my attention. The 0-point pressure in my chest pulsed, and the room answered by losing more of its shape. Ceiling plates bent down in slow, heavy strips. Wall channels sagged. The trench I'd crawled out of folded over itself, metal pressing into metal without actually breaking. My body had paid for the breakthrough, and now the gate was starting to collect interest from the room. Sora's channel burst open. She reported that the safe zone perimeter was warping from the inside out. Minhyuk tried to cut in, managed half a curse, and then vanished into static. The drones outside lost their orientation, and for a moment, the world saw only me, Vance, the core, and a room where the straight lines were starting to run. Vance looked from the melting floor to my chest, then to the 0-point panel still hovering over my core. He understood. So did I. The rank SSS pressure was too much for the hardware to handle. The prime gate was dissolving, and I was the solvent. The floor was turning into soup. My boots were sinking, and I had about 5 seconds before I became a permanent part of the architecture. I checked my stats, level 190. Not bad, but the progress was mostly just the room trying to crush me into a pancake. I had 0 core fragments, 0 potions, and my charcoal gray blazer looked like it had been used to mop up a slaughterhouse. The room wasn't a chamber anymore. It was a melting clock. Vance was currently losing a fight with the scenery. He was frantically stabbing at the Master Core's interface, trying to play God, but the system was lagging. He had rank triple S administrator rights, and the game was still stuttering. Every time he tried to lock a floor plate into place, the 0 point in my chest gave a little pulse, and the plate drifted 3 inches the wrong way. He looked like a guy trying to fix a computer by screaming at the monitor. The rest of the team was barely holding on. Sora's voice sounded like she was breathing through a straw, reporting that the safe zone was shrinking by 2 meters every 10 seconds. Minhyuk had stopped talking entirely. All I could hear was the rhythmic thud-thud-thud of his boots and the sound of his mana output screaming as he tried to keep the walls from folding in on us. They were fighting a losing battle against a room that had forgotten how to be solid. I stopped looking at the walls and looked at Vance. Not his face. Not his expensive suit. I looked at the plumbing. True sight doesn't just find weak spots in monsters anymore. At this level, it finds the lie in people. Blue wireframes snapped over his body, and the truth of his power was pathetic. He wasn't a natural S rank. He was a Frankenstein's monster of stolen cores. 12 of them. 12 shimmering, synthetic grafts stitched into his circuits with surgical precision. He wasn't a powerhouse. He was a collection of thefts. Vance noticed me staring and decided to delete me. He snapped his fingers, and a spike of violet energy shot toward my throat. I didn't dodge. I didn't even blink. I just reached out and grabbed the spell. The world slowed down into a series of ledger entries. I could see the exact transaction: draw from the 3rd artificial core, boost through the 7th, release via administrator override. It wasn't a skill. It was a line of code. And I've always been good at deleting files. A clinical white panel snapped open in my vision. New ability unlocked. Skill deletion. Requirement: rank triple S, paradoxal authority. Effect: permanently removes artificial or grafted skill nodes from a target. I didn't need a manual for this. I gripped the violet spike with my left hand. It felt like holding a live wire, searing the skin off my palm, but I didn't let go. I traced the flow backward, following the mana circuit through the air and straight into the 3rd artificial core sitting in Vance's chest. I closed my fist. A loud crack echoed through the room. Vance's face didn't change, but his body did. The violet spike vanished. The glow in his chest flickered and died. He let out a sharp, wet gasp as the synchronization of his 12 cores snapped. 1 down. 11 to go. He looked at me, and for the first time, the calculated look in his eyes was replaced by genuine confusion. He tried to summon his pressure limbs again, but the movement was sluggish. He was missing the 3rd core's boost. He was suddenly 10% slower, and he knew it. "What did you do?" he asked. I didn't answer. I didn't have the lung capacity. I just stepped forward, my boots making a disgusting sucking sound as they pulled out of the melted metal. Vance roared and lunged. He was still fluid, but the crafted god, precision, was gone. He swung a fist backed by the remaining 11 cores, a hit that should have leveled the rib I was standing on. I stepped right into it. I didn't block. I caught his wrist, and the moment I touched him, his internal circuitry flared bright blue. I could see the 2nd core, the 4th, the 9th. They were all linked to one central hub of stolen authority. I triggered the deletion again. 1, 2, 3. Every time I squeezed, another glass vase shattered inside him. His shoulder dipped. His breathing turned into a ragged wheeze. The navy blue suit, once the outfit of a man in total control, was now just expensive fabric draped over a collapsing frame. The public feed was losing its mind. The drones were broadcasting a man who had been the architect of a global nightmare getting systematically dismantled by a guy in a ruined blazer. The reaction tags were a blur of sovereign fall and the glitch. Vance tried to pull away, but I had him locked. I could feel the remaining cores pulsing in a panic, trying to compensate for the dead nodes. He tried to reroute his mana, but the 0 point in my chest just sucked the stability out of him and replaced it with the crushing weight of the Prime Gate. I slammed him back against the master core. The metal casing was soft. Vance hit the surface and sank in up to his waist, the room literally swallowing him. He looked pathetic, a man being eaten by his own machine. I wasn't done. I reached into the remaining cluster of his power. I didn't bother with the individual cores this time. I found the central hub, the artificial anchor holding the whole build together. It was a tiny, shimmering knot of gold and violet, the source of his admin rights and his S-rank status. I didn't just delete it. I crushed it. The shockwave didn't move the air. It moved the status. A massive, cyan blue notification exploded across the chamber, visible to me, to Vance, and to every single person watching the feed in the city. Target, Director Vance. Status update, artificial cores deleted. Rank adjustment, S to F. Current level, 1. The silence that followed was heavier than the gate's pressure. Vance stayed frozen, half buried in the melting metal. He looked down at his hands. The glow was gone. The aura of a god had been replaced by the dull, empty presence of a regular civilian. He tried to speak, but his voice was thin, stripped of the resonance that had commanded thousands. He looked at me, and the arrogance was gone. In its place was the wide-eyed, trembling realization of exactly what it felt like to be the dead last failure. I watched Vance hit the floor with the grace of a freshman and the dignity of a wet napkin. His suit still cost more than my old annual rent, but the system had stripped out the parts that actually mattered. No pressure, no command weight, no stolen cores humming in his chest. Just a skinny old man half buried in Prime Gate, casing while the room tilted and my level climbed to 195. Host state, rank triple S level, 195 body stability, critical. That's a polite way of saying I was falling apart. My right knee bent the wrong way for a second before it remembered how to be a joint. The saber's grip had chewed into my palm, and my blood was floating away in little beads because gravity had decided to quit its job. Behind me, the safe zone channel kept spitting out numbers. Sora's shield was looking thin. Minhyuk's output had dropped to those ugly emergency pulses, which meant he was alive, expensive, and probably cursing my entire bloodline through his teeth. No one dies today. That was the goal. The Prime Gate didn't give a damn about my goals. The central heart was still humming. The casing was a mess, but the violet-black core inside was still sucking from every available drain and feeding the dimension around us. Walls, rails, old corpses, broken plates, everything was clinging to existence because the heart was still paying the rent. Vance dragged one hand free of the softened casing. His fingers were shaking. No more master architect precision here. He was just scraping his nails against metal and getting nowhere. "You cannot close it," he said. One sentence. Maximum drama. Terrible timing, because a melted bracket chose that exact moment to fall and splash gunk all over his sleeve. I ignored his face and looked at the core. I triggered my eye, and the crooked geometry of the dimension vanished, replaced by a blue wireframe. I wasn't looking for monster stats or human vitals. I was looking at the books. Inputs, stabilizer loops, debt channels, ejection pressure. The system wasn't treating this place like a mystical realm. It was treating it like a leaky basement with a bad plumbing report. And there was the loophole. If this whole dimension ran on support logic, then there had to be one line of fine print holding the whole thing up. Vance saw my focus shift and tried to act like he was still in charge. His hand twitched in a command gesture. Nothing happened. He tried again. Still nothing. It was even worse because the public feed was streaming the whole thing. A level 1 director casting error. I would have paid actual credits to see the replay. The jealousy was still there, too, which was honestly impressive. Vance had been stripped down to nothing, and he seemed more offended that the system was still talking to me than the fact that I deleted his life's work. Some guys lose a planet-sized theft engine and still make it about professional recognition. Fine, he could watch. The conceptual axis showed up as a thin white-blue line running through the heart, the drain logic, and the false space holding the gate open. It wasn't a weak point like a crack in a shell or a monster's throat. It was a lease agreement. Basically, this entire death trap had one load-bearing rule. Break that, and the place gets evicted. My old job would have loved this. Find a clause. Kill the clause. The saber shook in my hand. The blade had survived duels, gates, and one director with a god complex, but now the edge was vibrating so hard the notches were blurring. It had no business being here. Neither did I, so we were a matched set. Sora forced a data packet through the channel. Not words, just numbers. Safe zone radius, 11 meters. Perimeter loss, 1 meter every 4 seconds. Min-hyuk core pressure, unstable. Sora mana reserve, 6%. 6%. That wasn't support. That was a student paying tuition with rent money and praying the landlord didn't notice. I glanced back at the feed. The area beyond the chamber was a disaster of blue shields and violet pressure. Sora was on one knee, hair plastered to her face, both hands jammed into the formation seal. Min-hyuk was behind her, gold pins ripped off, shoulders shaking as he leaned against a buckling pylon. Neither of them was in the strike lane. Good. I could afford one bad decision. The system popped up a panel without any ceremony. World Slayer's strike unlocked target, conceptual axis charge requirement, rank triple S pressure execution window, 3 seconds. That was plenty. I slammed the dimensional anchor through my left foot and into the sinking floor. The pain took its time arriving, and then it hit all at once. My boot filled with heat. My calf locked up. The anchor kept me pinned while the chamber tried to slide away from me in 3 different directions. Vance saw the charge building on the saber. He stopped pretending to run the room. "You erased this place," he said, his voice cracking, "and you erased the proof." Of course, that was his angle. The man had been reduced to rank F and was still trying to find legal leverage. Almost respectable, mostly just annoying. The nearest drone spun upside down, corrected itself, and spun again. Its lens stayed locked on us, because commercial hardware apparently had a better work ethic than half the association boards I knew. Vance looked at the drone, then at me, and realized the proof had already left the building. His face tightened. There it was. The collector hates losing the receipt. I lifted the saber. The axis fought the lock, not with power, but with paperwork. It dumped status warnings into my vision so fast the panels started stacking like a deck of cards. Unauthorized strike, dimensional debt, unpaid, human stability, insufficient cycle preservation priority. I ignored the noise and shoved triple S pressure into the blade. 1 second. The chipped edge turned white-blue. My wrist bones ground together. The cracked watch on my arm was dead, but the strap was still holding, which was more than I could say for most institutions. 2 seconds. Sora's shield dipped to 3%. Min-hyuk dumped another surge into her formation and nearly blacked out on the feed. The safe zone stopped shrinking for 1 heartbeat. He had always been obnoxious, overbuilt, and expensive to maintain, but he was useful when things were exploding. Noted. 3 seconds. The axis opened. I stepped in and swung. The saber didn't cut the heart. It cut the permission behind the heart. The blade sliced through the violet casing, the blue wireframe, and the white-blue line holding the fake space together. For half a second, nothing happened. Then the prime gate dimension got its final report. Conceptual axis severed prime gate dimension, deletion pending containment failure reality boundary. Whiteout Vance screamed something. The channel screamed louder. Sora's shield flared between the blast and the perimeter, and Min-hyuk slammed his output into hers to lock it in place. The strike lane stayed clean. The trio stayed safe. The central heart split without leaving any pieces. White light poured out of the cut and swallowed everything. The violet core, the warped floor, the crooked rails, Vance's reaching hand, my saber, my boots, my blood, every single warning panel, and every inch of the prime gate dimension. I woke up under a slab of cold plating with a level 200 notification blinking in my vision. That was the only thing that worked. The prime gate was gone. I was back in physical space, which was a relief, because the alternative was probably being erased from existence. I lay there in the ruins, listening to the silence of smoking perimeter walls. There was no violet tear in the sky, no crushing atmospheric pressure, no gate mouth trying to eat the horizon, just twisted steel, dead drones, and my left arm, which felt like it had been replaced by a heavy, numb piece of driftwood. Post-cycle world state rank, triple S level, 200 cycle status. Broken, that was the new reality. The world had a status page now, and it was effectively unemployed. I pushed the slab off my chest with my shoulder because my hand was useless. 3 steps away, the shattered saber was buried in a melted floor plate, its edge chipped and its leather grip hanging in wet, pathetic strips. I checked my inventory. It was a disaster. No potions, no core fragments, no route markers, no academy badge. I had 1 ruined sword, 1 shredded blazer, and boots that were still attached to my feet, which was the only win of the day. My cooldowns were blank. My skill panels flickered and died without the usual smug timing alerts. Even the interface felt exhausted, which is impressive for something that doesn't actually make sound. Sora was alive. That was the first useful fact. She was on her knees by the collapsed safe zone line, auburn hair plastered to her face, and her charcoal blazer torn at the shoulder. Her shield output wasn't just low. It was flat. Dead. She kept trying to shape mana between her palms, but nothing happened except a faint, desperate twitch of her fingers. She looked at her hands like someone who had paid a full deposit on a house only to find out the lot was empty. Min-hyuk was a few meters past her, broad shoulders hunched, and platinum hair coated in gray dust. His gold lapel pins were bent. He tried to stand up too fast, and immediately collapsed back down, his legs giving out. His body had spent years answering every problem with a burst of supernatural output. Now he just had muscles, bruises, and no cheat codes from the sky to keep him upright. He looked at me, then at his shaking hands. Seriously, he asked. Fair enough. I tried to check them with true sight. The blue wireframes flashed, staggered, and then settled into something blunt. Their bodies were still there, and their mana circuits hadn't vanished, but the external pressure that had inflated every hunter system for a decade had been cut off. No more contract frames, no more gate feeds, no more public rank subsidies. Just flesh, training, scar tissue, and whatever actual skill they had managed to learn while leaning on borrowed power. The public drones were still broadcasting. Of course they were. Humanity could lose its entire supernatural infrastructure, but it would never lose the instinct to film a catastrophe from 3 different angles. The nearest drone hovered sideways, its casing cracked, and its lens spasming as it tried to stabilize. Broken cyan tags streamed across its underside. Millions of people were still watching. The comments were moving too fast to read. Then they slowed as the first citywide panic reports hit the relay. Hunter abilities failing in Gangnam sector. Emergency barrier teams offline. Licensed healers unable to cast. Guild vault wards dead. Gate alarms silent across all districts. Then came the big one. Every active gate signature has collapsed. Not sealed. Not contained. Collapsed. I sat there with dust in my mouth and did the math. The city had built its food transport around hunters clearing roads. Hospitals had replaced trauma surgeons with licensed healers. The rich districts used barrier teams instead of actually building walls. Guilds owned the freight, the security, the debt collection, and half the legal contracts people signed when they were too tired to read the fine print. The gates were gone, and so was the crutch everyone had been pretending was a throne. Great. Sora tried to call a shield again and produced a spark the size of a cheap lighter. Her face tightened. She tried to report through the team channel that her specialization panel was empty, but the line cut in and out. It wasn't because the channel was broken. It was because the channel no longer had anything grand to carry. It was just a piece of plastic trying to transmit a voice through a mountain of rubble. Min-hyuk flexed his right hand, stared at his gold-plated signet ring, and attempted a burst step. His boot scraped forward 1 pathetic inch. He hated that. The old Min-hyuk would have screamed. This newer, slightly less expensive version looked at the Prime Gate scar and understood the bill. He had kept the perimeter from swallowing Sora, and that effort hadn't vanished. It just stopped coming with a leaderboard animation and a round of applause from the drones. Meanwhile, the association relay hub began to collapse. Not physically, but administratively. A relay officer shouted over the feed that all licensed hunters needed to report their ability loss by district, then stopped because the license registry wouldn't respond. A guild rep demanded to know if private contracts were still enforceable. A medical dispatcher begged for any rank B healer who could still cast. No one answered. The world didn't scream. It just asked for customer support. I pulled the saber free and checked the blade. It was still a weapon, just a miserable one. Low balance, notched edge, grip half gone. The item panel opened, stuttered, and closed without assigning a grade. There was no reward text for saving the planet. Honestly, that tracked. I stood up and nearly fell over. Rank S strength was still in my bones, but it was raw now, unbuffered by the cycle interface. Every movement had too much weight behind it. My boot dented the steel flooring just by shifting my weight. A loose drone drifted too close, and the mere pressure leaking off my shoulder knocked it into a pile of scrap. It wasn't an attack or a skill. It was just the cost of being the last overpowered thing in a room full of broken measuring tools. Sora noticed. Min-hyuk noticed. The feed noticed. The comments slowed down. The public had watched hunters lose their panels, champions drop to their knees, and healers fail on live camera. And then they watched me stand up with rank S still active. That wasn't comforting. That was a governance problem wearing torn trousers. The next morning didn't arrive properly. The sky over the ruined perimeter went from black to a dirty, bruised gray. Emergency sirens kept failing mid-wail, restarting, and then dying again. We didn't go home. There were no clean roads left. The evacuation lanes were clogged with dead guild transports, abandoned camera rigs, and civilians who had wandered too close because every disaster in Neo-Sol eventually becomes a crowd control problem. Sora spent the morning using both hands to drag a civilian dispatcher out from under a toppled relay console. No mana. Just grip strength, bad leverage, and a lot of coughing. Min-hyuk carried 2 collapsed drone batteries under one arm and complained that everything was heavier than it looked without output reinforcement. He was right. A public feed battery weighed more than a training sword and slightly less than his ego, so at least one thing in his life had improved. I moved debris in batches, careful not to turn rescue work into accidental demolition. That became the first new rule of the morning. I could still lift too much, and everyone else suddenly couldn't lift enough. We carved a route through the ruined platform by hand, marking unstable plates with torn strips of blazer cloth because the hazard projectors were dead and we didn't have any paint. Very professional. It was Academy approved, assuming the Academy still existed as something other than a functioning complaint department. The reports kept coming in. No new gates. No monster signatures. No cycle node pulses. No dungeon alarms. No contract boards. No rank recalculations. The Academy leaderboard feed went dark, flickered back to life once to display corrupted white bars over blue static, and then shut down for good. Min-hyuk watched it die. He didn't smile. For him, that screen had been a birth certificate, a resume, a family shrine, and a bank account. Losing it should have made him feel smaller, but instead, he just looked exhausted and older. It was cheaper and more honest. Sora asked if the world was safe now. Nobody around us answered quickly enough. I looked past the ruined deck toward the city. Hospitals had backup generators, but they didn't have backup miracles. Guild towers had vaults, but they no longer had the wards that kept desperate people outside. Association law still existed, but the thing that enforced it had just lost its teeth. Every nation that had balanced its budget on cleared contracts was about to find out what their roads, farms, and clinics actually cost without monster cores paying the difference. The gates were gone. Now the world had to learn how to walk without the hunter crutch. Peace didn't arrive with a parade. It arrived as a series of frantic emails from 3 different government agencies asking me to stop accidentally warping the city's infrastructure just by breathing. The gates were gone and rank SSS was still active, which sounded like a win until the first food convoy hit a dead guild barricade. Turns out Miracles had been handling the city's unpaid logistics for years. Roads were blocked, food was rotting, and nobody knew how to move a crate without a mana burst. Total systemic collapse. I didn't do hero work. I did manual labor. I spent my days lugging batteries and acting as a human fence to stop crowds from trampling unstable streets. Half the people wanted help, a quarter wanted a social media clip, and the rest just wanted to see if the last SSS rank on Earth still looked human. I gave them a demo by accident. A cracked relay tower started tipping over an evac lane. No monster, no dramatic music, just bad steel and worse timing. True sight kicked in, I saw the load point, and I slammed the base with the flat of the shattered saber. I hit it hard enough to fold the entire tower sideways into a service trench. The crowd went silent. Then they did the usual, the scared ones backed away, the recruiters got that prodigy hunger in their eyes, and a few actually bowed. It was awkward and useless. Bowing doesn't clear rubble. Minhyuk saw it from the convoy and made a face. He told me people were whispering that I could rebuild the entire hunter economy by myself. Sora told him to shut up. I told them both the hunter economy could file a formal request and wait in line behind the hospitals. By noon, the association pushed a panel to the emergency feed, world state, peace active gates, 0 prime gate, destroyed cycle status, broken peace. Tidy word. In reality, we had field clinics and parking garages and families sleeping in wardless shelters. Licensed hunters were staring at their hands because reality had just repossessed their careers. Peace just meant nothing was currently trying to eat the city. Low bar. We took it. That afternoon, I skipped the Academy Memorial, too much institutional guilt, and went to the First Life Registry. It's a strip behind the Eastern Crematorium where failed E-ranks get budget steel plates instead of monuments. 24 names per row. Name, rank, gate code, date of death. My First Life squad was in row 17, plates 08 through 12. The support tank who didn't trust anyone. The spear cadet who charged interest on rice balls. The healer with the shaking hands. The scout who lied about being calm. And me, listed as unrecovered. Technically accurate. Administratively hilarious. Sora and Minhyuk stayed at the entrance. The new Minhyuk didn't even try to fill the silence with a speech. He just stood by a broken vending machine, looking irritated that it was charging 900 credits for 3 wilted stems and a ribbon. Even after the apocalypse, someone was still ripping people off. I bought 5. The vendor tried to give them to me for free once he recognized me, but I paid. Worship is bad accounting. The plates were cold. I set the bundles down and opened True Sight, not enough to crack my skull, just enough to see what the city missed. No ghost speeches. No cinematic forgiveness. Just pressure marks and scraps of mana caught in cheap steel and old blood. Then a system window popped up. Appraisal mode, witness record. Function, Acknowledge residual bonds attached to the dead cost. None output. Witness record only perfect. I didn't need a reward for visiting graves. The fact that the system understood that was enough growth for a floating rectangle. The first plate flickered blue, a half shield. I remembered him shoving me behind him during the collapse while his leg was useless, cursing me for being too slow. Fair review. The second showed a crooked spear line. She'd missed the final thrust because the floor dropped. The official report called it panic. The witness record corrected it. Record amended. Footing failure 1 sentence. No medal. Just the difference between cowardice and a bad floor, written 12 years too late. The healer's plate barely had enough residue to catch. He'd burned himself empty, sealing a wound on a cadet who died 30 seconds later. The registry marked it unverified because bureaucracy loves dead people who can't argue. Record amended. Confirmed life-saving attempt, not justice. Just documentation. The scout's plate flashed 3 route marks. She'd found the exit before the ceiling sealed, but the map said the tunnel was non-viable, so nobody believed her. True Sight laid her route over the steel, clean and bright. I watched a dead girl be correct in public. A nearby family saw the panel and started crying. The mother asked if I could check her son's plate. Then a father. Then a sister. Great. I came to visit 5 graves and accidentally opened a complaints desk for the dead. So I worked the row. Some plates were blank. Some gave a single word or a recovered weapon. I didn't promise comfort. I just read the data until my vision narrowed. By evening, the registry was crowded with people holding vending machine coffee while the city's last impossible hunter corrected old reports. The public feed caught it. Half the comments called me a guardian of peace, half called me a state asset that needed to be locked in a box, and a few asked if the record worked on pets. People are consistent. At the end of the field was Captain Park's memorial. It wasn't a steel plate. The slum district had built it from salvaged barrier plating and blackened rebar because the government had been too busy being exposed as accessories to a harvest economy to give him honors. His name was welded crooked. His rank was wrong in 3 different systems. My lungs forgot how to work for a second. Captain Park had died doing the job everyone else priced too low. He was useful when the math was ugly and my body was spending future pain it couldn't afford. I stepped close enough to see my reflection in the scorched metal. Obsidian hair, slate eyes, a ruined charcoal blazer. And on my left wrist, the matte black digital watch with the cracked screen. The watch had survived the exam, the academy, the slums, the prime gate, and every bad decision in between. It had been useless for months. I touched the strap. True Sight opened on the memorial. No hidden message, no reward. Just, witness acknowledged, Captain Park dead. Personal. I unbuckled the strap, stiff with dried blood and gate dust. For the first time since I came back, my wrist was bare, and Captain Park's memorial held the cracked digital watch. By noon, the watch was gone. My arm felt lighter, which was annoying because it reminded me I was missing something. I left the cemetery behind and headed for the academy ruins with a set of stats that felt like a prank. Rank, triple S public status, legend level, 200 legend. Great. The title sounded like it should come with a pension, but it actually just meant I was now a national asset and a walking insurance liability. The next morning was Recovery Phase 2, which meant standing in a circle of people with clipboards while 3 different agencies spent an hour arguing over who owned the rubble. I just stood there wondering which one of them was going to try and tax my existence first. The old academy perimeter was taped off and guarded by 2 soldiers with museum piece rifles. They didn't move for me out of respect. They moved because one of the steel barricades was still bent into the shape of my handprint. Sora was already on site, using a strip of a torn sleeve to keep her hair out of her face. She had a medical vest on and a list of casualties scribbled directly onto her forearm and marker. 32 treated, 8 moved, for missing. She's always been better with numbers than praise. Praise doesn't stop a hemorrhage. Min-hyuk was nearby, hauling 20-kilo crates of rice and cheap antiseptic 2 at a time. He'd shoved his gold rank pins into a pocket and was sweating through his collar, pretending manual labor wasn't a total nightmare. From golden boy to warehouse staff. Honestly, it was a lateral move. We took the west service gate because the main stairs had folded into the basement. In this zone, carry weight was the only stat that mattered. I could lift a wall, but the ground usually couldn't handle me standing on it, so I spent the walk trying not to accidentally delete the floor. Sora marked the safe tiles with chalk, Min-hyuk counted people in 5s, and I carried everything too heavy for a human back. The place smelled like wet concrete and old cafeteria grease. The holographic glow was gone, and the central plaza looked smaller without the leaderboard looming over us. Just cracked glass and the empty space where 500 cadets used to stand and pretend they weren't terrified. I walked through it slowly, mostly to see how much of it I'd broken. The selection hall was a wreck. One holographic projector was still clicking, trying to boot a system that didn't exist. It was stamped Academy property, meaning it would take 3 departments a month of blaming each other before someone bothered to throw it away. I touched the door frame and triggered True Sight. True Sight branch updated mode, passive guardian effect, continuous hazard and hostile intent monitoring within visual range 1 line of text. No confetti. No congratulations, you're a god speech. Just a blue overlay. The world shifted. Cracked beams showed stress marks. Loose glass showed where it was going to fall. A floor pocket flashed red because 2 civilians were arguing about whether they could sell salvaged steel by weight. I pointed them away. They kept arguing until the beam dropped exactly where their boots had been. They stopped arguing. Classic hospitality. The relief crews hit the dorms and found 7 sealed rooms and a closet of training kits, iron swords, and cracked mana bottles. The potions were trash, but Sora decided the glass was good for boiling water, so they went in the keep pile. We recovered blankets, lamps, and a mountain of ration packs. The rations were the only part that actually mattered. People get very philosophical about victory until they realize breakfast is late. Min-hyuk found the old leaderboard control panel under a layer of dust. He stared at the dead slab for a long time. His name had been there once. Mine had clawed its way up later. Now it was just a piece of scrap. He wiped the surface and told me it was dead. He didn't make a joke, and for once, I didn't force him to. At the training gate staging hall, the steel hoops were still there, leading nowhere. I checked them with passive guardian. Most were cracked. One had a pocket of trapped mana residue, too small to be a power-up, just large enough to burn a hole in a hand. I discharged it into the floor. The tile popped, and a soldier jumped. Min-hyuk asked if that was necessary. I told him the alternative was a melted hand and a week of paperwork. He stopped asking questions. The archives were the worst. Towering shelves had collapsed onto obsidian tiles. Sora went quiet here. This was where people had called her untreatable before we proved the doctors were just lazy. She moved through the wreckage with her clipboard, logging historically significant trash like the Academy disciplinary charter. A group of former cadets was waiting in the south corridor with brooms, looking terrified that they didn't belong here anymore. Sora gave them their orders: sweep glass, stack books, and if something starts whispering, run and find me. Nobody laughed. Fair. Passive guardian flagged 3 amber threats in the next hall: bad shelving, battery acid, and 1 shaking man with a knife hidden under his coat. He was eyeing the supply crates. Hunger makes you stupid, not special. I looked at him. He saw me seeing him. The knife hit the floor before anyone else noticed. Good choice. I spent the rest of the afternoon logging hazards until my eyes burned, knowing that as long as I was the one cleaning up the mess, I was the one the agencies would blame for the cost. No applause. No level up. Better. At sunrise, I walked back through the central plaza alone. The horizon over Neo Soul turned a pale gold. I stepped out of the ruins as the last triple S rank on Earth, still wondering who was going to try and claim ownership of me next.